While an entire village trembles before a demonic shadow tiger, a simple mountain shepherd obliterates it with a single stone from a wooden slingshot. In this video, watch as Tehran is forced to break an 8-year promise to his late mother, unleashing a terrifying secret magic to save an old mage from certain death. But this isn't just another hidden power story. You'll witness an untrained boy vaporize evil spirits using raw talent that dwarfs the highest nobles. The real shock, however, comes at the end. What happens when the mage he just saved realizes this orphan carries the exact bloodline of the ruthless noble family that massacred his own comrades decades ago?
It all began with a little boy, raising a withered branch as if it were a sacred blade, shouting toward the horizon, "I will become the greatest sorcerer the earth has ever known." He was soon lost in his imagination with his friend, who cast aside her gentleness to pretend she was a ferocious beast, snarling in the face of the little hero. The boy gripped his magic wand tightly, gathering all the courage of childhood, and prepared to deliver a blow that would eliminate the monster. With all his might, he brought the branch down upon his friend's head. It wasn't magic, but hard wood that struck the target with precision. The girl recoiled, clutching her head and complaining of real pain, but the boy answered with a hilariously serious tone, "Do not complain, for sorcerers show no mercy to monsters in stories." The girl declared with childish rage that she wanted to become a sorcerer to take her revenge, but he refused boastfully. "Magic is for me alone. You are always the monster." From a distance, Grandpa Labas watched the scene with a wise smile, muttering, "Children fill this cold morning with blood and vitality." The two children ran toward him, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. "Grandpa, tell us, how can we become real sorcerers?" The grandfather's smile faded, replaced with solemnity. "It is not a game, my little ones. Sorcerers are the peak of the human pyramid, ruling the world with an inherited power that flows in their blood." He added regretfully, like one shattering a dream, "And that is why you can never be one of them." Suddenly, the voice of a man standing behind him rose in objection. "Why do you bind their dreams with such cruelty, old man?" Grandpa Labas turned curiously toward the man who asked him in a tone tinged with anxiety. "Let us leave dreams aside for now. Is the rumor filling the village alleys true?" The man asked in a low voice. "Has a magical beast truly appeared on the outskirts of our lands?" With a face as serious as carved from stone, Labas confirmed the news, causing terror to spread through the hearts of the villagers surrounding him like wildfire. The grandfather continued with a chilling description. "A giant tiger, its body covered in shadows that do not belong to this world, sighted at the village entrance under the moonlight." But he reassured them, saying, "The village chief has traveled to the city to bring a professional sorcerer." At that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, for magic alone is the cure for this affliction. Mothers rushed to grab their children, and one warned her daughter sharply, "Do not dare go near the forest. Death lurks there behind the trees." The warning was clear. The forest had now become forbidden territory, a graveyard for anyone who did not possess a magic wand. Grandpa Labas confirmed to everyone, "Facing a magical beast with ordinary human weapons is pure suicide. We are helpless and powerless against them." The man asked again, "Does everyone know the news?" The old man nodded in confirmation. Then the young man suddenly asked, "What about that boy? Did the warning reach him?" The grandfather knit his brows in confusion. "Which boy do you mean? The village is teeming with children." The young man explained in a mysterious tone, "I mean that strange boy, the one who lives alone, far from the hustle and bustle of people." The scene shifts away from the village noise, toward the green plains where a young shepherd named Tehran resides. Tehran was lying on the soft grass, watching the clouds in total serenity, unaware that the winds of magic and shadows had begun to blow toward his peaceful life. Tehran was reclining on the green grass, his eyes listlessly following the movement of his sheep. He appeared like a part of the mountain itself, unmoved by desire or ambition. He exhaled with frustration and muttered, "This life reeks of stagnation, no excitement, no danger, just day chasing night in an endless loop. I am sick of this fixed horizon, the same hills, the same grass, and the same faces that only smile when there is something to gain." He felt fear creeping into his heart, not of monsters, but of the routine that gnaws at his soul day after day, without anything new knocking on the door of his life. "If this silence continues to stifle my breath, I fear the day will come when I forget how to form letters with my tongue." Suddenly, a raspy voice pierced his stillness, calling out to him, "You wretched child, have you drowned in your daydreams again?" Grandpa Labas was standing over him, rebuking him with harsh glares, as if he saw Tehran's laziness as a crime against the village. Tehran did not stand. He merely grumbled audibly, "Old man, your heavy shadow is blocking the only sunlight that gives me warmth. Move a little and let the light pass. Talking to you doesn't warm the bones." The old man's face flushed with rage, and he shouted, "How insolent you are! Are you still living in the ruins of the past, harboring grudges that never die? In that moment, dark images flashed before Tehran's eyes, the day this old man tried to seize his flock after his mother's death. Yes, my memory is very sharp when it comes to thieves, so get to the point immediately. Labus was stunned by the boy's audacity, which surpassed all limits. He tried to respond, but the words stiffened in his throat. Tehran fixed a serious gaze, sharp as a blade, into the old man's eyes, forcing him into silence and an acknowledgement of this young shepherd's presence. Labus said in a low voice, "A magical beast has appeared on our outskirts." Suddenly, Tehran sprang to his feet, and the spark that had been missing returned to his eyes. The old man explained, "It is a beast the size of a house. I came to warn you before returning to protect the village." But Labus's astonishment grew even greater when he saw that Tehran did not tremble. He showed no fear. Instead, his features looked as if he were receiving good news. The old man tried to regain his composure. "Be careful, boy. Stay close to your flock until the village chief returns with reinforcements." "I came here because I am worried about you," the old man claimed in a tone that convinced no one. Tehran laughed sarcastically. "Worried about me? You're worried about the meat and wool these sheep represent. You don't fear for my life. You fear for the loss of your potential inheritance." Labus was incensed, but Tehran cut him off coldly. "If you have finished your performance, the path behind you awaits your departure. Go, for the foul scent of your breath has begun to rot my nose and stifle the sheep."
The old man left, cursing and swearing, while Turin leaned down to pat the head of one of his sheep with an eerie calm. Alone in the wilderness, Turin began to analyze the news. The magical beast was not a nightmare to him, but the new thing he had long awaited to break the world's boredom. Mana, the essence shared by sorcerers and magical beasts as eternal rivals. Turin recalled that piece of information, feeling a shiver course through his body. His eyes gleamed with a spark of excitement he had never known. A real sorcerer in our forgotten village? Finally, I will see with my own eyes those who bend nature to their will. But his sarcastic tone quickly returned. "Even so, I don't expect miracles. Any sorcerer who agrees to come to a rural village at the request of its chief must be nothing more than a novice." Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at his mind. Did this sorcerer possess power beyond human imagination, or was it all just a display of tricks? Suddenly, Turin's nerves tensed. A strange wind blew, carrying a heavy scent unfamiliar to the noses of shepherds. He faltered for a moment, his pulse stopping, as if the forest around him had held its breath in preparation for something. His pupils dilated as the bitter truth hit him. This isn't the smell of the earth, it's the smell of blood, fresh blood, spilled just moments ago. At dusk, when light blurred into darkness, Turin decided to penetrate the forest. He tracked the bloody trail to see what horror had occurred behind those trees. He walked with a caution that rivaled that of wolves, placing his feet silently over the branches, his eyes warily scouring the shadows. He was confident in his intuition. The scent guided him like a black light towards the heart of the chaos. As he advanced, the smell became suffocating, and the metallic taste of blood began to fill his throat, as if the very air had been stained red. And in that critical moment between the dense trees, Turin stopped abruptly, the blood freezing in his veins from the horror of what he saw. The scene was devastating. Grandpa Labus and several villagers lay scattered like human wreckage after a brutal attack that left no trace of life in them. He let out a deep sigh of sorrow. Despite his dislike for Labus, he never expected that scent to be the old man's final breaths. Turin realized in that moment that ordinary predators do not leave behind this kind of organized and terrifying devastation. He concluded with chilling certainty, this destruction is not the work of ordinary claws and fangs. It is the madness of dark mana. It is the act of a magical beast. Suddenly, he heard a sound like rocks crushing under immense pressure behind his back. From the folds of the thick shadows, a massive claw emerged, a blade of bone and darkness that sliced through the stillness of the place. The magical beast finally materialized before Turin, and the moment of confrontation arrived that would decide the young shepherd's fate. The creature appeared like a fragment of an ancient nightmare, gargantuan in size, with an unquenchable, eternal malice radiating from its eyes. In this moment, memory returns to the little boy who once asked his father, "Father, is it true that magical beasts are invincible?" His father answered in a voice filled with helplessness, "Son, ordinary men have nothing against them but to pray for a swift death. Without magic, we are merely insects beneath their feet." The boy's voice trembled as he clung to his father's cloak. "What will become of us, father? Will the shadows swallow us?" His father reassured him with a gentle touch, attempting to hide his anxiety behind a mask of calm. "Do not fear, my son. The village chief has not left us to our fate. He has set out to bring a great sorcerer, a man who tames the impossible, to protect us." The boy asked, his eyes fixed on the horizon, "And is the sorcerer truly stronger than that beast Grandpa describes?" His father answered with sacred certainty, "Sorcerers are exceptional beings. Rivers of power flow in their veins from birth. It is said that their words are swords, and with a single whisper they can erase the mightiest monsters from existence."
Returning to the present, Turan stands face to face with the shadow tiger, a beast dripping with death and darkness, its eyes radiating deep-seated malice. Yet the shock was not the beast, but Turan himself. The young shepherd stood with legendary steadiness, without a flinching eye or a trembling hand, as if fear were a word that had never entered his dictionary. Turan parted his lips and uttered a single word, cold as the grave: death. The tiger froze in its tracks instantly. Its massive body shook as if an invisible lightning bolt had struck its vitals, and confusion became evident in its staggering movements. The beast floundered, unaware of the magical poison that coursed through its being the moment it heard that forbidden word. In that instant, Turan's body began to emit a terrifying light. A lethal red aura radiated from his pores, transforming the quiet shepherd into the embodiment of destruction. Turan scratched his head with childish annoyance, his eyes watching the beast swaying. Damn it, it seems the power of the word wasn't enough to crush it completely as I planned. The tiger regained its balance and lunged like a black hurricane toward Turan, bearing claws that sliced the air with a terrifying sound. Without retreating an inch, Turan shouted a definitive command that shook the foundations of the forest. Halt! The beast recoiled as if it had struck an invisible steel wall, its claws retreating under the weight of the authority latent in the boy's voice. Turan sighed with boredom. Even this failed to end it quickly. It seems this tiger's hide is thick enough to resist my direct orders. The tiger lunged a third time, blinded with wounded rage, a suicidal assault aimed at shredding everything in its path. Turan was forced to leap backward with graceful agility to evade a blow capable of crushing boulders, realizing then that pure magic was not the only solution here. All right, big cat, he thought seriously, since you refuse to die by words, I'll try a method shepherds know well. He leaned down with the speed of lightning and picked up a small, ordinary stone from beneath his feet, a worthless pebble in anyone else's hand, but in his it became the blade of fate. He said with a mysterious smile, "A shepherd should always act like a shepherd." Then he pulled his worn leather sling from his belt. In response, the shadow tiger prepared for its final charge, mobilizing all the forces of darkness in its rippling muscles for the killing pounce. He placed the stone in its pouch and whispered to it in a language humans do not understand. Become stronger. Become the blade that does not break. The stone ignited with a brilliant red glow. He tightened the sling's cords, gathering all his focus onto a single point between the beast's eyes, ready to launch a projectile that would bear the signature of its geth. The aura was no longer merely red. Turan's eyes ignited with a searing golden radiance, as if a sun had been born behind his pupils to expose the secrets of the dark. He whispered to the stone in the language of strings, "Be swifter than the wind, be the pulse of the lightning bolt." Then he whirled his sling with a mythical force that made the surrounding air hiss in pain. He planted his feet in the forest mud as if they were the roots of an ancient mountain, gathering every atom of mana to his center of gravity. He issued his final command to the stone, a voice emerging from the depths of his soul: "Pierce the enemy and leave nothing of him remaining." The small stone launched, shattering the sound barrier. It was no longer a pebble, but a magical bullet slicing through the mist with a golden flash. The stone traced a line of light, targeting the beast's forehead with unerring precision, turning the silence into a scream of steel. Without a single chance to dodge, the shadow tiger received the blow it never expected from a mere human. The stone slammed into its body like a catapult projectile. The stone pierced the side of its head with immense power, but the cursed beast's hide absorbed the shock. The tiger did not fall. Instead, its madness intensified. The tiger lunged like a black hurricane toward Turan, roaring with a sound that shook the fallen leaves. It pounced with its massive claws, capable of shredding steel armor, as destruction closed in on the young shepherd. But Turan did not retreat. Instead, a cold smile played on his lips, and he pointed his finger toward the sky to designate the attack's target once more. Directly above the tiger's head, the stone was still suspended in the air by magical command, as if awaiting the executioner's signal. Turan spoke. The small stone plummeted from above like a falling meteor, aiming for the fatal weak point in the gargantuan beast's skull. It scored a direct hit that split the darkness. Mana exploded inside the tiger's head, ending its predatory journey forever. Turan stood still amidst the dust of battle, the cool breeze caressing his hair as if nothing had happened. The tiger's massive body fell before him like a collapsing mountain, slamming into the earth with a final thud that signaled the silence of the forest. He commented coldly while looking at the corpse. "This was the first time I tested my words on a real magical beast. The result is acceptable." He grumbled, thinking about disposing of the carcass over the cliff. "Damn it, I've done a free favor for those village bastards who don't even deserve a spit from me." Here we discover the truth he hid from the world. This simple shepherd is in fact a natural-born sorcerer, a being who bends reality with his tongue. He remembered how the curse began 8 years ago, when he was a 10-year-old child, discovering that his will was stronger than gravity. He used to amuse himself by making pots and objects float around his small home, turning his simple reality into an arena of wonders. He called his mother with innocent childish excitement. "Mother, look, the firewood is flying like birds." He thought he was giving her a gift, but his mother's face bore nothing but terror. She was not happy with that power. She saw in it an omen of doom that would burn their peaceful lives forever. "I can command the fire to warm us and make the wind drive the rain clouds," little Turan said with the coolness of a child discovering his toys, and the echo of his voice still resonates in his memory today. In that moment, his mother let out a scream that shook the walls of the cottage. It was the first and last time he would see her delicate features distorted by terror and rage. The little boy stood bewildered, unable to understand why his magical gifts were met with such violent rejection, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. The mother sank to her knees before him, grasping his shoulders with her trembling hands. "Turan, look into my eyes. We must talk about this light that comes from your fingers." She asked him in a faltering voice, "Do you love your mother? Do you want us to stay together in this little house for a long time?" He answered with childish sincerity, "Yes, mother, forever." There she carved into his heart the vow that would change the course of his life. She made him swear a solemn oath by the dim light of the fireplace. "Promise me that you will never awaken this power again, and that no living being shall see what you can do. Stay ordinary, Turan, for excellence in our world is a death sentence." The boy did not grasp the weight of the words, so he asked innocently, "Why? Aren't we like the heroes in the stories?" She reminded him of the tales of nobles and knights she used to tell him before bed. He nodded his head. "I remember them well, those stories that draw the map of the world, where the title of sorcerer is both a crown and a curse. The nobles are the sacred lineage descended from the blood of the ruler Freya, the savior of humanity. They are the undisputed kings of magic and masters of the world. As for the knights, they are the product of the great blood of nobles mixing with the blood of mortal humans, a lineage that possesses strength but lacks political immunity." The mother praised his intelligence, then explained the bitter truth. "Because of this, nobles are treated as gods, while other sorcerers remain at the mercy of fate." In a whispering voice, she revealed the great secret. "You inherited this power from your father's veins. He was a great knight, but he paid dearly for his strength. You carry a forbidden legacy, my son. The magic of knights is the treasure coveted by tyrants." She warned him sternly. "The world outside this village teems with mighty nobles who view knights as mere slaves to serve their whims. If your secret is known, your life will end in shackles." With a sad smile mixed with hope, she asked for his final oath. "Swear to me that this secret will remain buried in your chest as treasure is buried in the depths of the sea." We return to the bitter reality, where Turan says to himself, 8 years have passed since that day, and my mother's command is still the compass that guides my steps. He looked out the window at the towering mountains. "I will never break this promise. My magic will remain my secret, and my strength will not be a display for those who do not deserve it. I have no desire to leave this mountain, nor to give up the calm of my simple life for blood-stained glories." Suddenly, the silence of the house exploded with the sound of violent noise coming from outside, as if the forest had decided to storm his seclusion. The walls of the wooden cottage shook under the impact of rapid strikes, and a voice screamed demanding it be opened immediately. An unknown person shouted from behind the door, "Turan, come out, shepherd! The village is burning and we need you!" Turan placed his hand on the doorknob, feeling the coldness of the metal, realizing that the moment of hiding had ended and the world had finally come knocking at his door. Turan opened the door slowly to find a group of village men before him, their faces flushed with blood and their eyes burned with a blind hatred, as if they had come to scorch the earth beneath their feet. He showed no agitation. Instead, he let out a provocative, indifferent yawn and asked in a sleepy voice, "What drove you to leave your burrows at such a late hour? What do you want from me?" Before they could utter a word, he added with a sarcastic smile, "Or have you come to frame me for Labus's blood, which hasn't even dried yet?" One of them lunged and violently grabbed Turan by the collar, screaming in his face, "You insolent bastard! How dare you mock us while you are stained with shame?" The man accused him, his voice trembling with rage. "You used that poor old man as a bait for the beast to save your own skin. You were the real killer, Turan." Turan remained as still as a marble statue. Not a single hair on his head shook, and his eyes observed these holy men with a terrifying coldness. He slowly removed the man's hand from him and said with the calm that precedes the storm, "I understand perfectly the malicious intent behind this circus you've staged in front of my house." They wondered with angry astonishment, "What are you talking about, you lunatic?" He answered them in a tone dripping with venom. "You are looking for a scapegoat to blame for your own cowardice. You left an elderly man to face death alone while you hid behind your locked doors, and quite simply, you want to slaughter me to wash your filthy consciences. The man lost his temper and lunged crazily to land a powerful punch toward Turin's face, attempting to silence the truth that exposed their hypocrisy. But Turin tilted his head at the last moment with incredible agility, leaving the man's fist to strike the empty air. During his evasion, he thought coldly, magic is the most suitable solution to discipline these nuisances without breaking much of a sweat. With a sudden movement, he directed a powerful headbutt to the man's forehead. The sound of the collision made the others recoil in fear. Inwardly, he contemplated the philosophy of power. The sincere desire to do something is the fuel that ignites mana and transforms imagination into a tangible reality. Turin whispered a hidden command, a single word that no one heard. Fall. Suddenly, one of them tripped as if the earth had tilted beneath his feet, falling face first into the mud. Turin commented to himself, no need to overdo it. A tiny amount of magic is enough to break their false pride. He began to walk among them with a regal calm, while they tried to pounce on him, only for their limbs to betray them every time. He moved with extreme reservation, careful that their eyes would not catch a glimpse of the glow of his true magic, for a secret is too precious to be revealed for the sake of scum. He picked up a sturdy branch from the ground and began delivering precise, painful strikes to the joints of anyone who approached him, as if he were herding a stray flock. With lightning speed, he took control of the rhythm of the fight, continuing to discipline these hypocrites who had come to give him lessons in morality. It wasn't long before it was over for everyone who dared to knock on his door. They lay on the ground, groaning in pain under the moonlight, while Turan stood over them like an unbending blade. He looked at them with contempt, remembering bitterly that he had lived for 8 years, swallowing his intelligence and strength to protect himself from their treachery and endless hypocrisy. Turan cast a final look full of contempt at the bodies sprawled in the mud and said in a cold voice, "Instead of wasting your breath screaming here, if you had used this energy to dig a grave worthy of old Labus, it would have been more honorable for your cowardice." From the shadows, a group of village women emerged. Turan grew wary and asked in a sharp tone, "Have you come to participate in this farce as well?" One of them answered in a trembling voice, "No, we only wanted to see with our own eyes the boy who defied everyone." A heavy silence fell over the place, broken only by the rustling of trees, before Turan pointed toward the prone men. "Take these fools away from my doorstep. The stench of their hypocrisy makes me sick." He entered his house and locked the door, sitting down to think about the consequences. Going to the village tomorrow will be like walking through a minefield. Those bastards do not forget an insult. They will undoubtedly try to use Labus's blood to pressure me in trade. They will offer meager prices for my crops and sheep as a form of punishment. But he clenched his fist and smiled sarcastically. "I don't care. If they try to tamper with my livelihood, I will teach them the same lesson again, for striking is the only language hypocrites understand. I believe the bitterness they tasted today will keep them away from my borders long enough for me to regain my peace." Suddenly, the door shook with quiet but confident taps. Turan knit his brows in bewilderment. Have they truly lost their minds to return a second time? He rushed to the door and flung it open violently, shouting at the caller, "Which of you longs for his end tonight? My patience has run out!" But he froze in his tracks. It was not a villager, but a mysterious man with sharp features, a neatly groomed black beard, and wearing the clothes of a traveler who had crossed thousands of miles.
Turan asked cautiously, "Who are you, and what brings a stranger to the outskirts of this mountain?" The stranger bowed with a polite apology. "Please forgive me. I am a traveler who has lost his way. I was looking for shelter for the night, but it seems I have intruded at an inappropriate moment." Turan felt embarrassed, and his sharpness receded. "I apologize for my rudeness. I thought you were one of the nuisances I just drove away." He remembered his mother's advice about hospitality and politeness. He felt the strangeness of the situation, as he had never used this soft tone with anyone in the village before. Turan's eyes fell upon the sword hanging from the man's belt, a blade that spoke of experience and majesty. He smiled strainedly and said, "A swordsman in these rural parts, that is rare. If you are looking for a comfortable inn, you have knocked on the wrong door, for my house is but a shepherd's hut." But the rumbling of the hungry traveler's stomach interrupted his speech. Turan felt the responsibility of a host and decided to let him in despite his doubts. After a few moments, the atmosphere of tension transformed into a simple domestic warmth. The plates were placed on the table, and Turan apologized humbly. "This is all a lone shepherd possesses. I'm not used to receiving visitors, so please excuse my lack of means." The traveler's eyes widened in surprise at the abundance of simple and delicious food, and his wonder increased when he learned that this young man had never left the mountain nor met a stranger in his life. Turan explained as he poured a drink, "I was born in the embrace of these peaks and raised among my sheep. This mountain is my only world." The traveler began to observe him with deep interest, studying his composed movements and the gaze that hid an intelligence ordinary shepherds do not possess. Turan enjoyed his drink in silence while the fire danced in the hearth, announcing the start of a night unlike any other. Suddenly, the traveler broke the silence and said in a serious tone, "Your clothes are those of a shepherd, but your majesty and manners say that you are the descendants of great knights." Turan was shocked by the traveler's keen observation.
The man set his glass down quietly and spoke in an evaluative tone. For a young man who has spent his life among mountains and flocks, your table manners suggest a rare nobility. It seems whoever raised you saw a king in you, not a shepherd. Taran averted his gaze toward the dancing flames. My mother was the one who instilled these rules in me, but she passed away years ago, taken by an incurable disease that all the rural medicines could not defeat. A shadow of sadness crossed the traveler's face. She fulfilled her trust with brilliance and forged a man who stands out from the rest. No doubt she watches over you now in peace from a good place in the heavens. Taran thanked his guest tersely. I live only by the commandments she left me. Then he followed up with a sharp look. And now, what brings a blessed one like you to this isolated peak? The man straightened in his seat and revealed his identity. I received an urgent summons. A magical beast of the shadow tiger species has settled in this region and begun spreading terror. The villagers were looking for a strong hand to protect their necks, and I am here in my capacity as a sorcerer tasked with ending this nightmare. Taran realized at that moment that this was the savior the village chief had gone to bring, but he had arrived too late, after the tiger had been silenced forever. The sorcerer confirmed his suspicions, then tilted his head slightly. Will you allow me a question that may seem strange, my boy? Taran nodded in agreement with cautious silence. The sorcerer said, his eyes scanning the corners of the cottage, I feel the remnants of the beast's aura hovering nearby. The scent of death still clings to your clothes in the mountain air. But what is strange is that I find no trace of the beast alive, nor do I see panic in your features. This rouses my suspicion more than the beast itself. The sorcerer fixed his gaze at Taran. Your calm behavior puts you in a position of doubt. The villagers tremble behind their doors, yet you sit here as if waiting for an ordinary guest. The village chief told me the beast is merciless, yet I find you in the heart of danger without guard or fear. If the beast grows hungry, it will make you the first target due to the proximity of your dwelling. How do you possess such audacity to stay here alone? The sorcerer asked him with cutting bluntness. Who are you truly, Taran? My mind cannot accept that you are merely a lucky shepherd. Taran's memory flashed back to years ago when he innocently asked his mother, why can't I tell them I am a sorcerer like them? His mother wept as she held him. I fear the claws of the nobles for you. She explained bitterly, if the nobles are the shepherds who own the land and the sky in this world, then sorcerers like us, the knights, are nothing more than the guard dogs they breed to protect their flocks. They treat us as family as long as we are useful, but they will sell us or sacrifice us in the first storm to save their interests. I do not want this humiliating future for my son. I want you to remain free by my side, far from the chains of service and degradation. Promise me, if another sorcerer discovers your secret, they will separate us, and you will turn into a tool used up and discarded in the dustbin of history. She concluded with harsh words, to protect your secret, you may one day have to do the impossible, even if it means silencing whoever discovers you, forever. In the present, Taran felt the coldness of his hidden blade. The moment his mother feared had arrived, and the sorcerer sitting before him had begun to catch the scent of his truth. The sorcerer asked in a sharper voice, why do you hesitate to answer? Is your silence a confession of something you are hiding? A heavy silence prevailed, and Taran gripped his blade hidden beneath the table, his eyes watching for any treacherous movement from his mysterious guest. Suddenly, the sharpness of the sorcerer's features broke, and he burst out laughing. My God, look at your serious face. You completely ruined my joke with that stiffness.
The young man apologized quietly. I apologize. It seems I do not possess a sense of humor worthy of your city. The man replied with a warm smile. Don't worry, your reaction is very natural for someone who hasn't associated with sorcerers before. People think we are killing machines and don't expect a joke from a man who tames lightning. Then the sorcerer suddenly realized, how clumsy of me. We've spent the night talking and haven't introduced ourselves yet. The man extended his large hand, in which years had carved furrows of experience, and said with dignity, I am pleased to meet you, brave young man. My name is Chiron, a traveler seeking a conclusion worthy of his journey. Our hero shook his hand with confidence. And I am Turan, just an 18-year-old shepherd trying to maintain his flock on this harsh mountain. They sat down again, and warmth returned to circulate through the cottage as the fire danced in the hearth. Chiron said with a smile, I turned 75 this winter. Taran marveled, you don't look it at all. The elder explained, sorcerers age like oak trees, very slowly, for mana prolongs our lives and grants us extra time. Taran asked with genuine curiosity, and how did you end up wandering alone after all these years? Chiron sighed, I served the great Arabian family for 60 years, and now in my final days, I only want to be as free as a breeze, going wherever my feet lead me. Taran smiled deeply. It is a wise idea, for freedom is the only treasure worth the effort. The conversation between them continued for hours, and Taran seemed thirsty to hear stories of the outside world that he was completely ignorant of. A friendly atmosphere prevailed that Taran had never experienced before.
and he thought in amazement, I never imagined that talking to a stranger could make me forget the loneliness of the mountain like this. Time passed like a dream, and they did not notice until the first threads of dawn emerged from behind the peaks, announcing the end of an exceptional night. Kiran stood up, stretching. How wonderful! I didn't feel the night pass in your company. It's time to depart, for the road does not wait for the laggards. He left shiny silver pieces on the table. This is pure Arabian silver. Accept it as payment for your generous meal, and let it be a memento from a passerby. Turan accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck in your hunt for that tiger. Kiran laughed and waved his hand. Don't act as if it's an eternal farewell. I might return one day for a free meal if you become a wealthy shepherd. As soon as the hidden magical command was issued, the sheep froze in their tracks, the sounds of grass munching ceasing as if time itself had stopped. Their heads all turned toward Turan in an eerie harmony, then rushed to gather around him like soldiers obeying their general, surrounding him in a protective ring of wool and safety. Turan sighed as he contemplated the horizon. That was the first time I faced another sorcerer face to face. I didn't know that talking to a stranger could grant me this much relief. As he patted the back of one of the ewes with his rough hand, the echo of Kiran's voice returned to him, that clarity and joy he had never encountered in the greedy villagers. He concluded within himself a warm truth. Of all the faces that have crossed my life, Kiran was the only one who carried a kindness untainted by self-interest. But his thoughts soon darkened. I have always seen knights as hunting dogs bound by the chains of the nobles. How will Kiran fare on his path now? He wondered with a hidden anxiety. Will Kiran find his purpose on Mount Sile, or will he collide with the emptiness of the forest now that I have crushed its only beast? Meanwhile, Kiran was making his way through the dense trees, his experienced eyes scanning every corner for a trace of the shadow tiger. He knit his brows in bewilderment. The forest that was said to be teeming with monsters was eerily silent, devoid of any offensive mana. He came across the traces of a fierce battle, broken branches and upturned earth, yet strangely he could not sense any lingering demonic aura indicating the beast's presence. Leaning against a mangled tree, he muttered, Is it possible that another hunter preceded me and took down the beast? He considered the possibility that the village chief had hired another secret sorcerer, or that an unknown hero had passed through and cleansed the area. A flood of relief washed over him. The important thing is that the nightmare has ended and the village is finally safe. Suddenly, the smile froze on his lips, and his expression of relief shifted to pure horror that made his hair whiten even more. He turned in terror, as if a silent scream had pierced his ears. He sensed an extremely malevolent presence, an energy that did not belong to the world of the living, approaching him rapidly. From the heart of the pitch-black darkness, a massive claw dripped with a putrid substance, as if it had emerged from a grave forgotten for centuries. The tiger that Turan had killed appeared, but it was no longer an ordinary beast. It had transformed into a distorted monstrosity, its body a blend of viscous shadows and protruding bone. Kiran cawed in shock. My God, it has been turned into a demonic spirit. It has been resurrected from death in an even more evil form. Panic filled his heart as he wondered who in this world possesses the folly or the cruelty to do something of such an atrocity. He found no time to analysis as the claw of the undead tiger lunged like a sledgehammer to shatter the rock he had been standing on. With a swift movement defying his age, Kiran leapt, evading the lethal attack, his mana igniting around his body like a shield of light. He shouted, warning himself, This is what happens when a foolish sorcerer kills a beast and does not absorb the remaining mana in its corpse. No true sorcerer could commit such a catastrophic error. Kiran soared into the air, using flight magic to escape the jaws of the demonic spirit that roared with a sound like the shattering of souls, realizing that the true battle had only just begun. Who struck down this monstrosity and left its carcass to desecrate the earth with the mana of death? Kiran wondered in bewilderment, watching the demonic spirit sway before him like black smoke. It is impossible for this to be the work of a novice knight. A novice would fall dead before even glimpsing this tiger's shadow, let alone killing it. This act bears the signature of a reckless expert. As fireballs formed between his trembling fingers, dark suspicions haunted him. Was leaving the corpse like this an intentional trap? Is there someone seeking to turn this mountain into a focal point for demons? Regardless, there is no time for analysis. I must burn this filth before it consumes the forest. Kiran gathered his pride and mobilized every atom of mana in his veins for a final assault. He unleashed a massive burst of energy that took the form of a searing bolt of light, piercing the night's silence as it hurtled toward the tiger's dark heart. But to his horror, which froze the blood in his veins, the beast opened its mouth and swallowed the magical arrow, turning its light into ash scattered by the wind. Kiran was shocked as the bitter truth hit him. This beast's mana, it is surging and swelling. It is now levels beyond my own energy. Suddenly, the tiger dissolved into the ground and vanished within its own shadow, leaving the old sorcerer staring into the void in a lethal state of confusion. Kiran realized that the beast had not fled, but was using shadow magic to launch a counterattack from an angle no human could imagine. At that critical moment, Kiran's own shadow stretched unnaturally behind his back, as if the earth itself had begun to breathe death. The old man was oblivious, searching for his opponent among the tree branches, while the danger was emerging from beneath his feet. The tiger exploded from the heart of the shadow, attacking him with his long tail covered in poisoned spikes like a whip from hell. Time did not allow him to react. The tail tore through his cloak and sank its fangs into his arm, letting his warm blood spill onto the dry leaves. Kiran retreated, panting in pain. This is not an opponent that an ordinary knight, nor even a professional sorcerer, can survive alone. I never imagined in my worst nightmares that I would face a demon of this level in this forgotten corner of the world. As the beast approached him with heavy, victorious strides, the old man wondered bitterly, will this unknown forest be my final grave? But suddenly, a spark of defiance ignited in his eyes. No, I will not surrender my soul so easily. If I must fall, I shall not fall alone. I will take this monstrosity with me to hell, he swore in a voice that shook the foundations of the forest. He gathered all that remained of his life, every last drop of mana, and concentrated it in the palm of his hand until it turned into a white glare that nearly blinded the eyes. In response, the beast bared its fangs and advanced boastfully, confident that its next strike would end the old sorcerer's life. Kiran held his breath, waiting for the moment the beast's jaws neared his neck to unleash his suicidal attack at maximum power. Without hesitation, he leapt toward death, the mana screaming between his hands like a caged hurricane. And suddenly, a small blue light pierced the darkness of the forest, a light as cold as ice, arriving to sever this dance of death in its final moment. The night exploded with a staggering blue flash, cleaving the forest's darkness like a blade of celestial ice, piercing the shadow tiger's body with a force that shook the very foundations of the earth. Kiran froze in place, astonishment paralyzing his limbs. He realized in the blink of an eye that his certain death had been averted by an attack whose precision and power surpassed everything he knew of magic. The living dead beast collapsed to the ground, a demonic hiss emitting from its body, while the blue light continued to shimmer in its wounds. Kiran slowly raised his head as a familiar voice, eerily calm, reached his ears, asking with composure, "Old sorcerer, are you still clinging to life?" Kiran's pupils dilated as he beheld Turan standing amidst the shadows. He muttered with a shaky smile, "It seems this shepherd's joke is more bewildering and dangerous than all the jests of sorcerers." Turan approached with steady steps, his calm expression unchanged, as if confronting a demon in a dark forest were nothing more than an evening stroll. Kiran cried out in wonder, You are a sorcerer. You're not just a lucky shepherd, are you?" Our hero nodded, confirming the truth he had long hidden, leading the old man to ask bitterly, "Why did you bury such great power beneath the tattered clothes of a shepherd? And why did you return to risk yourself? You could have left this old man to his fate and fled with your flock far from this hell." Turan traced a slight smile, like a flash of lightning in a sky thick with clouds. Memory returned to a quiet moment in Turan's cottage. The carcass of a wolf lay at their feet, and the sound of firewood crackled in the hearth. Turan had been watching his guest with curiosity. With skill like that, you could frequent the palaces of nobles and gather gold in the great cities. Why waste your life in these wastes? What compels you to fulfill a promise to a rural village chief who cannot even afford the price of your cloak? Kiran sighed with dignity. These villagers live in total isolation, defenseless against the monsters of this harsh world. Leaving them to their fate is a sin the conscience cannot forgive. Turan replied coldly, "But that isn't your fault, and you aren't responsible for their weakness. Why carry the burdens of others?" The old sorcerer answered him in a sacred tone. "We sorcerers inherited the power of the ancient rulers. Our power is not a privilege, but a duty. Each of us must follow his own destiny." Kiran smiled with pride. "I feel honored when I protect the weak, even though I know not all sorcerers share this nobility. Each of us has a deep well of thoughts." The features of the memory faded, and the terrifying noise of the forest returned. Turan looked into Kiran's eyes with a new seriousness. "You said it yourself. Everyone in this world has their own unique way of living their life, and this is mine." Suddenly, the demonic tiger rose from its wreckage, let out a roar that split stone, and lunged toward them in a desperate, horrifying pounce. The two evaded the attack with skill, and Kiran shouted in panic, "Turan, run now! This beast has surpassed the level of sorcerers. It is at a pure demonic level." The old man added in despair, "Only a noble of the Freja lineage can defeat it. Go and warn the village. I will stay here to block its path and buy you a few minutes. Leave." Kiran was feigning strength and certainty, but in the depths of his soul, he was listening to his final heartbeats, ready to die with honor to protect the shepherd who had restored his faith in humanity. The previous strike was merely a greeting. Now let's see if this monstrosity is worth the effort of my awakening. Suddenly, a stone in his hand glowed with a blue light so piercing it nearly blinded the eyes. Kiran was stunned and recoiled. He realized that the terrifying explosion from moments ago was only a tiny fraction of this boy's energy. "How can this be?" the old man muttered in bewilderment. "A young sorcerer in the prime of his youth, hunting demonic spirits that even the high nobles tremble to mention?" While he was drowning in his questions, the stones and branches around Turan began to float in the air, drawn to his center of gravity, as if gravity itself had submitted to his command. Turan unleashed a gruesome aura, and Kiran realized the truth. This is not just a gifted knight. I am witnessing the birth of a being who will shake the throne of the world and upturn the balance of power. Energy began to flow from Turan's pores with a force that made the trees groan, and he smiled wildly. I have always wondered in my isolation, where do the limits of this fire dwelling in my veins end? He took a combat stance, his golden eyes gleaming with eternal defiance, ready to tear the demonic spirit to pieces. With absolute confidence, he repeated himself and to the forest, I want to know today how far this shepherd can reach in the heavens of power. Kiran shouted, trying to stop him. Don't be reckless. Talent isn't everything. This opponent exceeds your solo strength. Let us unite our powers or we will be crushed together. But the demonic spirit did not wait. It lunged like a black lightning toward Kiran, bearing claws dripping with poison and death. Without hesitation, Turan launched a magical projectile that intercepted the beast's path in a fraction of a second, saving the old man from the jaws of death. Kiran gasped as he saw the boy's mythical speed, realizing bitterly that he could barely see his movements. How could he possibly keep up with him? My presence here will only hinder him, the old man thought with humility. My duty now is not to fight, but to protect this legendary talent until it blooms and changes the face of history. Meanwhile, Turan unleashed a crushing mana explosion. A white flash erased the forest's blackness and destroyed a vast area of ancient trees. However, his features tightened, and he muttered in annoyance. Damn it, this thing is still breathing. My raw attack didn't cut it from the roots. The beast tried to kick him with massive here claws, but Turan leapt into the air with the grace of a bird, evading the strike by mere millimeters. Kiran guided with Rizé. Turan, demonic spirits do not die by physical strikes, no matter how strong. They feed on physical pain.
Turan retreated with a quick dash and asked him, Then how do I annihilate this shadow that refuses to perish? Kiran answered him with a shout. You need purifying elements. Use fire or lightning. Only magical elements can tear through the essence of evil spirits. Turan extended his hand, concentrating all his anger and curiosity into a single point. The air around him began to heat to the point of combustion. A searing blue flame shot toward the beast, but the attack seemed to hit a mirror. The beast was absorbing the elements as well, and the battle looked as if it would last forever. Turan wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the dying flame with frustration. It's not working. The fire vanishes before it even touches his cursed hide. Kiran shouted in a mix of bewilderment and discovery. Turan, you were trying to strike him with pure force. A sorcerer does not strike a living being directly. He establishes a link or a physical cause that affects them. Is it possible you don't know the simplest basics of magic? Kiran realized the catastrophe now. This boy is the one who killed the beast earlier, but he left it without absorbing the mana from its corpse, and that is precisely why this demonic spirit rose from its remains. The old man's shock doubled as he grasped the greater truth. This raw genius has never absorbed mana in his life. He fights with an innate, inexhaustible reservoir, without the slightest academic training. Kiran screamed, guiding him with all his might. Turan, first create the fire within your own surroundings, manifest it as an independent entity, then launch it with all your malice toward the beast's heart. He explained while monitoring his movements. Creating fire is easy for any sorcerer, but taming it and controlling its path requires years of tempering and dedication. Do not expect success on the first try. But the words froze in the old sorcerer's throat. Turan had succeeded in manifesting a mass of raging flames in a fraction of a second, as if the fire had been waiting for his signal since the dawn of time. Our hero did not waste a single second in wonder. The beast was approaching, and death does not wait for the hesitant. Turan struck the ground with his foot, a blow that shook the earth, and lunged like an arrow charged with a desperate desire to end this nightmare. He launched a fireball saturated with all the mana he possessed, as if a sun had suddenly been born in the heart of the dark forest. Boom! The attack struck the evil eye of the demonic spirit directly, and the place exploded with a light that blinded them both for moments. The body of the demonic tiger began to erode, consumed by the blue flames Turan had created, as if hell had opened beneath the beast's feet. Kiran shouted a warning. Do not stop now. Fix your gaze. Pump the mana without interruption, or the fire will die out and the monstrosity will be reborn. You must burn every atom of darkness in its being. If you leave behind even a single ash, we will not survive this time.
Turan closed his eyes, pouring all his hatred for the villagers' hypocrisy and all his love for his mother's promise into those flames, making them grow even fiercer and more intense. And so, under the weight of heat that melted the very rocks, the beast vanished completely, and the demonic spirit dissipated into nothingness. Kiran let out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul, his exhausted body relaxing with relief. It is over. What a terrifying monster. The old man thought in awe. That was a spirit that would require a squad of nobles to annihilate, but this simple shepherd, he erased its trace alone. This is something that will take me years to process. I witnessed a martial miracle tonight. Taran asked, looking at the spot of the charred corpse, "Sorcerer, can I go back to my sheep now? Is this game finished?" Kiran answered him gravely, "Not before you learn the most important lesson. You must absorb the remaining mana here immediately, or its remnants will summon other beasts." Our hero asked curiously, "And how do I do that?" Kiran smiled and said, "It is all in your mind. Imagine yourself as a black hole swallowing all the light around it, and make that energy a part of your blood." Taran closed his eyes, surrendering to the old man's advice, and relaxed his mental defenses. Suddenly, he felt a hidden pull tethering his heart to the smoldering remains of the ash. From the wreckage of the demonic spirit, threads of emerald green energy began to rise like serpents of light, drawn toward the palm of the young shepherd. It was not mere absorption, it was a total invasion. Taran swallowed that mana entirely in seconds, turning the beast's remains to cold, lifeless ash. When he opened his eyes, they were no longer golden or blue. They glowed with a deep green flash, reflecting the power of nature and the mana that had settled within his depths. He felt a heat coursing through his veins, as if rivers of light had carved their way inside his body, opening energy channels that had been blocked since the moment of his birth. Taran stood bewildered, staring at his hands which trembled with a strength he had never known before. What is this feeling? It's as if the whole world is pulsing beneath my skin. Kiran smiled with dignity. It is the magic of the first awakening. You will feel as though you have been born anew, though your mind may need time to process this flood of power. The sorcerer asked him gravely, "Was this truly the first time you have fed on mana?" Taran nodded silently, astonishment still holding him in its grip. Kiran explained the reality of the world. Mana grows slowly like an ancient tree, and the fastest way to refine it is to tear it from beasts, or from the sorcerers you strike down on the battlefield. The old man contemplated the boy with internal amazement. If this is only his beginning, with this innate capacity for control, then we are facing a human monster who will surpass all limits of logic. Taran, you are not merely gifted, you are an exceptional being, a curse or a blessing that will change the face of this continent. Kiran called to him in a low voice to snap him out of his daze, then made a move the young man never expected. The 75-year-old sorcerer bowed with profound respect. "I apologize for my insolence and my poor judgment. Tell me, master, to which noble family do you belong?" Taran was flustered by this sudden submission and waved his hand dismissively. "Stop this nonsense, old man. And look at your arm. The wound is bleeding heavily. My respect won't do you any good if you drop dead from blood loss." They returned to the cottage under the dim light of dawn. There, Taran cleaned and dressed Kiran's arm with the skill of a shepherd accustomed to tending the wounds of his flock. Kiran said in a faint voice, "Forgive my crudeness, and forgive me for dragging you into a battle that was my responsibility. I put your life in danger." Taran replied as he tied the bandage firmly, "I am not an important person for you to apologize to. I'm just a shepherd living on this mountain, and I don't even know who my father is."
He looked into Chiron's eyes with absolute seriousness. "Stop apologizing. It's over." The old man yielded before that look which brokered no argument. Chiron went quiet for a moment, then asked curiously, "Why does a sorcerer possessing the power of nobles choose to live as a shepherd of sheep? This garment does not suit the stature of your great soul." Taran sighed. "This was my vow to my mother. She kept repeating to me that this mountain was my only fortress until she drew her final breath. She warned me that the world of nobles below is nothing but a slaughterhouse for talent. They would use me as a tool, then discard me like trash when their purpose is served." Chiron commented solemnly, "Your mother was a very wise woman." Taran felt confused. He had grown used to thinking his mother's commandments were born of excessive fear, and he never imagined a professional sorcerer like Chiron would endorse such isolation. Chiron broke the silence with a tone of solemnity. "My son, your mother was not exaggerating her fears. She was reading a reality written in blood long before you were born. You carry in your veins a power that does not merely attract mana, but attracts conflict and ambition like a magnet, exactly as happened 2 decades ago." The sorcerer recalled memories of the bloody war. 20 years ago, the world was ignited by the fires of conflict between the great noble families. Back then, I was a loyal servant of the Arabian family in its war against the tyrannical Zahar family. In a single battle, I saw thousands evaporate like smoke. Out of 3,000 magic-armored knights who served Arabian that day, 900 of them fell within hours, leaving behind a forest of shattered weapons and cold bodies. The old man's eyes darkened. Unfortunately, my comrades, the friends of my lifetime, and everyone with whom I shared my bread and salt were among that third that did not taste survival. The war did not stop at friends. It consumed my family as well. My wife and son perished under the weight of the enemy's magic, and nothing remains of my tree but a dry branch. Me. So yes, your mother was right. A knight's life withers faster than a flower in a child's hand. But despite her wisdom, she miscalculated one thing. Taran knit his brows with curiosity. What did she fail to calculate? Chiron admitted in awe. The extent of the miracle that dwells within you. You crushed a demonic spirit with a brilliance that I myself did not possess when I was your age. Your potential, Taran, transcends the limits of knights. You possess an innate talent that rivals and perhaps surpasses the summits of the nobles themselves. You are a jewel that lost its way to the mountain. Taran remained silent, watching the flames consume the wood, while the walls of his old reality crumbled. He whispered to himself in doubt,
Was the story of my father being just a knight a white lie from my mother to keep me by her side? Chiron explained, the world is full of rarities. Among the greats, a child without a spark may be born, and among the commoners, a titan with the rank of a noble may emerge. Therefore you must leave this peak. The world is waiting for you. Taran asked him, and why should I leave my peace for a world that is burning? The old man replied, because humanity still lives in narrow fortresses. We are not yet the masters of this world, and there are monsters waiting for someone to tame them.
But he quickly apologized with a smile. Forgive me, I forgot that you haven't studied the secrets of mana and the alphabets of the lineages. Chiron explained, what distinguishes a noble from a knight is the lineage ability. These are mysterious inherited traits that grant their owner a superiority no one else possesses. Traits that do not need to be learned, but flow in the blood. He asked with interest, tell me, is there a magical act you found suspiciously easy, or a strange ability you possess without consuming a single atom of mana? Turan thought deeply. I thought the power of mana was what made me faster and physically stronger than any villager I met, but my sense of smell is unnaturally sharp, and my hand tells me the location of the target before I even throw my stone. My throws never miss. Chiron shook his head. A sharp nose is a strong hereditary trait, and the brilliance in throwing weapons is the pride of the Arabian family. But it is common. There must be something else. The sorcerer asked him to continue explaining in detail, so Turan began to recount the details of the strange incidents that had occurred to him over 8 years. After a few moments, Chiron's features froze, and he said in a faint voice, I understand now. Turan noticed that the old man was looking at him with terror mixed with reverence, as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. Turan called out to the old man in a voice filled with confusion, but Chiron was drowned in his own bewilderment. Finally, he whispered in a trembling voice, the picture is clear now. I know with certainty which of the noble families granted you their terrifying legacy. Turan fixed his gaze at the elder's eyes and asked sharply, which family are you talking about, and who are these people you claim I belong to? A deathly silence hung over the cottage, and the laughter of the flames in the hearth faded as Chiron struggled with his painful memories before speaking the truth. Chiron said bitterly, your abilities, my boy, your predatory senses and the lethal precision of your throws belong to one of the greatest and most ferocious noble families in the kingdom, those whom everyone nicknames the Stalkers or Human Hunters. Then he unveiled the name that makes the world tremble. It is the Zahar family, the lineage that brought woe upon my own family, the fierce rival against whom I fought bone-crushing wars 20 years ago. The words fell like a thunderbolt upon Turan's ears, his blood froze in his veins, and his tongue failed to speak, as he began to realize that his destiny had become tied to the greatest enemy of the man who had just saved his life. The name Zahar echoed in Turan's mind like a never-ending thunderclap. His features froze as he struggled with the idea that the blood flowing in his veins was the same that had caused all that ruin for his guest. He stared at his hands in bewilderment, unable to believe he shared lineage with the tyrants who had given Chiron the bitterness of loss and loneliness for all those years. He looked at the old man with eyes filled with brokenness, wondering in secret, must I apologize for the sins of relatives whose faces I have never seen? Am I a partner in their crimes simply by birth? Suddenly, the heavy wall of silence broke. Chiron called to our hero in a calm voice overflowing with wisdom and serenity, bringing Turan back to reality. The elder placed a warm hand on the young man's shoulder and said gently, do not carry the burden of your blood, my son. You did not participate in their fighting, nor were you a hand upon their swords. Do not let a sin you did not commit devour your heart. Despite the words of consolation, the weight of guilt continued to press upon Turan's chest, for how could he forget that his lineage was the one that displaced this noble man? Chiron explained with an expert's philosophy, those were the wars of the great and the struggles for power. Feeding hatred with new blood will only increase the world's destruction. We are here now, and that is what matters. Turan asked him in a faint tone, don't you feel any regret? The old man inquired with surprise. What do you mean specifically? Don't you regret suggesting I leave the mountain? Perhaps if I descend and the world sees my identity, I will become a monster like my ancestors. Chiron replied with certainty, if you sought power alone, your talent would inevitably lead you to the throne of Zahar. But I trust completely in the purity of your mettle and the wisdom of your mind, which bears no resemblance to their tyranny. I saw your true essence when you risked the secret you kept for 8 years to save a stranger you didn't know. That is a nobility that cannot be bought with gold. The old man continued with a grand dream. In fact, I believe a young man with your heart, if he reached a position of influence in that mighty family, might be the one capable of extinguishing the fires of terrible wars forever. Perhaps you are the peace that we failed to achieve with our magic and our swords. Chiron tried to lighten the moment, laughing as he said, don't take things with such deadly seriousness now. Your joining them is still just a possibility in the unseen future, and you haven't decided your path yet. Turan looked toward the distant horizon where the sun rose over villages he had never visited and said firmly, I have made my decision. The fog in my thoughts have cleared now.
With a confident smile carrying the spirit of adventure, he announced, "I will descend from this hill. I will explore the world and see what those distant cities hide from the eyes of shepherds." Chiron nodded with dignity. "I knew your soul was too large to be imprisoned by a mountain. It seems you have thought long and hard about this." But Turon added with loyalty, "I will not leave now. I will wait until your wound is completely healed and you regain your strength." The old man protested, "It is just a simple scratch. There is no need to delay your destiny for me." But Turon's kindness was as stubborn as his strength. He insisted on staying, and during those days of recovery, the small cottage transformed into a unique magical school. Chiron began teaching him the academic foundations. Magic requires mana as fuel, and that is why we nickname it the key to absolute ability. It is what opens the doors of the impossible. Turon contemplated the word with reverence, but Chiron immediately warned him, "Do not be deceived by the name. It is not absolute in the literal sense, but rather an energy governed by strict laws that do not pity the ignorant." Turon asked with his usual intelligence, "And what is the standard that determines if the mana is suitable for the magic I intend? How do I know the correct rhythm?" Chiron straightened in his seat and raised 3 fingers with a teacher's dignity. Difficulty and complexity in the world of magic are governed by 3 knights. First, lineage. Second, affinity. Third, causality. Listen closely, for here your true path begins. The first factor is lineage. It is the gift born in your blood that determines the ceiling of your abilities. This is the secret behind the noble's superiority over ordinary knights. Chiron tapped his arm bandage bitterly. "I, for example, despite my experience, do not possess healing magic. I cannot close this wound with an incantation, no matter how hard I try. But in the far south, there are lineages whose children are born with an innate ability to repair bone and flesh without training, because healing flows in their blood like water." Turon asked intelligently, "And what about the second factor?" Chiron replied, "Affinity. It means absolute familiarity. A sorcerer excels in the magic toward which his heart and mind lean more than any other." Turon nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. That's why when I threw the fireball, it didn't feel strange. Instead, it felt as if I were throwing a stone with my sling, with the same precision and fluidity." Chiron shook his head in confirmation. "Exactly. If another sorcerer tried to mimic your throw, he would not possess the same speed or destructive power, because your fire was born from your experience as a hunter." The old man's tone turned serious. "As for the last and most dangerous factor, it is causality. It is a very complex concept, so much so that I have spent my life and still remain ignorant of its full essence." Chiron asked suddenly, "If you wanted to kill me right now using only pure mana, what do you imagine would happen?" Turon answered frankly, "I imagine I would pierce your head with my energy." Chiron wagged his finger in negation. "Wrong. The result would be very meager, because you lack causality. Look at this cup to know what I mean." The water in the cup began to boil violently as soon as Chiron touched it. Trying to create a difficult result directly with mana is like trying to boil the ocean with a matchstick. Wasted energy for a weak result. Turon peered at the evaporating cup and said, "I'm starting to understand. To strike down an enemy, instead of just wishing for their death with mana, I must create a logical cause that leads to their death. Like summoning a fireball and launching it. Fire burns by its nature, and the launch delivers it to the target. This natural sequence makes magic more lethal and less consuming." Chiron was fascinated, his eyes widening. "What a genius! Your mind analyzes magical dilemmas as if you were a scientist who spent his life in laboratories, not a shepherd in the mountains." Turon cut in, questioning, "I control the mountain animals easily, so why do magical beasts refuse to obey me?" Chiron explained, "The difference is the mana reservoir. Beasts possess a strong ego that protects their will from being breached." The conversation continued until the early hours of dawn. Every word the old man spoke opened horizons for Turon he never dreamed of. Turon realized at that moment that a great sorcerer is not just one who possesses immense energy, but one who understands the laws of existence and harnesses them to serve his will. Turon asked quietly, "And the Tsar family, my bloodline, what is their special magic that everyone fears?" Chiron answered gravely, "Infiltration, tracking, and total invisibility. They are the ghosts of the kingdom. Now, try to summon that ability within yourself." Turon agreed without hesitation. He closed his eyes and focused on a single point. "I don't want anyone to feel my presence. No sound, no smell, not even a shadow." Suddenly, thick white smoke began to rise from his body, surrounding him like a cocoon of nothingness, amidst Chiron's silent amazement. Turon wondered from behind the curtain of smoke. Did something happen? Did I succeed in creating the link? In the blink of an eye, Turon's body vanished from the chair completely, as if he had never been there at all. Chiron stood stunned, staring at the empty seat, and shouted in fascination, "You did it! You have vanished completely from my sight and my senses. Welcome to the world of the stalkers, O descendant of Tsar."
Chiron's body stiffened and his hand trembled. Seeing that ability again was not merely a magical display, but a reopening of wounds from a past whose blood had not yet dried. He scanned the corners of the narrow room. It was completely empty. Not a trace of Turon remained. No shadow, no sound, not even the presence of a living being.
The air suddenly rippled, and Turan reappeared in his place. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "It has been an eternity since I saw this ghost lurking in the light." This is the skill that made the Arabian Knights tremble in their tents, the ability to erase one's existence that distinguished the elite assassins of Zahar. But he added in a didactic tone, "Despite its power, remember that invisibility is not a god. It has gaps and weaknesses known to experts, and you must beware of them." Kiran decided to grant the boy the keys to survival and began teaching him secret training methods to refine his raw magic and transform it into a disciplined weapon. Turan stopped and asked him with a grave tone, "Do you not feel the danger? You are training a sorcerer from the family that brought you woe. Do you not fear that the magic will turn on the magician?" The old man smiled sincerely. "You saved my life and bandaged my wounds when you could have killed me. My blood pulses with trust in your character, not in your family name." The scene shifted to the noise of the village, where the chief cried out in shock that rocked the market. "What has gotten into you? Selling the whole flock and leaving? Have you gone mad, Turan?" Our hero had already packed his belongings and stood with his usual coldness before the grumbling of the chief, who feared the loss of the village's free shepherd. Turan asked him with biting sarcasm, "Since when did I need your permission to manage my own property? Did you think I would spend my life as a servant to your illusions?" Then he delivered his final threat. "Either you buy these sheep at a fair price now, or I will open the pens and let them loose in the mountains to be lost forever. The choice is yours." The man who had tasted Turan's strike earlier rushed toward the chief, panic filling his face. "Buy them from him, chief. This boy is not joking, and he will certainly do it." The chief exhaled in frustration. He knew for a certainty that Turan was a man of his word, and that provoking him today could cost the village its entire livestock wealth. Under this pressure, he found no choice but to hand him a heavy bag of coins. "Take it and leave in peace. Do as you wish." As he was leaving the village boundaries with Kiran, Turan remembered something. "Sorcerer, these bastards owe you a reward for defeating the beast." He added seriously, "If you wish, I can return now and wring your right from them by force. They understand no other language." But Kiran shook his head in a firm refusal. "There is no need for that. You were the one who truly defeated the beast, and you are the one who deserves the reward. Take it for your journey." Turan smiled with grateful agreement, and they continued walking in silence, broken only by the rustling of the trees that had witnessed their battle. Finally, they reached a desolate crossroads in the heart of the forest. Kiran stopped and said in a calm voice, "Here our shared path ends, my son. It is time for us to part." The old man apologized gently for not traveling together. "Forgive me, but I have spent my life serving others, and now I feel more at peace when I am accompanied only by my shadow."
Turan bowed his head with genuine reverence. "I understand your desire for freedom, sorcerer. Thank you for every drop of knowledge you granted me, and for the lessons with which you saved my soul before my body." Chiron painted a warm smile, the first time his face appeared free from the burdens of war. "Go forth, my son, and take good care of yourself, for the world below does not share the kindness of your heart." Turan replied with a confident smile, "I hope destiny leads us to another meeting in a more peaceful time." They exchanged one last look of farewell before choosing two different paths. Our hero stood in his place for a long time, watching Chiron's figure grow smaller and smaller until it vanished completely behind a bend in the road, leaving behind the silence of the forest. At that moment, Turan realized a hidden secret. He understood why he had so firmly refused to let Chiron address him with formal titles or bow to him as a descendant of nobles. For although his mother had showered him with love, the void of a father had remained a silent hole in his heart, and now in that old sorcerer he had found the echo he had been searching for. Chiron had become more than a teacher. He became the role model Turan aspired to be one day, a man who possesses absolute power but chooses nobility and humility as his path. The greenery of the mountain fades to give way to a completely different scene, a barren, endless wasteland under a scorching, merciless sun. Mighty winds howl between sharp rocky cliffs, stirring up golden dust that obscures vision and chokes the breath. In the midst of this sandy hell, Turan walks alone, his shepherd's clothes replaced by a cloak that protects him from the searing heat, with steady steps that know no retreat. He shields his eyes with his palm from the flying dust, continuing his march into a land of which it is said, "He who enters is lost, and he who exits is reborn." Suddenly, Turan stopped in his tracks. His senses, refined by his lineage, began to pick up a strange movement amidst the glare. He glimpsed shadows moving on the distant horizon. Is that a merchant caravan? Is it possible there are traders brave enough to cross these wastes? A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Obtaining a map or a companion who knows the way would save him the trouble of days of wandering. He decided to approach the group with one question in his mind. Where is the nearest city that contains humans other than these rocks? But the reception was not as he had hoped. The leader of the group stepped forward with aggressive strides and shouted sharply, "Who are you, you vagabond, and how dare you intercept our path like this?" Turan maintained his composure.
I am merely a traveler who has lost his way, seeking the nearest inhabited city in this place. The man pointed mockingly toward the north. Follow the trail we came from, and you will reach the city of Murray. Now, be gone. Turan thanked him and prepared to leave. But before he could take a single step, the sound of a malicious laugh rose from behind him. Easy there, boy. Where are you going in such a hurry? Turan turned to find one of the men blocking his path with a look full of greed. Do you think information in this desert is given for free? Our hero knit his brows in confusion. What do you mean? I asked and you answered. Isn't that what travelers do? The man replied, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. In the law of the sand, he who takes something must pay the price, and now it's time to pay. In the blink of an eye, the members of the group drew their swords, which gleamed under the sun, and surrounded him from every side. Put your bag on the ground now, and don't try anything stupid. Our hero's eyes flashed with a sudden coldness. He had just realized he had not met merchants, but had fallen into a trap of bandits who prey on the blood of strangers. The bandit leader grinned a yellow smile, advancing the blade of his sword towards Turan's neck. Don't worry, no one will hear your screams, for the death of a stranger like you in this desert isn't worth the price of the sand that will cover him. They surrounded him from every side, and one of them shouted while brandishing his blade, "Hand over everything you own quietly, while we are in a generous mood. Death in the desert is long and painful, so do not make us shorten it for you." Turan looked into their greedy eyes and realized the truth. These are not just thieves seeking money, they are human monsters addicted to the scent of blood, and they will not leave me alive in either case. At that critical moment, as the blades drew near his body, Turan summoned Chiron's voice in his mind, explaining the rules of causality. Do not demand the result from nothingness. Instead, create a logical path for it. A confident smile, cold as mountain ice, formed on his lips, causing the bandits to hesitate for a moment. He said in a calm voice, as if speaking to himself, "I have been looking for a field to test my master's lessons. Thank you. You will be my lab rats today." The bandits exchanged bewildered looks, and one of them burst into mocking laughter. "Listen to this fool. He speaks as if he were a sorcerer from the great lineages. Show us your magic, you wretched shepherd." Suddenly, Turan's hand glowed with a brilliant blue light, and the sands shook violently beneath their feet. With a circular motion of his palm, a cyclone of mighty winds erupted, tossing all the bandits into the air like withered leaves in a storm. Turan thought in awe as he watched the destruction. Forming wind through hand movement consumes a fraction of mana compared to summoning it from the void. I didn't expect causality to make such simple energy create a storm of this magnitude. The bandits slammed into the hard ground, astonishment paralyzing their movements. What is this? Is he truly a sorcerer? Impossible! Without granting them a single second to catch their breath, he pulled a water flask from his belt and poured its contents into the air, then cast a freezing spell upon it. In the blink of an eye, the airborne water transformed into a sharp ice spear swimming in the scorching desert air, ready to strike. He didn't stop there. He shaped pointed ice bullets from the remaining moisture in the atmosphere, surrounding him from every side. The bandit who had mocked him earlier retreated, his face turning the color of ash, realizing that the angel of death stood before him in a traveler's cloak. With a flick of Turan's finger, the ice bullet streaked forward, piercing the bandit's body with lethal precision, silencing his screams forever. Turan analyzed the situation coldly. Magic is amazing. Spells are more lethal near the sources of their elements, but my instinct still tells me that throwing stones with mana is faster and more destructive. The leader's courage collapsed, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Mercy on our lives, great master. We didn't know you were a sorcerer. Take our horses, our gold, and everything we have. Just let us live." But his treacherous eyes were watching the daggers of his remaining followers. They were feigning weakness to gain a few seconds for a betrayal. Turan sensed their treachery and stomped on the ground with all the mana strength he could muster. The earth exploded beneath them, and pointed stone pillars emerged like mountain fangs, piercing the bandits' bodies and hoisting them toward the sky in a majestic and terrifying scene. The leader froze in his place, staring in horror at the corpses of his followers dangling from the stone pillars, their faces masked in a pure terror they had never seen, even in their worst nightmares. His mind could not process the tragedy. Within minutes, his invincible group had been turned into human wreckage at the hands of a single boy who hadn't even blinked. Turan stepped forward with calm strides toward the collapsed bandit leader, who began to plead in a humiliated tone. "I will answer anything. I will be your guide, your slave. Just keep that blade away from my neck." Our hero paused and asked in a mysterious tone, "Why did you attack me with such recklessness? Did it not occur to you that a lone traveler in this wasteland might hide the power of a sorcerer beneath his clothes?" The leader answered, his voice trembling, "All that happened was because of your manners. You bowed to us and thanked us with such excessive perfection. That is what lured us into the trap." The thief explained bitterly, "We thought you were easy prey because, in our world, the strong do not bow, nor do they act politely with strangers. Your dignity deceived us." Turan silenced for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you. I have just learned a valuable lesson from a thief. It seems that politeness in this world is interpreted as weakness."
A glimmer of false hope appeared on the leader's face. He thought the polite boy would forgive him and let him go simply for hearing the truth. But directly above his head, a single drop of water began to float in the air, slowly transforming into a pointed ice blade gleaming under the sun. Turan recalled Kiran's final advice. You will meet many faces on your path, and some will try to exploit your kindness to tear you apart. Have no pity for the scum of the earth. Bandits who have grown accustomed to harming the weak do not deserve a second chance. Turan now understood the meaning of that severity. Forgiving a human wolf out of pity is not nobility. Rather, it is a crime against 10 innocent people who will fall into this thief's grip tomorrow if you leave him alive. Turan said with a cutting coldness, I have been delayed long enough. It is time for my departure, and time for your reckoning. With a swift movement, it was all over. He continued his journey into the heart of the desert, leaving behind an eternal silence shrouding the corpses of the traitors. He followed the wheel tracks of the wagon left by the bandits, disguising himself in the garb of a traveling merchant to blend in with any caravans he might encounter. For the first time since leaving the mountain, he felt a weight in his chest. A single thought carved its way into his mind. I have taken human lives tonight. A sting of guilt pricked him, but he quickly summoned Kiran's warning to fortify his heart. He had no other choice to stay alive. He knew for a certainty that one who steals lives without blinking would return to do it again. Thus, his death was the only way to protect the innocent. The journey continued for days under the glare of the sand, until the wheel tracks began to disappear and merge with firmer soil. Suddenly, his feet stepped upon green grass once more. The scent of damp earth brought back memories of distant Mount Sail. Turan finally reached the edge of a new world, a world buzzing with life, colors, and a noise he had never known. He stopped, astonishment silencing his tongue. He could hardly believe his eyes as he saw the architectural grandeur looming before him. In the distant horizon stretched a giant city, centered by a legendary palace whose towers touched the clouds. That was Murai, the pearl of the north and the center of power. A city pulsing with movement, where the dreams of nobles meet the blood of knights, and here the true legend of Turan would begin. Turan stood in his tracks, astonishment storming through his mind. His eyes had never fallen upon such a vast multitude of people, buzzing in one space like a raging beehive. He raised his head, contemplating the towering architecture and the engravings decorating the walls. Everything seemed different and formidable compared to the humble mud houses of his mountain village. As he pushed his way through the crowd, he inhaled a mixture of spice scents, leather, and din, feeling for the first time a total certainty. I have entered the beating heart of true civilization.
The glint of colorful fruits caught his eye, so he approached a fruit seller who received him with a broad, commercial smile. Welcome, boy! What does your heart desire from our orchard today? Turan answered with calm, rural honesty. My apologies. I am not here to buy at the moment. Rather, I am searching for my way. He recalled Kiran's advice echoing in his ears. The first thing you do when you set foot in the city is search for a safe inn to shelter you from the treachery of the night. As soon as the merchant learned that Turan was not a customer, his features shifted to a scowl, and he shouted rudely, Then do not stand here and block my path. Begone and seek your information far from my goods. Turan was amazed by this sudden shift and blatant insolence. Is there an unwritten law that forces me to buy before I am allowed to ask for directions? To overcome the obstacle, he pointed to some apples and asked for their price. The man answered in a dry tone, 6 dubs for one, and payment is in advance. The merchant began to examine him with curiosity as he saw him take out his coins. You seem like a complete stranger to these lands. If you do not have dubs, I accept the exchange of other currencies I do not mind. Turan paid the price in silence, so the merchant quickly changed his tune. Follow this straight road, then turn right at the Great Square and look for a building with a bright blue roof. It is the largest in that area. It combines being a boisterous tavern and an inn for the night. Indeed, Turan reached the intended building and stepped inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by an employee named Lena with an extremely friendly smile, and she did not miss the opportunity to praise his distinguished appearance in her usual manner with travelers. Turan asked her directly about the cost of staying for one night, politely ignoring her compliments. She informed her that the price was 16 dubs per day, so he nodded in agreement and decided to rent the room immediately. He handed her the bag of money but stopped her before she could leave. There is an important matter I would like to inquire about before I go up to my room. Lena grasped the money skillfully, and intense interest appeared on her face. Strangers who pay generously often carry interesting questions. He asked her gravely, Are there demonic beasts wreaking havoc nearby, and have rewards been posted for those who crush them? His goal was to absorb mana to strengthen his magic and gather money to secure his journey. Silence prevailed for a moment, and Lena seemed as if she were weighing her words, which prompted Turan to ask her, Why did you suddenly go quiet? Is my question that strange? Lena replied with commercial coldness, In Murai, sir, nothing is given for free. Even answers have a price. Then she added, pointing politely, You must head to the City Hall. That is where the secrets you seek lie. Confusion appeared on Turan's face. City Hall? What do you mean by that term? Lena laughed with light mockery. What a naive country boy. The hall is the city's administrative heart. That is where public affairs are managed, and employees work directly under the local governor's command. Go there, and you will find the Hunted Dead list. Lena pointed toward the window where the city lights had begun to fade. In any case, the hall is closed now. Bureaucracy does not operate under the moonlight. I advise you to go with the first rays of dawn if you are serious about hunting. The good opportunities are snatched up before the sun fully rises." She tilted her head curiously and asked him, "Tell me, are you truly a soul hunter?" Turan gave her a puzzled look, not understanding this newly coined title once again. She laughed lightly and explained, "There's an old rumor that says ordinary humans can transform into sorcerers if they drink the mana of demonic beasts. Is this your impossible dream?" Suddenly, a massive, rough hand settled on Turan's shoulder, and a booming voice cut through the conversation. "Whoever dares to call the truth a ridiculous myth is a fool who doesn't know how things are run in the shadows." Our hero turned to find a man of giant stature, wearing worn leather armor that reeked of battle. It was Maidan, one of the most famous beast hunters in the tavern. Maidan confirmed in a confident tone, "It is an absolute truth. I have seen humans awaken their powers after a bloody hunt." Lena gasped in amazement. "Maidan, have you returned alive from the Black Forest?" Maidan replied, wiping sweat from his brow, "I swore that the dust would not cover me until I reached the rank of sorcerers." At that, Turan brushed the man's hand off his shoulder with cutting coldness. Maidan apologized for his intrusion, but Turan's curiosity had been piqued. "Tell me more. How can hunting transform a mortal body into a vessel for mana?" The hunter explained enthusiastically, "Sorcerers grow stronger by hunting, don't they? Therefore, logic says that absorbing a beast's energy at its death must leave an impact on ordinary humans as well." Maidan reeled his companion sitting in the corner. "We dedicate our lives to chasing those monstrosities, longing for that moment when the spark of magic ignites within us." Turan asked quietly, "And has any of you succeeded?" Maidan sighed with a broken spirit. "It is as rare as miracles. In this massive city there are only 4 sorcerers, the governor and his chosen disciples." Maidan examined Turan's simple clothes and his hands, which were empty of swords. "But look at you. Do you even possess a weapon that could scratch the hide of a small beast?" With quiet confidence, Turan pulled his old sling from his belt. Maidan caught sight of it and laughed. "That thing? It looks like it has only seen wars against rabbits and mountain foxes." Our hero replied coldly, "I can throw a stone the size of an egg at a speed that pierces armor." But Maidan shook his head. "In Marais, that is only good for hunting dinner, not for facing the demons of the forest." Despite his mockery, Maidan added seriously, "My group needs someone skilled in long-range combat. What do you think about joining us? Hunting in a group is safer." Turan traced a slight smile, expressing his appreciation, but he answered with certainty, "Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to walk my path alone." Later, in the quiet of his modest room, Turan lay on his wooden bed thinking, "Partnering with others means sharing secrets, and that is the last thing I need right now." He closed his eyes, reviewing the reel of his long day, from the lethal desert sands to the tavern's din and the endless magical lessons. He looked at his bag lying in the corner and whispered to himself, "I have truly left the village. There are no more sheep for me to tend and no mountains to hide behind. What does the dawn hold for me in this city? Will I find the beast that will grant me the power Chiron promised?" Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, a firm and unexpected knock pierced his room door, making his senses alert in seconds. He sat up quickly, his hand feeling for his sling and stones, and asked in a cautious voice, "Who was knocking at this hour?"
Not a forest of beasts, it is a forest of humans, and the predators within wear elegant clothes and smiling faces. In the present, Turan concentrated his mana into his fingertips and advanced toward the door with silent steps, prepared to face any danger knocking in the dead of night. He opened a very small crack, his eye watching for the dagger or magic that might thrust toward his chest. But astonishment paralyzed his movement, and his combat energy vanished in a single second. Behind the door, he found no assassin, but rather Lena, the receptionist, who asked in a low whisper, "Apologies for the intrusion. Were you already deep in sleep?" Turan was flustered and took a step back. The beauty and cunning of the city were attacking him now in a way he had never trained for on the mountain. Lena approached, feigning concern. "I thought the room might be too cold for you on this desert night, so I came to see if you needed some extra warmth." Turan asked her stoically, "What do you mean? Is there a problem with the heating system?" She looked at him with sly admiration and said, "The matter is too plain to explain, country boy." The young woman offered her services for a small sum of money, to which Turan asked coldly, "And what if I have no desire to buy your so-called warmth?" She drew closer until her breath nearly touched his face. "Don't lie to yourself. Your youthful features betray your need, and money is paid to forget exhaustion." Suddenly, Turan closed his eyes firmly, his face shifting into a legendary stillness, as if he were a monk who had reached the peak of enlightenment in the depths of the ocean. His features became like stone. Lena was shocked and recoiled in bewilderment. She had not expected her charm to be met with this kind of absolute and dry rejection. In that moment, the specter of Chiron appeared in our hero's memory, laughing warningly, "Beware of falling into the snares of the inn-girls, Turan. Those flowers in the cities often carry poisoned thorns and malignant diseases that devour a sorcerer's body before his soul. Do not follow your fleeting desires and fall into a trap you will regret for the rest of your life. Keep the mana of your body pure." Lena left the room muttering angry words, her pride shattered before the statue that had refused her offer. Turan sighed and bolted the door. Life in Marais is truly exhausting. The fruit seller sells words, and Lena sells warmth. Everyone is biting into my money bag. How can humans demand a price for the simplest feelings or the most trivial information? Is this the world I promised my mother I would see? In the dark corridor of the inn, the beast hunter Maiden was approaching his room, and one of his followers asked him with disapproval, "Why do you care about that newcomer? He doesn't even look capable of slaughtering a chicken." Maiden answered with a rough laugh. "His fatal arrogance will make him a tasty meal to lure the beasts. That way we can pounce on them while they're busy tearing him apart." But deep in his heart, Maiden saw in Turin's eyes a reflection of his own lost youth. He was sincerely worried about that dilapidated sling the boy carried. Maiden thought bitterly, if he stays close to us, perhaps he will have a chance to stay alive for another night, for death in the Black Forest has no mercy for those who are alone.
On his wooden bed, a faint and cold smile played across Turan's face. His heightened senses picked up every whisper from behind the thin walls of the inn. He listened to the conversation of Maidan and his companions, realizing that their transparent deception made the city warmer than he expected. For him, human cunning was easier to tame than the beasts of the forest. With the first threads of dawn emerging, Turan headed toward City Hall with confident strides, marking the true beginning of a journey of hunting and blood. Inside, an official received him with dry formality and asked in a robotic tone, "How can the governor's office assist you, traveler?" Turan asked him calmly, "Are you an official employee here?" The man raised his eyebrows in wonder. "Does my appearance suggest otherwise? I am the voice of the governor in this department." Turan got straight to the point. "I have come to request a license to hunt demonic beasts." The pen fell from the official's hand, and he was seized by bewilderment at the boy's audacity. In that moment, Kieran's voice rang in his mind. "The world will not smile upon you, my son, nor will it roll out the red carpet just because you ask for it. There is no reason for strangers to show you mercy. The only way to force them to respect you is through the language of power alone. Prove to them that you are a sorcerer, and only then will you see heads bow to you in reverence and fear." The official handed Turan the application form cautiously and warned him in a stern tone, "Look at the poster here. It is strictly forbidden to take it with you. The laws do not play around." When Turan's eyes fell upon the drawing on the poster, he asked with feigned innocence, "Is this a magical crow?" The official mocked him loudly. "A crow? Do you see it as a cat, for instance? I doubt you have the talent to distinguish beasts, so how will you even kill it?" The man alerted him. "You must bring the entire carcass. If the mana is not purified, it will turn into an evil spirit to wreak havoc, and purifying it requires a professional sorcerer." Turan replied coldly, "I know the rules well." The official added threateningly, "Leaving the corpse of a magical beast behind is a crime punishable by immediate execution." Our hero remembered his past with evil spirits and said firmly, "I will not repeat the mistakes of the past. I will bring you what you requested." Turan asked, "Do the knights not hunt these beasts?" The official laughed with disdain. "The knights maintain the refined order of the city. They have no time for the filth outside. This kind of blood-stained work is reserved for wretches like you looking to earn their bread in the forests." Turan left the hall without another word, while the official's gaze followed him coldly. The man thought gloomily, "Another corpse to be added to the wreckage of the walls. The young are always in a hurry for their demise." However, only a very short few moments passed before the doors of the hall shook violently. Suddenly, the massive carcass of the magical crow thudded onto the marble floor, a deep and piercing wound in its chest dripping black blood. The officials froze in their places, their pupils dilating in absolute shock. The boy had only left the premises a few minutes ago. Turan stood over the carcass calmly, coolly wiping his hands, and said, "I finished it off on my own. Is the reward ready, or do I need another proof?" Turan stood calmly while everyone looked at him with a sacred sort of terror. He asked in a dry tone, "I have brought the carcass as requested. Where is my reward?" The official's forehead broke into a sweat, and he stammered, trying to pull himself together. Yes, of course. We will pay you immediately, Master Hunter." With a trembling hand, he handed him a heavy bag of coins and added, "Here, go and rest for a while. Surely a battle like that must have drained your energy." Turan did not turn to acknowledge his words. Meanwhile, the staff crowded around the carcass in amazement. The wings were perfectly intact, as if they were a work of art. How did he manage to kill a blade crow without scratching a single feather? This isn't hunting, this is terrifying precision. One of the employees noticed that Turan had not moved. He remained standing like a rock, staring at the mission board. The employee asked cautiously, "Why haven't you gone to sleep?" Turan surprised him with an even weightier question. "Are there other beasts on the list worth the effort? Give me the hardest one." The employee was shocked, feeling a sense of vertigo. Is this boy not satisfied? He just returned from the brink of death and is asking for more, as if he's going for a stroll. The scene shifts to the dining hall of the inn, where the table groaned under the weight of the finest dishes and most expensive delicacies, sights the villagers had never seen. Lena stepped forward, putting the finishing touches on the feast, and said in awe, "I never imagined in my life that a boy as thin as you would defeat 30 demonic beasts in just 3 days." She commented while watching the glint of gold in his pocket, "You must be the richest person in this tavern now." Meanwhile, Turan was devouring the food with an indescribable hunger. He paused for a moment and said seriously, "Money is just a means, Lena. My true goal is much further than mere pieces of metal. The mana latent within those beasts is what I seek. Every beast I bring down increases the flame of power in my veins." Turan noted with pride that his mana reserves had multiplied several times since parting with Kiran. He began to feel the energy flowing like a river through his body. But he thought with a sorcerer's intellect, there is a limit to this type of growth. Weak beasts won't take me to the top. I need mana that is purer and more potent to transcend my humanity. Lena shook her head in confusion. His talk of mana and evolution sounded like magical riddles she couldn't comprehend. A short while later, the chef and Lena stood dazed before a table that had been wiped clean. The boy had eaten a feast fit for 10 men all by himself. Lena said in wonder, "Where does all that meat go in your thin frame?" The chef smiled with pride. "I haven't cooked with this much passion in years. It gladdens me that you appreciated my effort." Turan thanked him with dignity. The meal was perfect, exactly what my exhausted body needed. As he prepared to head up to his room, a thick, coarse hand shattered his peace, grabbing his clothes from behind with violence. He was surrounded by a group of hulking bullies. One of them said with disgusting mockery, "What a lucky little shrimp. You eat all this fancy food and leave your comrades hungry?" He added with a sallow grin, "We heard your bag is overflowing with gold. How about you donate some charity to poor city folk like us?" Turan didn't wait to hear the rest of their nonsense. With lightning speed, he spun around and delivered a devastating punch that shattered the bully's face, leaving him reeling in humiliation. Turan looked at him with lethal coldness and said with biting sarcasm, "Weren't you asking for charity? Take this punch as a down payment. Do you want more of my generosity?"
The bully's rage boiled over, and he screamed in Turan's face, "Don't act high and mighty with us, you vagabond!" He swung a wild punch with all his might, but our hero dodged it with a grace that made his opponent look as if he were striking thin air. Turan didn't wait long. He countered with a focused strike that sank into the man's gut, sending him flying back to crash into the tables in a scene that silenced everyone. His companion rushed forward in hatred, picking up a heavy wooden chair and swinging it toward Turan's head in a desperate attempt to crush his skull. With staggering coolness, Turan raised a single hand and stopped the violent assault. The wooden chair shattered against the sturdiness of his unshaken hand. With utter disdain, Turan flicked his finger against the attacker's forehead as if brushing a feather out of his way. A tiny burst of mana exploded upon contact, and the man fell to the ground unconscious, leaving the tavern in absolute shock at this absurd display of power. Lena's scream pierced the silence. She appeared with angry features and a flushed face, seeing the chaos that had struck her workplace. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Enough! Savage brawling is not permitted inside this hotel. Anyone who wants to fight can go to the forest with the beasts." Later, the scene shifted completely. We see the bullies bowing in humiliation and brokenness, offering a heartfelt apology to Turan, who watched them coldly. Maidan stood before Turan's room with dignity and said in a serious tone, "I have scolded them severely for their foolishness, and I promise you this insolence will never be repeated." Maidan sighed in sorrow. "The truth is, we are suffering from a suffocating financial crisis. Jealousy blinded them when they saw the gold flowing to you so easily." The two followers repeated their apology, regret covering their faces. They had realized that the person they tried to rob was a predatory beast in human form. Turan asked quietly, "Have things really gotten that bad?" Maidan answered bitterly, "Resources are scarce and the beasts are growing more ferocious." Maidan clenched his hand tightly and added, "I doubt we will be able to secure the cost of our stay for the next 3 days, but do not worry, this is our affair and we will find a way out." In that moment, Turan extended a bag resonant with the sound of gold coins toward Maidan. The blood froze in the man's veins from the shock. Turan explained with a rare smile, "This is the price for your kindness when you invited me to join you out of fear for me. Your concern was sincere, and that is priceless." He added firmly, "And because nothing in this world is given for free, as I have learned here, I want precise information in return." Maidan brightened and his state changed completely. "That is my specialty. I will brief you on every detail, every map, and every trick I know about this land." The scene shifts to the outskirts of the city of Murray, where its walls began to grow small on the distant horizon. Turan stood on a towering rocky cliff, watching the sunrise bathe the valley in a golden light. He whispered to himself, "This may be the last time I see these walls. Maidan has provided me with everything I need to reach the next city, and it is time to depart." He remembered with gratitude the valuable information he had obtained, thinking that Maidan, despite his rough exterior, carried a pure and rare heart. In his mind, he compared him to Kiran. He saw that Maidan, despite his lack of magical experience, possessed a kindness and a pure instinct that made him a real human amid the crowd of deception. As Turan prepared to depart, his eyes suddenly widened and his breath hitched. His senses, refined by the blood of Zahar, picked up something strange in the breeze.
He inhaled deeply. The scent of death was familiar, but it was laced with a turbulent and deeply unsettling mana energy, like a silent scream for help. I hope my intuition is wrong. Tehran lunged forward like a released arrow, tearing through the forest thickets at top speed, shattering tree branches in his path. He stopped abruptly before a massive tree trunk. Giant claw marks were carved deep into the wood, as if a beast from ancient ages had passed through here. When he moved past the tree, he collided with a horrific sight that froze the blood in his veins and made his vision blur from the sheer terror of what he saw. On the blood-stained ground lay a man with his entrails torn apart, suffering from piercing wounds that no human could survive. Tehran approached with a heavy heart, only to recognize the pale face. It was one of Maidan's companions, who had shared a laugh with him in the tavern just hours ago. He looked around with hidden dread, trying to piece together what had happened. The air was eerily quiet, as if death had imposed its silence on everything. Beside the corpse, he saw some coins scattered on the grass, the very coins he had given to Maidan to save his team. Tehran leaned down, the coins glinting coldly in his hand, and whispered in a choked voice, "Where are you, Maidan? What has become of your pure heart in the midst of this ruin?" Suddenly, a faint moan pierced the stillness. Tehran turned quickly to find another team member struggling with the throes of death behind a bush. The man exerted the final effort of his life, uttering a single word before his soul departed. "Rabbit!" leaving Tehran in bewilderment and shock. A rabbit? At that moment, something moved behind the corpses. A small rabbit appeared, but its mouth was stained with dark blood, and its eyes glowed with a demonic light. Tehran scanned the area, and the pieces of the puzzle began to arrange themselves in his mind like a nightmare. He saw the small creature coolly tearing at the flesh of one of the victims, and realized the bitter truth. These strong men had fallen prey to this mocking monster. Suddenly, the rabbit's body swelled, and its form shifted, a giant beast with eyes red as embers emerging from it. It had transformed into a wandering, demonic spirit. Tehran sprang to his feet, rage igniting in his veins. This was no longer a hunt. It had become a vendetta for a man who had trusted him. Without warning, the demonic rabbit launched with lightning speed, leaving a thick cloud of dust behind. Tehran barely managed to jump and evade the lethal strike. Tehran wiped a drop of sweat that fell into his eye and said in amazement, "That speed! I truly survived the tearing of my body by a miracle." The beast stopped a short distance, staring at Tehran with a hungry ferocity, as if seeing in him a dish even richer than his companions. With extreme caution, Tehran pulled out his most loyal weapon, the old sling that everyone had mocked, which would now become the scale of death. He began to whirl the sling in the air, mana flowing from his fingers to charge the stone with a destructive energy this beast had never witnessed before. "This is for Maidan!" Tehran released the charged stones towards the demonic rabbit, slicing through the air with a sound like thunder. The shock of the stones thundered throughout the forest, but the rabbit surprised Tehran with a miraculous reaction. It raised its long ears like two steel shields, shattering the projectiles into fragments that scattered in the air. Tehran narrowed his eyes in concentration. This monstrosity is not just a fast beast, it is accustomed to parrying long-range attacks. I must change my strategy immediately. With a stomp that shook the earth beneath its hooves, the demonic rabbit launched itself like lightning in a vertical leap. The beast descended with all its weight, attempting to crush Tehran under its massive feet in an attack capable of ending the battle in a second. But mid-air, the rabbit's red eyes glowed with immense shock. The prey that had been beneath its claws had vanished. Tehran disappeared from his spot entirely, as if he had melted into the forest shadows, leaving the beast to slam into the empty ground. The rabbit stopped, its chest heaving up and down, turning its head frantically in every direction in search of that mysterious boy. Without wasting a single second, Tehran emerged from behind the shadows like a ghost returning from hell. With all the mana latent in his arm, he delivered a lethal stab directly toward the demonic rabbit's neck. A savage cry of pain pierced the stillness of the place, tearing through the forest silence. Tehran seized the moment of the beast's confusion and retreat, leaping back with agility to move out of the range of its claws. He retreated with magical steps to disappear once again among the dense trees, turning the forest into a maze where the hunter stalks his prey. The beast lost its mind and began to rampage. It lunged with suicidal speed toward the spot where it had last glimpsed Tehran, shattering everything in its path. But it struck only the void. With a swift and crazed movement, the rabbit began to tear apart the trees and thickets in total madness. It used its maximum speed to turn its surroundings into wreckage, driven by the instinct of survival and the fear of an enemy it could not see. Its frantic movements stirred up a thick cloud of dust and sand, completely covering the battlefield. From within the dust, a final howl of rage rose, but the tone began to weaken and fade slowly. The neck injury Tehran had delivered was precise and fatal. The internal hemorrhaging left the beast no chance of survival. With a mouth dripping with magic-tainted black blood, the massive rabbit staggered and finally fell to the ground as a lifeless corpse. The dust settled, and Tehran appeared with calm and dignified steps, cold blood filling his eyes. He extended his right hand over the massive carcass that minutes ago had been a storm of death. He extended his right hand over the beast's body and began activating the absorption incantation he had learned from Zahar. He felt a terrifying surge of energy. Massive amounts of mana began to storm his magical channels with a force that nearly burst his veins. His eyes widened in awe as he analyzed the new power. This energy, it far exceeds what I absorbed from the demonic tiger. It seems this rabbit was approaching a higher rank. As Tehran sensed the surge of his new power, the last survivor called out to him in a faltering voice filled with wonder. You weren't just a shepherd, you were a sorcerer all along." Tehran nodded in confirmation, and the man asked him bitterly, Why? Why did you hide your truth from us? If we had known, we never would have dared to treat you as easy prey."
Tehran ignored the reproach and asked in a tone dominated by solemnity, "Do any of you have relatives or families? I wish to deliver their belongings to those who deserve them." The man burst into tears, his voice trembling. "No one. We were a handful of outcasts brought together by misery. We have no family but this team that was crushed by the rabbit's claws." In the midst of this sorrow, Tehran recalled Maidan's last words in the tavern. "Boy, if you want true knowledge, you must go to the city of Oromrim. There lies the great library." He remembered the description of the place that holds thousands of books containing the secrets of the universe, and how Tehran had paid attention for the first time, before Maidan added with regret, "But it is a fortress forbidden to commoners like us." Tehran had asked then, "And how does one open the doors of that fortress?" Maidan answered with certainty, "There is no way except through the sorcerer's cloak. Knowledge in Oromrim is granted only to those who subdue mana." Tehran sank into deep thought, then raised his head and said firmly, "I have decided on my next destination." The survivor asked in confusion, "To where?" Tehran announced, a spark igniting in his eyes, "I am going to the great city. I will enter Oromrim and seize the knowledge that was denied to you." Tehran stood one last time before the humble graves he had dug for his companions, where the earth now held their aborted dreams. He cast a final look of farewell at Maidan, the man who gave him trust when it was scarce and a compass when the paths were lost. He turned and went on his way without looking back, whispering to the wind, "Sleep in peace, Maidan. I will carry your story to the city you dreamed of." After an arduous journey through mountains and valleys, Tehran finally reached a city buzzing with humans to an extent he never imagined existed. He felt embarrassed by his former self. The city of Mireille, which had dazzled him before, now seemed like a small, forgotten village compared to this grand edifice. He had finally arrived at Oromrim, the capital that transcends all imagination, where palaces embrace the clouds and streets are crowded with the gold of nobles. He was appalled by the number of people lining up to enter, long queues stretched like human serpents waiting for the guard's signal at the giant gate. He watched the guards searching the travelers meticulously and wondered intelligently, are they looking for refugees or do they fear strangers entering their paradise? He realized that the system here is merciless. A big city means strict laws and security bought with suspicion. Suddenly, the shout of one of the guards pierced his thoughts. "Stop where you are, vagabond!" Tehran was flustered as hooves and swords surrounded him in the blink of an eye. The guard eyed him with a look of loathsome disgust. "Your entry is not permitted in this state. I have never seen filthy clothes reeking with blood and gunpowder like this." The guard ordered him in a commanding tone, "Go and wash your filth in the nearby river before you dare desecrate the pavements of Oromrim." After moments of necessary purification, Tehran entered the city. There he froze in place as he glimpsed the massive tower imposing its dominance over the horizon, the great library, his goal and destination.
Tehran raised his gaze toward the peak of the towering tower. The walls, studded with precious stones, reflected the sunlight as if they were woven from pure radiance. He whispered to himself in awe, "Can humans build such an edifice with their hands alone? Or is magic the true architect of this grandeur?" He advanced toward the massive gate, and the two guards, standing like statues, straightened their posture and fixed him with sharp, wary glares. Tehran said calmly, "I want to enter the library." One of the guards laughed mockingly. "This oasis is reserved for the elite and sorcerers only, not for passers-by." Without hesitation or confusion, our hero replied with a single word that shook the guard's confidence. "I am a sorcerer." The guard's laughter turned into raging anger. "You vagabond! Do you wish to be hanged on charges of impersonating a sorcerer?" The guard shouted as he reached out to push Tehran away. "It is impossible for someone in your shabby state to be a sorcerer." At that moment, Tehran noticed a faint red glow around the guard's fist. He immediately realized that he was not just a soldier, but a knight possessing a measure of mana. He remembered Chiron's advice. True sorcerers smell the scent of power in each other. Sensing mana is the only measure of sovereignty. Tehran decided to stop talking and let power speak on his behalf, so he released a small portion of his latent energy. Suddenly, one of Tehran's eyes glowed with a terrifying red mana, and a dark aura emanated from him, making the air around him feel as heavy as lead. The guard fell to his knees immediately under the weight of the crushing pressure, feeling as though a mountain had settled upon his shoulders. The guard stammered difficultly, "I am fine," while his terrified colleague rushed to help him up, dread filling their hearts. The guard now realized the bitter truth. This boy was no ordinary sorcerer, but a power belonging to the high nobility, or perhaps even higher. The guard stood with great respect and introduced himself. "My name is Kenya, a knight from the ancient Voltas family. Do I have the honor of knowing the family you hail from, sir?" Tehran replied coldly, "Is disclosing my family tree a necessary condition for browsing books?" Kenya answered in confusion, "It is not a condition, but entry requires the permission of our family master. I will contact the palace immediately to secure your proper entry." Tehran ended up inside a luxurious royal bath, where polished marble and scented steam filled the place. Our hero sighed deeply. He had thought that entering would be a mere matter of crossing a gate, and did not expect that formalities could be harder than hunting monsters. 3 young maidservants surrounded him to attend to his bath, and Tehran appeared stiff and completely uncomfortable. The privacy he had lived in the mountains was now being violated by excessive luxury. He said with a hint of embarrassment and confusion, "Stop, please. Would there be a problem if I washed my face and cleaned myself with my own hands?" One of the maidservants looked at him with fear. "Please, sir, if we fail to serve you in a manner befitting a guest of Voltas, punishment will be our inevitable fate."
Tehran closed his eyes in resignation. Fine, do what you see fit. Their faces brightened, and they thanked him profusely for his understanding, which had saved them from the whip of punishment. After the royal ritual of bathing was complete, one of the maidservants took a step back, her eyes shining with an infatuation she could not suppress at our hero's handsome features, which emerged clearly once the dust of travel was washed away. The girl quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment as she realized her wandering gaze had crossed the boundaries of imposed etiquette. Tehran stood before the mirror, dressed in luxurious silk garments befitting the nobility, then turned to her, asking with innocence, "Is there something wrong with my features? Why do you look like that?" The girl muttered in stammering words, "My apologies, esteemed sir. I was lost in thought for a moment. I've never seen a guest who combines such prestige with such beauty." Tehran offered a calm, slight smile. "There is no need to apologize, but I ask that you set aside this exaggerated formality. I am still but a simple traveler." Suddenly, the door swung open with force, and a young woman with fiery red hair entered. Her eyes overflowed with sharp intelligence and boundless curiosity, and she stood staring at him as if inspecting an ancient artifact. She said in a mocking, direct tone, "So, you were the mysterious guest who caused a stir at the gate with clothes resembling those of a beggar?" She approached him and circled him with a wide grin. "I must admit, water and new clothes have turned you into a handsome prince. Who would have believed it?" Our hero answered with dignity, "My name is Tehran." The young woman replied, placing her hand on her hip, "And I'm Ozila. Now tell me, to which of the great families does this familiar face belong?" Tehran maintained his composure. "My apologies, Lady Ozila, but I cannot disclose my origins at this time for very private reasons." Ozila pursed her lips in feigned disappointment. "What a shame. I thought honesty was the first condition of hospitality among sorcerers." She said to herself, narrowing her eyes with cunning, "Since he insists on hiding his identity behind this cold mask, perhaps I should draw him out and amuse myself a little to see what he is concealing." Without warning, a massive wave of glowing red mana erupted from her body, sweeping through the hall with a force that made the furniture tremble, catching Tehran completely off guard. She cried out with a defiant, fierce look, her hair fluttering from the energy. "Enough acting! Show me the color of your soul! Reveal your mana right now!" Our hero stood shocked by this sudden assault. The magical pressure in the room had become suffocating. Now he must decide. Does he reveal his power or protect his secret?
Amidst a vortex of igniting mana, Tehran stood firm as a mountain. The magical pressure was so immense that a cold bead of sweat slid down his face. He was completely cornered. The moment Darren sensed the overwhelming power of Azila's spirit, he did not stand idly by. He released his own energy in an immediate reaction, causing the 2 lights to collide in the heart of the hall. In a fleeting moment, brute force flooded the room. As the 2 powers clashed head-on, the air grew heavy and vibrated violently under the weight of the pressure. Everyone nearly choked under the rising magical pressure that filled every corner. One of the guards rushed forward to stand before the maids, forming a shield to protect them from flying energy shards, yet the terrifying aura continued to crawl across the walls. After moments that held everyone's breath, the magical clamor began to fade gradually. Tehran ceased releasing his energy, allowing a cautious calm to return to the place. Azila did the same. She had just finished measuring and understanding the limits of his power. Instead of feeling threatened, her features appeared unusually jubilant. She kept staring at her palms in shock and fascination, as if she had confirmed a legendary truth she had been searching for. A playful smile formed on her lips. Then she suddenly spoke in an indifferent tone. "Heh, what do you think about marrying me?" The words fell like a thunderbolt upon Tehran's ears, leaving him in a state of total bewilderment. His mind stopped working. Silence overwhelmed him, and he couldn't find a single letter to utter. He failed to comprehend what he had just heard. When Azila noticed his frozen expression, she tilted her head slightly in mockery. She said with a light laugh, "What is wrong with this reaction of yours? It was just a joke. And yet, think about it seriously.
for the seat beside me remains vacant until now." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left the room with her guard, leaving behind an aura of confusion still hanging in the air. Taeron remained standing in his place, drowned in questions about her words and true intentions. He looked at his hand, which still felt a slight tremor from the recent magical collision. Doubt seeped into his thoughts, and he muttered to himself, "This girl's mana equals my power at the very least. Is this level of strength normal in this place?" The scene then shifts to another room draped in dignity and quiet. There sat a man with an overbearing prestige, introduced as Lord Oram, Rouge Volt. The moment Darren entered, the Lord greeted him with a confident and calm tone. "Welcome, young noble. I have no need to introduce myself, for you know my name well."
The hero Taran replied with full respect, to which Lord Turin Rouge Volt responded thoughtfully, "So, your desire is to enter the library? Many come here driven by the strange rumors that haunt this place." The Lord continued in a warning tone, "Let me tell you in advance, there is no spectacular ancient magic hidden among those shelves, nor are there secret ways to supernaturally increase mana, as some believe." Taran listened intently before answering without hesitation, "That is fine. Those gains were never what I aspired to achieve from the beginning." Rouge Volt scrutinized his features for a moment before replying calmly, "If you are still insistent on entering, I will not stop you." He followed, "In any case, there is nothing inside classified as secret information pertaining to our family, so I have no objection." The Lord added, "But the hour is late today. Rest now and return tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Taran bowed with sincere gratitude, saying, "I shall never forget your kindness." The next day, the scene shifted to the tower of the great magic library. Taran walked toward that towering structure that embraced the sky with indescribable majesty. As he approached the entrance, the guards bowed respectfully and announced, "Your entry permit has been confirmed, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Library of the Sky." Taran pushed the massive doors and took his first steps inside. The moment his eyes fell upon the interior design, he froze in his tracks from the sheer shock. Rows upon rows of shelves, loaded with countless books, rose high above his head in a magnificent circular structure that seemed to spiral upward without end. The air was thick with the scent of history and solemnity, carrying the aroma of ancient manuscripts and knowledge preserved through the centuries. Before this day, Taran had never seen a place that embodied the grandeur of science in such a way. His voice emerged as a whisper, filled with awe. "So this is the library." At that moment, a voice reached him from nearby. "Pleased to meet you, Taran." He turned to find a young girl standing there, calmly introducing herself as the librarian. She said seriously, "I was appointed by the Lord to manage this place according to his orders. I will explain the rules to you. They are quite simple." Taran stared at her in disbelief, wondering to himself, "This little child is the librarian?" She raised her finger and began listing the conditions. She said, "Rule 1, if you cause damage to anything, you must compensate for it. Rule 2, taking books out is prohibited. And finally, while you use the library, I will be watching you at all times." Taran nodded in agreement, but hesitated before saying, "Fine, but when I read, could you stand a bit further away?" He added with embarrassment, "I feel uncomfortable with close surveillance." Then he asked curiously, "Since you are the librarian, you must have read all these books, right?" She answered confidently, "Of course. If you are looking for something specific, count on me. I am the best at this." Then she tilted her head mischievously and asked, "So, what do you want? Romance? History?" She continued with hilarious impudence, "Or, since you are a young man, are you looking for something perverted?" Taran was stunned by her blunt question, but he quickly regained his composure. Taran answered seriously, "I want to learn everything. I want general knowledge about this world." This time, a look of surprise appeared in the little librarian's face. But she did not hesitate. She moved with incredible speed, gathering a massive stack of volumes and placing them before him. "Most of the books here date back hundreds of years." She continued her explanation, "So they might not be accurate regarding current events, but this section will give you a strong foundation." Taran replied sincerely, "Thank you." She answered lightly, "You're welcome." And so our hero began his journey, gripping one of the books and contemplating it for a moment as if holding a treasure. He muttered in a low voice, "So this is the book," as if rediscovering the very alphabets of existence. He opened the pages slowly, and as his eyes scanned the first lines, a spark of amazement ignited within him. This is truly incredible. Events tell us that Taran repeated this routine daily without tire. He spent long hours inside the library, reading without interruption. Day after day, he dove into a vast ocean of knowledge locked between those ancient walls. Gradually, he began to understand the geography of this world and the distribution of its various races.
According to historical statistics in the library, humans make up approximately 85% of the settled population in the Middle Kingdoms, while the remaining percentage is distributed among rare races and beastkin in the border regions. He also learned the etiquette of interaction among mages, the methods of crafting and treating magical tools, and identified the types of monsters that roamed the distant lands. He read about ruins dating back to the era of the ancient empire. With every piece of information he absorbed, the world he had felt lost in began to take a clear shape. What was blurry and incomprehensible was now vivid and vital in his mind. Seven had reclaimed his vision through paper. The scene shifts to Lord Rougevolt standing before Tehran. The Lord spoke in a calm, measured tone. "I see you have made the most of the library." Tehran replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The Lord continued, "I trust you realize that allowing you entry was an act born of goodwill, independent of your status as a noble. And now it is time for me to receive the price for that favor." Tehran replied without hesitation, "Tell me what you need." The Lord explained, "A monster has appeared north of Orem and has begun brutally attacking travelers." Tehran looked at him directly and asked, "Do you want me to hunt it?" The Lord's expression grew even more serious. "I sent 4 knights to subdue it, but they never returned. The monster devoured them all. It seems the matter requires the personal intervention of a noble, but our family can only mobilize 2 individuals at this time." Tehran answered calmly, "Very well, I will do it." He thought to himself, protecting people is the core duty of a mage, but there's something suspicious. Mages usually do not intervene in matters like these. The Lord added as an explanation, "The northern road is a vital commercial artery for Orem. The road has been closed for 10 full days, and we must reopen it quickly to save the region's economy." Upon hearing this, Tehran thought silently, 10 days ago. That was before I even arrived in Orem. So that is why he allowed me to use the library so easily. He was preparing me as a pawn for this mission from the very first moment.
The scene shifted once more to a large procession, including a group of fierce fighters and servants, leaving the city walls and heading north, where an unknown danger lurks for anyone daring to cross that path. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a mocking female voice. "My father is truly a man not to be underestimated. Who would believe he recruited a guest just to hunt a monster?" The speaker was none other than Azila, walking confidently at the front of the procession. She continued in a critical and provocative tone, "Are we that untrustworthy? Oh, I don't blame you. I'm just saying my father is creating a complete mess." The man walking beside her let out an embarrassed chuckle and replied, "Isn't calling the Lord a messmaker a bit of an exaggeration, my lady?" "Stop this," Azila replied sharply, yet with indifference. "Just shut up." The same man turned toward Tehran and spoke in a formal tone. "This is our first proper meeting, isn't it? I am Marvin Volz. I look forward to working with you." Tehran replied with calm and dignity, "As do I." Azila, still leading the way, said, "Let's finish this quickly so we can go back and rest." As they walked, Marvin leaned slightly toward Tehran and whispered in a low voice, "Tehran, is there any chance you are interested in my older sister?" Tehran rejected the idea immediately and without the slightest hesitation, making Marvin breathe a sigh of relief, appearing genuinely relaxed. Suddenly, the men at the front signaled everyone to come to a complete halt. Tension filled the air. Before them was the wreckage of what appeared to be a completely destroyed carriage. Remnants of wood and luggage were scattered everywhere. The traces of a violent attack were clear to see. Someone examined the scene and muttered, "Was it a monster?" Another replied with certainty, "Most likely. We prevented anyone from going north from our side, so they must have come from the south and were attacked." Tehran observed the surroundings carefully, analyzing the damage in absolute silence, his gaze growing sharper and more focused as he examined the marks the beast left behind. Then he broke the silence with his calm voice. "It's an ape." Everyone turned toward him in a state of shock and bewilderment. Azila repeated with clear doubt, "An ape? Are you serious?" Tehran leaned down slightly and pointed to a massive print on the ground. "Look at this palm print here." He continued his analysis. "It seems it attacked the merchants, then headed back into the forest. If we track the trail and hunt it, we will be able to pinpoint its location accurately." Zila furrowed her brows and said, "Track it? I'm not good at this type of tracking magic. What about you, Marvin?" Marvin confessed, "Neither am I, but there is a knight who can."
Tehran answered calmly, "I will try to track it myself." Azila looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Do you belong to one of those lineages specialized in tracking?" He replied coldly, "I use this technique often, so I have grown accustomed to it." The search process began. The moment he focused his senses, he started tracing the scent lingering in the air. As he inhaled deeply, faint traces of the beast's presence began to manifest in his magical perception. The tracks appeared like invisible paths revealing themselves before his eyes. After following the trail for a short distance, he suddenly pointed toward a specific direction and said firmly, "There." The team followed him until they reached the vicinity of a riverbank. Tehran stopped and studied the area carefully before speaking again. "The trail ends here. It seems it washed itself to erase its scent." Azila furrowed her brows in disbelief.
Are you saying a mere monster did that intentionally to prevent being tracked? Tehran replied in a cautious tone. Perhaps it washed itself on purpose, or perhaps it is a clever instinct. Suddenly, in that very moment, the same scent hit him again. It was far stronger and closer than he had imagined. His eyes widened slightly as he turned quickly, warning everyone in a thunderous voice. "It is behind you! Watch out!" Everyone spun around in terror. Standing behind them was a massive beast resembling an ape, but it was stages larger and more powerful than they had anticipated. It let out a continuous roar that shattered the silence of the place. Its voice shook the air, and in its colossal hands it gripped enormous boulders, ready to hurl them with crushing force. The knights and soldiers began to scream and blow warning whistles in an attempt to regroup, but before they could organize their ranks, the beast launched its brutal assault. Chaos erupted in moments. The boulders fell with immense destructive power. The soldiers were struck savagely. Some were sent flying through the air, while others were crushed under the weight of the impact. In mere seconds, many fell dead or wounded. Tehran dodged the attack miraculously, maneuvering through the falling rocks at the last second with agile movements until he regained his balance. His eyes fell upon the fallen soldiers. Blood covered the area, and devastation ruled the scene. It was a heavy price paid in a moment of oversight. Bodies were scattered across the ground in a tragic tableau. Azila used the bodies of 2 soldiers as human shields, barely protecting herself from the flying shards. She screamed from behind her protection, trembling with rage. "Attack! Don't let it go!" Tehran muttered to himself bitterly. My assessment was wrong. This is no ordinary monster. The surviving soldiers tried to rush forward to launch a counterattack, but the beast suddenly began to retreat with a suspicious intelligence. It turned, as if intending to flee back into the dense forest to hide once again. In that decisive second, Tehran drew his weapon, his eyes gleaming with a lethal light. He would not allow this creature to escape after such a massacre.
Without the slightest hesitation, Tehran unleashed a single, lightning-fast strike, a blow that carried the immense weight of Seven's ancient expertise. The latent power behind the assault was overwhelming. A violent tremor shook the surroundings the moment his blade moved. A wave of condensed blue energy erupted like a laser beam, piercing the air with terrifying speed and precision, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock at the spectacle. With just one strike, a blow that lasted only a fraction of a second, the massive beast was completely shattered. Its arrogance and strength vanished before that merciless blade. A dead silence fell over the battlefield. The survivors looked on in disbelief, their eyes slowly turning toward the source of that destructive power. Tehran advanced calmly, his weapon still in hand, spinning it lightly, while remnants of energy radiated from his body. A faint blue aura continued to flow around him, announcing the end of the battle with a single decisive blow that shifted the balance of power. Afterward, Azila and her brother turned their gazes toward the beast that lay as a lifeless corpse on the ground. With cold features and a tone devoid of mercy, Azila whispered, "Die." In that moment, a serpent of raging fire erupted from her body and lunged forward with insane speed. The fire beast moved toward the fallen giant ape, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The moment it neared the creature's body, it touched it with its searing flames. A massive explosion roared, shaking the entire region, turning the beast's carcass into ash and causing the earth to vibrate beneath their feet. Tehran watched the scene carefully and thought to himself, so this is the ability of the Volts lineage, true pyromaniacs. The nearby soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the beast's destruction. One of them said exhaustedly, "The nightmare is finally over." Azila turned toward our hero and said in amazement, "Wow, I got chills for a second when that rock was heading towards us. It was truly a terrifying situation." Her brother mocked her immediately. "What, were you scared?" Azila replied sharply, "Shut up, you're the one who screamed like a little girl when the attack started." Her brother protested instantly in a humiliated tone. "When did I do that? I never screamed." Meanwhile, the soldiers busied themselves dealing with the aftermath of the bloody battle. One of the wounded groaned in pain. "I think my arm is broken." Another soldier replied dryly, "Stop moaning. Someone's entire arm was blown off." Another shouted frantically, "Does anyone have extra bandages? This man is bleeding heavily from the head." Daron observed all this chaos surrounding him, the injured soldiers and the panicked voices, and muttered to himself, "What a complete mess." After assessing the situation carefully, he thought with slight relief, "I think we're lucky. Despite the injuries, there are no fatalities so far."
Tehran's features grew more serious as he replayed the events. He spoke calmly. Yes, it was a surprise attack by the beast, but despite that, we could have avoided these severe injuries. He fell silent for a moment, observing the groans of the wounded around him. He began to analyze the situation deeply in his mind. Since the bodies of these people become stronger automatically based on the amount of mana they possess, they are supposed to be several times tougher than ordinary knights, and yet they did not hesitate to push the weak forward and use them as human shields. While he was drowned in dark thoughts about the ethics of this world, Azila broke his train of thought, asking, "What are you thinking about? Is something wrong?" Tehran shook the thoughts from his head and replied quickly, "No, nothing at all." Azila changed the subject with childish enthusiasm. "The important thing now, welcome the chance to absorb mana." Her brother nodded in agreement. "Fine, let's do it." The three gathered around the lifeless corpse of the beast, standing in silence as they prepared to begin the process. Taran set about drawing the mana flowing from the creature's remains, thinking with focus, "Let's test what I've learned." Yes, exactly as the book mentioned, even if several people perform the absorption simultaneously, the degree of reinforcement does not decrease. This was vital information for his future. Suddenly, Azila exhaled in frustration. I can't absorb anymore. Damn, these wretched growth limits of mine." Her brother laughed bitterly. "I've reached my maximum limit as well." The brother thought while watching our hero, "Now I understand why my father sent him with us." He cast a sidelong glance toward Taran, analyzing his power. His level of magic mastery and mana capacity rival my own, and what's more, he is a noble who hasn't even reached his growth limits yet. He was overcome by astonishment. After a while, the procession began the return journey from the battlefield, with a quiet calm hanging over everyone. While walking, Marvin spoke suddenly, as if realizing a truth that had escaped him. "If it weren't for Taran, we would never have been able to defeat that monstrosity." He continued gratefully, "From the incredible tracking skill to the finishing blow that took it down, your attack was the key to victory." Taran shook his head humbly. "Please, it was nothing extraordinary. In fact, I feel regret because I noticed its presence far too late. I allowed it to take the initiative. I didn't expect the beast to possess a search skill as well." Marvin was shocked and asked in bewilderment, "Search skill? Did it possess something like that?" Taran nodded, explaining, "Yes, it seems abilities awaken according to the external traits of the beast. The ape we killed had massive hands and wide eyes, resembling nothing of its original form. It awakened the ability to hurl rocks with immense force, and another that enabled it to see for long distances, or even see through the density of the forest." Azila's brother looked at him in total fascination. "Wow, I can't believe you deduced all that in such a short time." Taran replied, "Actually, I read the Encyclopedia of Monsters in the library recently." Marvin shouted in disbelief, "The library? That gloomy place? No one goes there." Azila joined the conversation with faint memories. "I entered it once long ago out of curiosity, but it's full of complex books, so I left before finishing half a volume." Taran offered her a simple piece of advice. "Next time, ask the librarian to guide you to books that are easy to understand." Azila tilted her head in confusion. "The librarian? Who are you talking about?" Taran answered as if it were a given. "Yes, the character who manages the place, the little girl who resides there."
Upon hearing this, Azila's astonishment grew, and she answered in bewilderment. "Truly? Was there someone like that in the library all along? I never saw her." The scene now shifts to the quiet interior of the library building, where silence envelops the high shelves. The librarian stood before Taran and greeted him in a cheerful tone. "Welcome back, Taran." The moment he heard his name uttered with such simplicity, his facial expression stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation, "I have been careless. There isn't a knight or a commoner in this city who dares to call a noble by his bare name like this. The proper way is to address me as Your Highness or Esteemed Noble." While scrutinizing her features carefully, another thought occurred to him. Furthermore, her appearance never suggested she was just an ordinary librarian. He asked her in a tone filled with suspicion, "How do you know my name?" Instead of a direct answer, the woman settled for a mysterious smile. She walked lightly toward a seat behind her and sat comfortably before replying in a playful tone, "Have you only noticed it now, Taran?" Our hero muttered to himself in a low voice, "As I thought, the guardian of the library is not human." She replied to him with a calm smile, "I learned your name from your entry permit. As long as you are within the boundaries of this library, my sight reaches every corner and everything." In that very moment, the book she was holding slipped from her hand and flew through the air to automatically return to its place on the shelf behind it, as if an invisible force were guiding it. Before this strange sight, Taran asked politely, "Then what should I call you?" She shrugged lightly and said, "In truth, I don't have a name. Call me whatever you wish. How about something sweet like my love?" Taran replied without hesitation and with complete steadiness, "In that case, I will simply call you the librarian." She looked at him with a provocative smile and said, "You are so prudish." Then she approached him and continued playfully, "It feels strange with you treating me so formally now, especially after you utilized me for days, ordering me to do this and that." Taran recoiled slightly with calm but uncomfortable features. "Don't come so close. It's a bit unsettling." Then he asked her seriously after observing her abilities, "Are you a sorceress from the ancient empire?" She shook her head in negation and said, "No, I was never human to begin with." As she spoke, several books began to float around her as she slowly rose into the air with them. She continued explaining her identity calmly. "I am more like a spirit. When a spirit inhabits a living being, it becomes a living soul. But when it inhabits something neither alive nor dead, it becomes a spiritual entity." She added with a small smile, "In other words, this entire library is me, and this form you see now exists only to make communication with you more comfortable, and it often takes shape according to the user's preferences." She completed mischievously, "And it seems your preferences are somewhat strange." Tehran interrupted her with clear embarrassment and a firm voice. "Stop making up stories in your head." She laughed lightly and replied, "But it is the truth. I am merely a reflection in the water of what is inside you."
Tehran extended his hand slowly, attempting to touch her to confirm the nature of her existence, but his hand passed through her body exactly as light passes through glass, as if she possessed no physical form at all. Upon seeing his reaction, annoyance was clear on the librarian's face. Tehran quickly realized his mistake and offered an apology. She said in a tone still carrying irritation, "You have no idea how frustrating it is to be unable to exercise my authority physically upon intruders. If I could, I would have punished every fool who dared to take a book from this library without permission." Tehran thought about her words for a moment, then said contemplatively, "It seems the Volz family doesn't even know of your existence." He completed his deduction. "Perhaps the same applies to everyone who has used this library before. No one has seen you but me." The librarian smiled calmly and replied, "That is because until this moment, no one possessed sufficient power to perceive me." She continued her explanation in a confident voice. "My creator designed me so that only those whose bloodline has matured and surpassed a certain level can see me." She looked at him mischievously and added, "So I suppose you are the only one capable of seeing me currently." She followed in a playful tone, "Isn't that romantic?" Tehran furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "What do you mean by the word bloodline?" She explained simply, "It is what mages usually call the magic blood, or the magical race." Curiosity drove him to ask immediately, "Can you then tell me about my own bloodline?" She shrugged lightly and replied, "You should ask your parents about that." Tehran answered quietly, "I am an orphan." The librarian fell silent for a moment before saying thoughtfully, "I see. In that case, I can check for you, but I need your consent to examine your body from the inside." Tehran recoiled slightly, embarrassment covering his face. "Examine my body? Is it truly done this way?" In the meantime, the librarian merely maintained her usual mysterious smile without uttering a single word. And without hesitation, she extended her hands to penetrate his body as if she were touching the air, saying cheerfully, "Wow, we are connected now." Tehran replied with great embarrassment, "Stop saying strange things." As he focused on that peculiar sensation, he was amazed by a stunning fact. It doesn't hurt at all. After moments of examination, she began to explain what she saw. There are some small fragments, but the largest parts belong to the tracker and hunter bloodlines. Tehran asked quickly, "Were those the traits of the magic family?" She nodded in agreement. "Yes, they are." Then she continued in a more serious tone, "But there is something else. Your bloodline is uniquely blended." Tehran asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean by blended?" She clarified, "It means you are the product of two people from two completely different bloodlines that fused within your body." Tehran asked eagerly, the anticipation killing him, "Then what is the other bloodline?" The librarian withdrew her hand and answered in bewilderment, "Frankly, I do not know its nature either. It is still locked." She then clarified, "Locked bloodlines are not rare. When different lineages merge, their power will unlock automatically as your own strength increases." Tehran nodded his head calmly after hearing this explanation, replying succinctly, "Very well, I understand." As he pondered what he had learned, the memory of his mother floated to the surface of his mind. He whispered to himself with bitterness, "Mother." He continued his thoughts. She was polite and cultured to a degree that did not befit a common woman. Perhaps she was a descendant of a noble family whose power had faded, a bloodline so diluted it could no longer withstand the mana of knights. After reaching this conclusion, Tehran bowed respectfully to the librarian. "I thank you for clarifying things. The picture is beginning to become clear to me now." The librarian smiled mischievously and replied playfully, "If you are truly grateful, then stay here for an extra month." From that moment, Tehran's approach changed entirely. After discovering the true identity of the library spirit, he no longer spent his time in silent reading alone. He began to ask questions constantly and demand explanations for everything he found difficult to comprehend. We see him now amidst the quiet of the library, signs of curiosity and wonder masking his face. He asked in awe, "So are there truly all these invisible materials surrounding us?" The librarian possessed knowledge that transcended even the books present. She held the contents of manuscripts that had been stolen or lost over thousands of years. She confirmed his inquiry and began to explain. "Correct. If you make water float in the air and shape it like a lens in this way, then look through it, you will be able to see those microscopic organisms directly." These lessons on the laws of nature were a priceless treasure for Tehran. The knowledge presented to him in simple, clear words opened new magical horizons. Thanks to her guidance, he learned that many diseases arise because of microscopic organisms and that the decomposition of living beings is caused by tiny germs that feed on them. But it did not stop there. Tehran began to understand the fundamental principles upon which the natural world is based. He learned about the refraction of light and how to generate heat through friction, physical concepts that were absent from the mages of his era. He understood the processes that cause bodies to be injured and how their wounds gradually heal. Over time, the library was no longer just a storehouse for books to him. It had transformed into an evolutionary laboratory where his understanding of existence began to grow and mature. After spending a long time learning, Tehran finally decided to practically apply one of the principles he had grasped. He looked at an object placed before him and said quietly, "Let us begin with the experiment of decomposition." Before him sat a fresh, perfectly intact apple. He used his magic, applying his new knowledge, and suddenly the apple began to rot and spoil with lightning speed before his eyes. The librarian watched the experiment with curiosity and asked, "How do you find the result?" Tehran replied with clear astonishment, "It is unbelievable. Not because current magic cannot do this, but because understanding the principle behind the phenomenon makes me consume a far smaller amount of mana to achieve the same result." This realization was a major turning point. By simply changing his way of seeing the world, his skills as a mage began to ascend to a legendary level based on an understanding of nature's laws rather than just the release of energy.
Tehran realized he had become capable of achieving the same magical results with double the efficiency. He turned to the librarian and said contemplatively, "Perhaps the powerful families monopolize this knowledge, for if every mage knew these truths, those families would lose their superiority and competitive advantage." The librarian nodded her head slowly and answered with sorrow, "No wonder the level of human knowledge declines over time. Now I begin to understand the true reason behind that ignorance." A short silence prevailed before Tehran uttered words that completely changed the atmosphere of the place. He said clearly, "It is time for my departure." Surprise appeared on her face as she asked, "Are you truly leaving?" He replied calmly, "Yes, the owner of this place has begun to hint plainly that I must move on." The moment she heard this, the librarian began to grumble and complain dramatically, as if she were about to burst into tears. "No, take me with you!" she screamed as she collapsed to the ground in feigned despair. Tehran asked her curiously, "And can you even leave this place at all?" She answered honestly, "No." Then she added in a tone full of hope, "Can't you stay here instead of leaving? I'll take good care of you, huh?" Tehran shook his head with a firm refusal. "I apologize for declining this offer." When she realized his seriousness, she floated slowly toward the bookshelves surrounding her. She contemplated the many books and said with solemnity, "This land holds much of the god's legacy. You should explore it from time to time. Perhaps you will find another spirit who knows more about the laws of the world than I do." As Tehran stepped toward the exit, he turned his head slightly. He said in a tone that carried a hidden promise, "I will come to visit you from time to time." She replied with feigned indifference, "Come if you want, or don't, it's up to you." Tehran stopped and looked at the library one last time, saying with confidence, "Don't worry, there are still many books here I haven't read yet." Then he stepped out, leaving the walls of knowledge behind. Shortly after, the scene shifts to show Tehran having traveled far from the city of Orem, journeying on an unknown road. He thought to himself while reviewing the continental map he had obtained, based on the information, the base of the Sahar family lies in the enrolled desert east of Orem. With this goal in mind, he continued his journey with determination. "I will head to Sahar to find threads that will lead me to the truth about my parents." As he advanced, the sun began to tilt towards sunset, staining the sky with shades of orange and red. He stopped in a quiet spot and thought coldly, "There is no need for haste, for if those clues were to vanish, they would have faded during the past 18 years. The next day, he resumed his journey. As he walked, he encountered several lifeless bodies scattered along the road. Despite the grim scene, he did not allow it to distract him and continued forward. If the truth is still there, it won't disappear just because I've arrived a little late. But suddenly, his ears caught a familiar sound. It was the beat of horse hooves. With sharp instinct, Tehran hid behind the bushes and watched the scene before him cautiously. There he saw a wounded man lying on the ground, while his horse stood beside him in a defensive stance, as if protecting him from an approaching danger.
Suddenly, the horse lunged with frantic speed, attacking two figures standing before it, attempting to protect its wounded master with all its might. Tehran watched the scene with intense focus, his eyes narrowing. The horse's saddle? So it wasn't a monster that attacked. This animal is protecting him with fierce loyalty. He pinpointed the direction of the assault and thought, did the treachery come from that side? The attackers appeared clearly. They were humanoids with a demonic aspect. One of them shouted in rage, "Curse it! How can this wretched animal be this strong?" The other replied in frustration, "Find an opening!" To which the first snapped, "Easier said than done." Tehran peered closer until he realized their true identity. They are dark elves. The elves began to gather their dark energy, and a bleak, bone-chilling aura emanated from them. And suddenly, the lifeless bodies scattered across the area began to move suspiciously.
The corpses twisted unnaturally, as if malicious spirits were inhabiting them, transforming into terrifying monsters, the undead. Tehran recalled what he read in the library and thought, this is the necromancy of the Dark Elves. He hesitated for a second. Should I help? Perhaps the man started the fight. He continued to watch cautiously to see how things would unfold. But the next scene settled his resolve. One of the elves leaned over a human corpse and began to eat from it with sickening coldness. Whose hand is this? Give me one as well. The other elf replied without turning, eat what you have. Surely you snatched one for yourself, didn't you? Tehran's eyes narrowed with bitterness and disgust. So they truly are cannibals. There is no place for such beings in this world. Without wasting a second, he activated concealment, vanishing completely from sight and masking his magical presence. The second elf continued his conversation with a voice full of loathing. The ones I killed were men, so their bodies were full of annoying hair. Suddenly, an attack erupted from nothingness with destructive force. The first elf's body exploded, his remains scattered, before he could even realize what hit him. The remaining elf froze in his tracks, unable to comprehend what had happened. No visible attacker, no warning, only swift, horrific death. Confusion and panic seized him for moments as he stared at the remnants of his companion. But he quickly regained his composure and screamed madly, "Monsters, gather around me immediately!" At his command, all the summoned undead moved to form a fortified defensive circle around him. Another invisible attack lunged toward the barricaded elf. The attack was barely parried. One of the undead sacrificed itself, taking the blow directly to its head to protect its master. The elf gritted his teeth and roared in anger, "Who are you, you wretch? Show yourself!" As he continued to deflect the attacks with the help of his undead, he began to realize the bitter truth. He spoke in a grim tone. Someone is using an advanced concealment skill. He realized he was facing a professional hunter he could not see.
The dark elf screamed as he summoned a new beast from the depths of the shadows. "Let's see if you can hide any more, you rat." The summoned creature released a strange energy that began to spread into the surroundings in the form of visible pulses, as if searching for any flaw in the fabric of space. Tehran's concealed body began to flicker, and the contours of his stature gradually appeared until he was fully visible. The elf's eyes met his at that very moment. With a savage smile full of malice, the elf shouted, "I've finally found you, you cursed whelp!" He didn't give him a single second to breathe. He issued a definitive order to all his monsters for a collective and crushing assault. The undead rushed from every direction toward Tehran, trapping him in a circle of death. Our hero took his combat stance, prepared to engage in a direct, bloody confrontation. He gathered intense flames in the palm of his hand, their blaze growing in glow and heat with every fraction of a second until they nearly melted the air around him. He launched a powerful fire attack forward to open a gap, but the monsters were faster. From the heart of the flames, two terrifying beasts lunged, a monster in the form of a raging bull and another resembling a treacherous fox with destructive collisional force. Tehran barely managed to dodge their attack, throwing his body away at the last second. He survived a blow that would have certainly been fatal. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's a good thing I got rid of one of them at the start, or I'd be dead by now." But when he turned around, he realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. The onslaught had not yet ended. The fox beast had already managed to sink its fangs into his leg, leaving a deep wound bleeding profusely. With a resentful cry and a sudden burst of power, he hurled the fox away from him, trying to create space to recover. But there was no time for rest. The bull beast was charging at him again with supernatural speed that belied its massive size. Before Tehran could react, it slammed into him with immense force. The impact sent him flying through the air for several meters until he collided violently with the trunk of a massive tree that shattered his back. He fell to the ground in a pitiful state, his body broken and his strength beginning to fade under the weight of consecutive attacks. The dark elf watched the scene and let out a hysterical laugh, screaming with mockery and spite. He said in a tone dripping with venom, "This is your just reward. How dare you kill a member of my family? I will make you beg for death, and you shall not receive it." And at the peak of the elf's celebration of victory, the horse suddenly lunged back into the battlefield like a thunderbolt. Without hesitation, it delivered a violent strike of its hooves to the dark elf, knocking him to the ground in a humiliating scene. The elf screamed, "Save me, quickly!" Upon hearing his scream, all the summoned monsters stopped attacking the broken Tehran and retreated to protect their terrified master.
The monsters responded to their master's scream, retreating with lightning speed toward the horse to prevent it from delivering the finishing blow. The dark elf seethed with rage, veins popping in his face as he screamed madly, "How dare you, you animal, insult me! I will tear you to pieces!" Before he could cast his next incantation, a surprise attack erupted from a blind spot, shielded behind a barrage of stones charged with immense energy. The attack struck its target with pinpoint precision, and the dark elf met his end instantly, his blood-stained breath ceasing forever. With his death, the flow of dark mana that had been animating the dead was severed. All the summoned monsters collapsed and vanished into the air like smoke, leaving a desolate and bone-chilling silence over the battlefield. As for Tehran, who was struggling to stay alive, he attempted to rise with great difficulty, leaning against the tree trunk. His body was covered in severe wounds, and every movement he made gnawed at his nerves with unbearable pain. Panting with ragged breaths, he muttered weakly and mockingly, "I truly thought I was going to die this time." The horse saw him in that state, approached with calm steps, and placed its head near him. Tehran extended his hand and stroked it gently. He spoke in a low voice filled with gratitude. "Yes, you are a true hero. Thank you." The scene shifts to the stillness of the quiet night, where Tehran had set up a small camp far from the bloody arena. Tehran sat before the person he had saved, who was just beginning to regain consciousness with looks of suspicion and dread. Tehran spoke in a calm tone to soothe him. "You've finally woken up. Don't worry, you are safe now." The yellow-haired youth looked at him in bewilderment and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you, and where am I?" Tehran answered him succinctly, "I saw the dark elves attacking you, and I intervened to save you." Upon hearing this, the youth turned toward his horse and began to stroke it tenderly, calling it by name. "Tilly, you are safe, my dear." Tehran commented with admiration, "She is incredibly intelligent. She realized she had to protect you and move you to a safer place even before I arrived." The youth nodded his head with deep gratitude and said sincerely, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving my life. I am Aziz from the Birch family." Tehran introduced himself and asked after a short silence, "By the way, is there a reason for this hostility with the Dark Elves?" Aziz lowered his head in sadness and answered slowly, "A reason? There is no reason. I was on a journey with my servants, and suddenly we were attacked without any provocation. I heard that other races could be violent, but I never imagined their brutality would reach this extent." As he spoke, the tone of his voice began to quiver, and suddenly he burst into tears as he remembered his fallen comrades. He collapsed entirely under the weight of the shock. While the tears streamed down his face, he whispered with bitterness and guilt, "I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for them." Aziz spoke with a trembling voice, tears still lingering in his eyes. "The people I lost today, they were the most precious thing I had in this world." Tehran felt the weight of his grief and asked calmly, "Were they your family?" Aziz shook his head in negation and replied, "They were the knights and servants who accompanied me on this journey, but in truth, they are the ones who raised me since I was a small child." Tehran observed the young man's features in silence and realized an important truth. He is a sincerely kind person. His grief is not an act, but rather springs from a loyal heart that knows no falsehood. After a short silence, Tehran asked, "How many dark elves attacked you?" Aziz replied, "I believe they were all here. You said you killed 2, didn't you?" Tehran nodded his head, then activated his Mind Explorer skill in silence. His senses expanded to encompass the entire surroundings, scanning the area precisely for any hidden enemy or remaining threat among the trees.
After moments of piercing observation, he confirmed that the clearing had become completely safe. He reassured himself inwardly. Correct, there is no longer a trace of any other dark elf nearby. A short stillness fell between them. Aziz broke the silence and looked at Tehran with a plea. "Sir Darren, do you have any urgent business that requires your departure now?" Tehran replied with calm steadiness, "I am also on an exploratory journey and I have no fixed schedule." Astonishment appeared on Aziz's face as he scrutinized our hero's features. "You possess all this power and yet you still travel alone? Are you a descendant of one of the great families?" He continued in bewilderment, "But why are you alone?" Tehran responded with a mysterious and succinct reply. "It's complicated, and in truth, I am not that strong. I set a trap for the first one and killed him, then suffered greatly before the other, and if it weren't through the help of this red horse, I wouldn't be here now." As the words faded into the air, something extraordinary began to happen. A faint blue aura of energy emanated from Darren's body and began to spread slowly. At the same time, a red aura began to rise from Aziz's body in response to that energy. The two energies collided slightly in the space between them, creating an invisible tension felt by both. Tehran watched this interaction and thought to himself, "Isn't this young man strong enough? If I hadn't absorbed the Dark Elf's mana, my power would be lower than his right now." He continued his thoughts. He is not at a level that allows him to face 2 mages who summon the dead, so how did he survive? Does he possess exceptional combat instincts or a special bloodline? And if so, why does he travel alone and exposed to such dangers? Aziz spoke again in a more composed tone.
Since you have no specific destination, would you allow me to invite you to visit my family, the Birch family? He paused slightly, then added sincerely, I want to repay my debt to you for saving my life, and for escorting me safely until I return to my people. Tehran looked at him and asked simply, repay the debt? Aziz smiled a warm smile and explained, we are the Birch family, vassals to the great house Arabian in the north. Our lineage is that of the magic artisans. We have inherited the crafting of magical tools for generations. He completed with eyes shining with pride. We will craft for you a magical tool that perfectly suits your power and is one of a kind. Tehran remained seated, listening intently, carefully weighing this tempting offer in his mind.
Silence descended upon the forest as Tyron and Acis paused for a moment. The final task weighed heavily on the soul, as they had just finished burying the bodies of the fallen soldiers in the dirt. Acis kept staring at that makeshift grave with eyes filled with sorrow, whispering in a choked voice, I wish I could have returned them to their homes, but reality is harsher than our wishes. The blonde youth turned towards Tyron, his gratitude preceding his words, thanking him not only for saving his life, but because he didn't mock his brokenness and the tears he shed for his comrades. In Acis's beliefs, seeing a noble cry over his subordinates is the ultimate sign of weakness and is pathetic, or so it was engraved in his mind since he was a child taking his first steps in the world of nobles. He was raised on a strict doctrine that views grief as an obstacle and that a brilliant leader is one who steps over sacrifices with a cold foot and moves forward without looking back. But now, looking at the mound of dirt, he realized a new truth. If strength means turning into stone statues that do not feel the pain of their followers, then I prefer to remain weak forever. Tyron looked at him with a reassuring calmness and answered in a confident voice, What you feel is not weakness, Acis. It is the good nature that monsters lack. Simple words that replace the clouds of tension with mutual serenity. Acis felt a strange harmony with his companion, as if their souls had read each other, so he suggested spontaneously, since we're almost the same age, what do you say we leave formalities aside and talk as friends? A wide and sincere smile drew on his face, and he extended his hand to Tyron, offering a pact of friendship. Tyron hesitated for a second looking at that hand, before deciding to accept it. Their handshake was as strong as mountain rock, declaring the beginning of a bond that storms will not break, and for the first time since the battle erupted, the heaviness of the atmosphere finally began to dissipate. Once they settled, the hero pointed towards a strangely designed box lying on the side of the road, suggesting a short break to gather their strength before continuing the journey.
Tyron glanced at that massive object tied to the horse's saddlebag with curiosity and interest, wondering about the nature of this strange body accompanying them. Acis opened it to reveal a magical cooler overflowing with fresh food, explaining that the cooling magic inside preserves the taste for a whole week, despite needing a simple reheating before eating. Then he lightly pulled out an advanced magical kettle, and with a single push of a button, hot water began to pour from it like magic to prepare a warm drink for them. He continued to show off his wonders that made camping life a luxurious picnic, pulling out a magical detector pulsing with light to alert them in case any strange creature approached. He even showed an amazing tool that helps construct a temporary shelter in the blink of an eye using nearby tree branches. Even his clothes were not devoid of magic. His clothes possessed a self-cleaning property, sparing him the trouble of washing in river streams, so Tyron muttered in admiration, Truly, this is astonishing. For such advanced magical items are considered treasures far beyond the reach of the general public or even minor mages. Acis ignored the words of praise with humility, asserting that all these toys are worth nothing compared to his life, which Tyron saved, promising him a reward befitting his status. He joked in a playful tone, If the elders of my family are stingy with the reward, I swear I will craft something unique for you with my own hands as soon as we arrive. But his features suddenly regained their seriousness. He continued in an awestruck voice, However, all that I own does not compare to your magic, controlling monsters, summoning lightning bolts from the heart of the sky. Acis began to list the wonders he had witnessed, manipulating the terrain as if the earth is at your fingertips. Tell me, have you spent your life training, or do you descend from a legendary lineage that masters all arts? Tyron answered very simply and in a tone free of boasting. Everything you see comes to me naturally, just as we breathe, avoiding entering the labyrinth of details. Acis burst out laughing, thinking it was a joke, for the idea of a lineage possessing this absurd ability seems impossible. However, curiosity overcame him, and he asked, All right, genius, how old are you really then?
Acis laughed cheerfully, joking with his companion. Sometimes I feel that behind this young face hides an old man experienced in cunning. But his laughter turned into a gasp of shock that almost choked him when Tyron calmly revealed the truth.
Tyron dropped his bomb, saying, "I will turn 19 next month," to which Assis responded in astonishment, confessing that he is 43 years old. Despite the age gap, Assis, with his athletic body and vitality, looked much younger, especially standing next to Tyron's prestige, which suggests a dignity far exceeding his age. The noble pondered this strange luck. He now knows two absolute geniuses in the prime of their youth, and mentioned his cousin's name in a tone carrying much appreciation. He confidently claimed that his cousin's talent might match and even rival Tyron's exceptional talent, as if placing two peaks on the same scale. Tyron asked curiously if she could craft magical items for him, but Assis quickly explained that she belongs to the main bloodline and doesn't bother with trivial matters. He spoke of her with a respect bordering on reverence, describing a character possessing an overwhelming presence that makes the air freeze in her attendance. She is May, the princess of the Arabian family, the figure who stands above the grand nobles and is destined to lead this great lineage towards the future. And as they traversed the wastelands on horseback, Assis continued narrating tales of the power that rules their world. He explained to Tyron the strict hierarchical structure of the great families, clarifying that leadership is not a right inherited by the eldest child merely by birth. Among dozens of relatives in a single generation, the throne goes to the one who proves to be the strongest, and among all the patriarch's children, May emerged as a unique phenomenon. May was born with a talent the lineage hadn't witnessed in centuries, and at the age of 21 she mastered blood magic and countless forbidden powers, becoming the undisputed miracle of the generation. And when she engages in combat, she consumes massive amounts of mana, turning the battlefield into an arena to prove her might. Tyron wondered whether this terrifying development was the product of special support or secret rituals provided to her by the family in this short time.
Confirmed that she inherited the manor of her great-uncle upon his death, a sacred privilege reserved only for the elites of the great lineages to ensure the continuation of power. Tyron fell silent for a moment, drowning in his thoughts. He now realized the secret behind these families' control over the world, for they do not only inherit gold, but they inherit power itself. The two continued their journey across the vast, boundless plains, feeling the breeze of safety caressing their faces as the destination approached. Assis advanced with agile and eager steps, enthusiasm overflowing from his eyes to return home after dancing with death in the forest. A gentle wind blew across the golden grassy pastures, undulating like a sea of gold. These are the famous Deccan Plains. Here, in the heart of the central Arabian domain, the grand estate of the Burke-Savalian house began to rise before their eyes. The gleaming white castle manifested like a jewel in the heart of the plain, a symbol of unwavering power and prestige, and as soon as they crossed the massive gates, they were greeted by a noblewoman with an authoritative aura who rushed towards Assis with tears and anxiety, overcoming her usual dignity. Assis threw himself into his mother's embrace, and an overwhelming wave of relief washed over them, for our little hero had finally returned to his safe haven. Tyron watched this emotional scene in silence, recalling in his mind the large age difference Assis had revealed earlier, and realizing that behind these walls a new story begins. Moments later, a man whose face was covered with a dignified beard appeared. It was Assis's father, who cast a stern look at his son, reminding him of the necessity to maintain his composure and dignity as a noble, allowing the boy to regain his shaken steadfastness. Assis stepped forward to officially introduce Tyron as his new friend and benefactor who plucked him from the jaws of death in the south. The matriarch listened with great interest to the details of the ambush set by the necromancers. But the moment the word dark elves reached her ears and their audacity to attack her only heir, a terrifying spark of anger flashed across her face, and her aristocratic features almost torn apart from excessive fury. Assis's father intervened quickly and wisely, whispering a warning to her against losing control in front of the servants and onlookers. She inhaled the air and regained her cold mask of composure. The matriarch turned towards Tyron with a scrutinizing look, evaluating his worth, and asked him in a condescending tone about the name of the noble family he descends from. Tyron maintained a neutral expression, like a statue of ice, already knowing that his answer would be like a slap to the faces of these aristocrats. He answered with complete honesty and without an ounce of shame. "I was born to a commoner mother, and I don't even know the identity of my father." Asis's eyes widened in obvious shock, for despite all they went through, he just realized they had never touched upon discussing Tyron's origins during their journey. The matriarch absorbed this shock, and despite her previous promise of a reward, the temperature of her tone dropped to freezing cold as soon as she learned he was a commoner, informing him that she could not provide a room inside the main palace, brazenly suggesting that he look for shelter in one of the city's inns. Asis was left stunned and embarrassed by this blatant lack of hospitality towards the man to whom he owes his life. Suddenly, the tension was pierced by a voice as cold as winter frost emerging from the shadows, saying boredly, "There is no need for such unnecessary drama." A dark-haired young woman stepped towards the light, adding with the calm imposed by the confident, "Whoever risked his life to save Asis will not try to harm us now." As soon as she stepped into the light, her overwhelming presence silenced the entire room, as if time had stopped out of respect for her. It was Misa, the princess of Arabian. Her pale skin and her empty, emotionless gaze gave her a ghostly aura that was terrifying and dazzling at the same time. Asis was surprised to see her there so soon and asked her eagerly and anxiously what she was doing outside her fortified room. Tyron observed the famous Misa closely, noting that her aura perfectly matched the legends told about a miracle born from a powerful lineage.
However, to his expert eyes, she looked less like a member of the royal family and closer to a walking corpse. Then Misa coldly explained that she was forced to seek refuge here to hide after surviving an assassination attempt carried out by the Forms family from the House of Sar. Asis felt terror freezing him for the idea that hired assassins managed to breach the complex defensive systems of the princess's private residence means an absolute disaster. Misa added with thinly veiled suspicions that she suspects the presence of internal traitors, as many within the family's walls yearn for her downfall, and she appeared extremely exhausted from the conversation. The princess excused herself to leave and rest in her room, and under the pressure of Misa's presence, the matriarch had no choice but to yield, reluctantly ordering the preparation of one of the finest guest rooms inside the palace for Tyron. And the night soon drew its dark curtains over the Berg estate, hiding within its folds the bloody political tensions that had just begun to surface within its impenetrable walls. The following morning, Tyron slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed whose luxury surpassed anything he had experienced in his harsh life. He took a quiet moment to stretch, enjoying the comfort of the plush guest room while the morning sunlight streamed softly through the palace's tall windows. The sunbeams illuminated the intricate details of the elegant decor, announcing the start of a new day fraught with uncertainty and the hidden intrigues pulsing through the estate's walls. Tyron stepped towards the hallway to explore the palace, walking with his usual quiet steps and cloaked in the cold mask of indifference that never leaves him. And while he was contemplating the engravings along the corridor, he stopped suddenly when a familiar voice pierced the morning stillness, calling his name from behind. He turned to see Asis awake and full of vitality, greeting him enthusiastically and wondering why he was wandering alone at this early hour. Tyron pointed coldly towards a lamp mounted on the wall, showing his curiosity about its complex magical mechanism, which was unusual to him. Asis laughed lightly and explained simply, "These lamps are nothing to speak of. They're just simple training projects made by the family's children to learn control." But before they could continue their conversation, the quiet morning suddenly shattered to the sound of a massive energy explosion, accompanied by flashes of yellow light piercing a nearby window. The blinding glow immediately caught Tyron's attention. He took a step towards the window and observed the outside with cautious curiosity. In contrast to him, Asis remained completely calm, explaining with a faint smile that this commotion is nothing but Misa practicing her usual morning training. The blonde noble recognized the phenomenon immediately and added, "It is the signature power of the Arabian lineage, the magic known as the Storm bloodline." Tyron observed the scene in silence, and although he never hated his origins, witnessing this inherited divine power stirred a faint twinge of envy in his chest. He began to wonder deep down about the true extent of this girl's power, the future heir of the royal family that stands above all. Asis suggested they head to the courtyard to take a closer look, but Tyron hesitated, doubting the wisdom of a suspicious stranger like him approaching the princess's training. Asis indifferently ignored his friend's concerns, confidently assuring him that he would take full responsibility if any problem arose. However, Tyron couldn't help but suspect that behind this enthusiasm was a hidden motive for his friend's desire to drag him to appear before the princess. With a broad and mischievous smile, Asis confessed the truth. "I trained with her in the past, and there's an unsettled rivalry between us. For once in my life, I want to see her arrogance shattered by a harsh defeat."
The two headed towards the open training courtyard, where Asis raised his voice calling out to the princess to interrupt her harmony and grab her attention. Misa stopped mid-spell and directed her cold gaze towards them, asking with an icy coldness about the identity of the strange youth accompanying him. Tyron stepped forward steadily and formally introduced himself to the princess without his tone wavering. Upon hearing his name, the sharpness of Misa's gaze increased slightly, and she asked them with a detached and emotionless tone what they wanted from her at this time. Asis scratched his head in artificial embarrassment, using the excuse that they saw her training and wanted to join. Then, driven by provocation, he started teasing her about past memories.
He reminded her with a malicious smile how she cried like a little child when he beat her in mastering a complex spell, while Tyron continued to watch this tense exchange in silence. Asis was clearly enjoying his time as he pressed the strings of her pride, while the princess's features began to be clad in an evident annoyance that escalated with every word. Sensing that the wrath of the storm was approaching, Asis suddenly changed his tone to seriousness, introducing Tyron as an extraordinary talent, a true monster among mages, and the strongest he has ever met in his life. And then, without any hesitation, Asis dropped his resounding bomb. He suggested that the two engage in a sparring match right then and there, a real fight to test their powers. Misa repeated the word fight coldly, and her piercing gaze settled on Tyron with a complex mix of disdain and faint curiosity. Tyron remained silent as usual, cautiously evaluating the situation, while the tension between them began to rise like a volcano about to erupt with every passing second. Suddenly, Misa's eyes glowed with an intense blue light, and a massive magical pressure flooded the entire area. The atmosphere changed in the blink of an eye, becoming heavy and stifling. Tyron instinctively looked towards the sky, features of absolute shock drawn on his face. Directly above the palace, the clear sky darkened in fractions of a second, and massive bolts of yellow lightning began to crash violently around the training grounds. Misa unleashed the true power of the storm bloodline, and her body appeared enveloped in a terrifying spiral vortex of lightning and raw energy. Her form became like a majestic shadow in the heart of a raging magical storm, commanding and directing it with an absolute control that accepted no challenge. This absolute power forced Tyron to protect himself, and his body began to strain severely under the crushing pressure radiating from her power. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the bitter truth. The gap between them was much larger than his mind had imagined. And just as suddenly as it had begun, the storm vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a clear sky and a heavy tension still hanging in the courtyard's air. Misa walked towards them with calm and graceful steps, her expression cold and unreadable, as is always her habit.
Turan was breathing with extreme difficulty, and beads of sweat had formed on his skin just from the effort he exerted to withstand her overwhelming presence. He was left speechless, unable to comprehend how she showed no sign of exhaustion after this terrifying display of power. Breaking the stifling silence, the princess finally spoke. Her words came in the form of an apology, but they sounded more like a calm and decisive judgment than a polite gesture, fixing her gaze firmly at Turan. She told him without any hesitation or flattery that he simply wasn't at a high enough level to have the honor of fighting her. At that moment, Misa looked at him and said with deadly coldness, "I hate to say this, but I don't think you are a match for me." On the other hand, Turan was already feeling the mounting tension enveloping them as the atmosphere became heavier and more hostile with the passing seconds. In a desperate attempt to ease the tension, Asis intervened between them and said, "If we are talking about mana alone, then I agree that he is no match for you. But what is truly amazing about this man is his innate talent for learning magic." He then turned to his sister and explained with unusual seriousness, "Turan is a magic genius unlike anyone I have ever seen in my life. Misa, even you wouldn't be as talented as him." However, Misa didn't seem impressed by this praise, and with a calm but serious tone she replied, "Since he's boasting how amazing you are, let's see what you have." Hearing this, Turan maintained his calm and composure amazingly and took a step forward, saying confidently, "How about each of us shows a magic the other doesn't know? Whoever succeeds in learning it first wins." Asis immediately nodded in agreement, encouraging the idea. "This really sounds like a good way. Misa, what do you think?" Misa agreed, filled with quiet confidence. "All right. From what I've heard, Turan doesn't even know what the magic of his own bloodline is, so it wouldn't be fair for me to use my unique magic. Let's leave that aside, shall we?" Taran stepped forward without any hesitation, his eyes gleaming with silent defiance. "I will start." In the next moment, both Taran and Asis fixed their gazes forward, anticipating the princess's next move. Suddenly, and without any warning, countless plant roots erupted from beneath the ground, writhing and lunging like angry green snakes. The roots moved with lightning speed, coiling tightly around Asis's body before lifting him high into the air like a light rag doll. Asis screamed in panic as he dangled helplessly. "Whoa! Wait for heaven's sakes!" Misa observed the scene with glacial calmness and directed her words to Turin. "The magic of creating and manipulating plants. Can you replicate it?" Asis continued screaming and squirming. "Put me down! Dizziness is starting to kill my head!" But Misa replied with a provocative coldness, completely unmoved. "Stay there for a second. This sight is truly amusing." At that moment, Turin stared straight ahead, then slowly raised his gaze to contemplate the sky, before lowering it and placing his palm firmly on the pulsating earth. Meanwhile, he began to analyze things in his genius mind. The magic that ignites fire is nothing more than the summoning of the combustion phenomenon. And the magic that creates water merely draws out the invisible moisture scattered in the air and gathers it. Then, with a quiet voice carrying the certainty of the knowledgeable, he uttered a single word: "Grow." And he began to explain his deduction. Withered vines are no different. It is a magic that accelerates the growth rate of seeds buried in the ground. In other words, it is not a process of creation from nothing, but merely growth. And as this overwhelming realization crystallized, the earth immediately responded to his call. Thick and massive vines began to erupt and expand with incredible speed. The scene was terrifying and overwhelming as the vines twisted and expanded as if they were living, breathing creatures, filling the space with their dominant presence. Upon seeing this miracle, Misa appeared visibly shocked, and her cold expression changed for the first time since her appearance. In the meantime, and even though Asis was still dangling in the air like a pendulum, his features lit up with amazing enthusiasm for the pure genius he was witnessing. Misa asked him with a curiosity not devoid of caution. "From the way you uttered the word 'grow,' it seems you deciphered the nature of the magic in a single second. Have you seen this technique before?" And Turin answered with utter calmness, "I have never seen it." Immediately after, with a flick of her hand, Misa released Asis, letting him fall back to the ground with a light thud. She said in a thoughtful tone, I suppose Asis can be right sometimes, so it's your turn to cast your spell. Let's see what you can do." At this moment, the gears of thought turned in Turan's head. He fully realized that using the magic of his own Zahar bloodline would be a suicidal act here, so he began to look for an alternative, and suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. He moved slowly, extending his hand to the side in a fluid motion. And from there, a small trembling mouse appeared, responding to his hidden call. Misa glanced at him with slight disappointment and said mockingly, "Animal manipulation? Is that all you have?" Turan gave her a piercing look and answered, "Of course not. This weak creature is nothing but raw material." Then he steadily picked up the mouse with his hand. And at that very moment, a strange and dark energy emanated, beginning to leak from the pores of his body like ethereal smoke. That mysterious energy flowed slowly toward the mouse, piercing it and penetrating its entire being, announcing the beginning of a terrifying spell that the Arabian palace had never witnessed before. Although the exact process was invisible to the eye, within just a few moments, the mouse began to weaken and fade until it breathed its last breath, letting a deadly silence prevail in the atmosphere. With the completion of this horrific act, Misa watched the scene in shock and a hint of confusion, unsure of the nature of the mysterious magic she had just witnessed. On the other hand, Tyron maintained his icy calmness and said simply and indifferently, "I'm done." A mysterious expression appeared on Misa's face, and she said with a defiance that overpowered the shock, "Perfect, now it's my turn." At that moment, she pointed her finger to the side, for another mouse to appear out of nowhere in that spot. She immediately grabbed it in the same manner Tyron used, and violent mana began to flow from her body. And while pumping her energy relentlessly, her mind was screaming inside, "What in heaven's name is this? How did he do that? This is not just traditional magic." Reacted to the scene with visible terror and shouted, "How can you use magic like that, Tyron? This is too scary." Upon hearing him, Tyron answered with provocative calmness, "It just crossed my mind this very moment." But deep down, his thoughts were spinning in bewilderment. "I didn't expect this shock. Is it possible that a prestigious family like Arabian is completely ignorant of this type of magic?" Asis looked anxiously towards the princess and said, "It seems things are not going well. Misa, what do you say we end this and declare Tyron the winner?" But Misa immediately replied with boiling anger, "Shut up! Do you really think I'm incapable of doing this?" And she stubbornly began experimenting with the magic on her own. Here, the narrative explains the nature of what is happening. Causality in magic is an extremely complex element. Whether the phenomenon is a natural event or not, success depends on the user's perception of the magical cause and determining the appropriate amount of mana to produce it. And as the explanation continues, we return to the three in the courtyard, where Misa is still struggling and whispering to herself just a little more, for one of the ways to compensate for the ignorance of causality is to pump a massive and absolute amount of mana to break the rule with brute force. In this critical moment, Misa intensified her focus immensely. A massive amount of energy exploded from her body and flowed violently towards the mouse, which began to slowly weaken, while the power of her magic was literally killing it from the inside. Upon seeing this scene, Assis exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, it worked!" while Tyron watched what was unfolding before him in muted shock. Misa immediately said while panting, a faint sense of pride rising on her pale face, "I did it!" But at the same time, it was clear that she was completely drained. Her eyelids began to grow heavy and close slowly, and in the very next moment, she collapsed physically, falling hard onto the cold ground. Assis was struck with extreme panic and screamed, "What's wrong? Misa, open your eyes!" Tyron observed the situation carefully and began to analyze coldly. What is the reason for her sudden collapse? Mana depletion does not lead to an immediate fall, but only exhaustion.
I see now even the fundamental power that reinforces her frail body and keeps her standing is gone. Realizing the gravity of the situation and its rapid deterioration, Tyron quickly caught her in his arms and asked, "There is no healing mage here, right?" And Assis answered in the negative, prompting Tyron to order firmly, "Then bring water and salt to her room and contact the adults immediately." And while carrying her, he thought to himself in shock, "She is so light, like carrying a small lamb. From the beginning, she was barely sustaining a body she couldn't support, and now she has exhausted even that remaining mana to stay alive." After that, the scene shifts inside the palace, where a cautious calm envelops the royal wings. Misa opened her eyes slowly and heavily. Her aunt was already sitting by her bed, with features of anxiety clearly covering her face. The aunt asked eagerly, hiding a maternal panic behind it, "Are you okay, my dear? Have you fully regained your consciousness?" Misa looked at her with extreme weakness and wondered, "Why am I here?" So her aunt explained, "Assis told us that you collapsed suddenly during a magical training with the new guest. Is this true?" Memories of the short battle began to flood into Misa's mind, while her aunt continued asking questions with great concern. "Did that strange person do something to you?" She continued strictly, "For now we have detained him in the temple under tight surveillance until we find out the truth." Misa immediately denied that and said in a tired voice, clearing him of blame, "No, it's not that person's fault at all. I just made a mistake for a moment in estimating my energy." Feeling the exhaustion weighing her down, she requested quietly, "Please, I want to be alone. My head is throbbing with pain." Her aunt replied gently, "I have prepared some hot soup for you. I know magic makes you lose your appetite, but you must think of your health as well." She added, "I will leave it here beside you. Try to eat at least a little of it." The aunt stood nearby, radiating deep concern for her niece's condition. Upon seeing this sincere concern, Misa thanked her kindly, allowing the aunt to leave the room quietly, closing the door behind her to let her rest. Misa was left alone in the silence of the spacious room, and she turned her gaze very slowly towards the bowl of soup her aunt had prepared. A faint hesitation passed through her, as if her instinct was warning her of something invisible, before her hand finally reached out and picked up the bowl to begin sipping its first drops. But as soon as the soup touched her lips, a horrific feeling swept over her that something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, her vision began to distort and blur, and in the next moment, strange and terrifying visions materialized right before her eyes. The visions became visibly shaky, while desperate voices echoed in her head, screaming, "Help me, Misa! I know you can save us! It hurts so much, sister!" And despite the lack of clarity regarding the identities of these people, their voices sounded real and painful, as if reaching her from a very distant place, yet connected to the depths of her soul. Waves of absolute fear and confusion overwhelmed her, causing her hands to suddenly drop the soup bowl, its contents spilling and scattering across the floor. She gripped her ears tightly and began to scream in anguish and torment. The scene looked like an excerpt from a horror story, her voice filled with panic as the visions continued to torture and tear apart her exhausted mind. The scene then shifts outside, where we see a stone statue standing in majestic silence. The narrative reveals that this location is the underground chamber of the barrack house, known as the Temple of the Lame Goddess. Inside this sacred and dark place, Tyron stands accompanied by an armored guard who escorted him there by order of the family. The guard gripped his sword hilt firmly and spoke in a serious warning tone. "The doors and walls here are all hardened like bulging muscles. They've been magically trained for centuries without a single gap, so don't even think about breaching them and escaping." Then it is revealed that the name of this solid guard is Harem Barrack. Upon hearing this threat, Tyron answered with extreme calmness, "Yes, I understand that.
However, inside his mind, he was observing every inch, analyzing the geographical situation with utter care. Harem added with arrogant pride, "They are very strict walls," to which Tyron responded with deadly indifference, "All right."
Repeated the phrase with greater emphasis, trying to prove his prestige, extremely strict. Tyron couldn't help but think to himself with silent sarcasm, is he trying to show off in front of me? And in that strange moment, Harem Barik suddenly drew his sword from its scabbard and began swinging it in the air as if performing a combat exercise. Tyron looked at him with obvious deadpan and asked, "What in heaven's name are you doing?" Harem answered him simply as if what he was doing was the most natural thing in the world. "I am training." Tyron quietly observed the man's movements. His eyes followed with utmost care and precision every swing of the sword in the air, and every step the guard takes on the stone floor, and every precise mechanical shift in his combat stance. And while he was watching, his analytical mind began to dismantle everything. These are truly effective movements. There are no unnecessary actions. Every movement is the precise minimum preparation needed for the next strike. Is this the absolute efficiency of a body honed by training? After a moment of observant silence, Harem Barik noticed Tyron's piercing gaze accurately following every move of his. He stopped swinging his sword and said quietly, "Oh, my apologies. Did I get in the way of your thoughts?" To which Tyron replied, "No, you didn't." Harem asked him with a warrior's curiosity, "Tell me then, what did you just see in my movements?" Tyron answered with complete honesty and in a tone devoid of flattery, "I thought they were wonderful and perfect." Harem nodded slightly, signs of satisfaction looming on his stern face, saying, "I see." And as he returned to continue his training, he began explaining his philosophy. Most nobles reject weapon arts and consider them trivial. They prefer to attack from a safe distance with magic, but the truth is their bodies are fragile and their minds are incapable of commanding their limbs, so they rely on magical tricks to compensate for this deficiency. Tyron listened attentively, then responded with deep thought. Unless the lineage is already specialized in physical strength, focusing on magic seems more practical and efficient in battles. He added, "But after experiencing real combat, you realize there are situations that will force you into physical engagement and confrontation, even if you desperately wish to avoid it."
Harem stopped suddenly, and with a swift motion threw a real sword towards Tyron, shouting, "Take this!" Tyron caught the sword skillfully, but asked doubtfully, "I thought you were keeping me here as a suspect prisoner. Is it acceptable to give me a weapon?" Harem answered indifferently, "It doesn't matter. This is just an iron rod. What makes it a deadly sword is the body of its wielder, and with this weak body of yours, you won't even be able to scratch me." After hearing these provocative words, Tyron muttered quietly, "True, even if I tried to do something."
Harem continued to observe him, and at that very moment, something drastically changed in the atmosphere. The air surrounding Tyrone shifted, and a strong, violent energy exploded, flowing from his body as soon as he tightened the grip of the sword's hilt. The calm atmosphere suddenly turned into a battlefield, and an overwhelming and terrifying presence accumulated in the place. Harem immediately shouted to break this false flare. "Not like that!" Harem stepped forward and began correcting Tyrone's physical stance, calmly explaining the fundamental principle of true sword arts. He guided him step by step, taught him how to place his center of gravity firmly on his front leg, how to raise his arm with absolute control, and most importantly, how to learn to overcome the deadly blade's weight instead of stubbornly resisting it. Tyrone listened with intense attention and answered with quiet respect, demonstrating a genius comprehension of every remark. Harem nodded in satisfaction, ordering him to repeat the movement 10 consecutive times without stopping, stressing the importance of breathing. Never hold your breath. Let the air flow into your muscles, as if every movement draws its strength from your depths. And in a more contemplative tone, Harem acknowledged that the boy's body was naturally predisposed for combat training. If he found enough time to hone it properly, the results would be brutal and amazing. For although magic is indisputably a mage's strongest tool, Harem explained, that the body is the foundation and vessel. A body honed through harsh and relentless trials is capable of imposing its absolute dominance, even without relying on magic. He insisted that this distinction and deep understanding is something Tyrone must fully grasp to reach perfection. And as Tyrone prepared to continue his training, carefully absorbing the words of his new teacher, the massive doors of the goddess's temple slowly opened, changing the atmosphere once again with the entrance of the matriarch of the Burke family, after confirming from Misa that Tyrone was innocent and not responsible for her earlier collapse. She had come personally to offer her apologies to their mistreated guest. However, Tyrone held no grudge in his heart. Rather, he bowed humbly, saying, "I am the one who should apologize. My actions as a guest were inappropriate and somewhat suspicious."
Despite this, the matriarch explained that Misa strongly desires to apologize to him directly and kindly asked if he had some time to visit her. When they finally met in her room, Misa expressed her sincere regret, explaining that she feels fully responsible for his detention in the temple due to her condition. Tyron gently downplayed her concern, assuring her that what happened was merely a necessary security measure and that he felt relieved knowing she was okay. Instead of diving into apologies, her curiosity suddenly shifted to the magic he used the previous day, the animal decay spell. She wondered if it was a hidden inherited magic, as the immense power required to replicate it seemed extraordinary.
But Tyron completely denied it, honestly explaining that it is not an inherited ability at all. In fact, he confirmed that anyone who understands the principle behind the spell can use it with absolute ease. This piqued her scientific curiosity as a genius mage, and she passionately begged him to teach it to her. In return, she offered to share a secret art of the Arabian family's arts, and seeing her determination, Tyron agreed to the offer without hesitation. He began to explain to her with infinite precision the true and shocking nature of that spell. The essence of the magic was not destruction, but was actually an enhancement magic, meaning strengthening living organisms to grow and multiply. The fundamental difference is that the target being enhanced was an invisible life form, a type of microorganism that transcends normal perception, and because Misa wasn't even aware of this organism's existence, her spell was blind. She realized then why her previous attempt was ineffective and lethal to her. She had relied solely on brute force without understanding the causality, and although she ultimately succeeded with a massive consumption of mana, she now grasped the massive gap in understanding between them. Nevertheless, she admitted it with some hesitation and asked Tyron to tell Assis that their match ended in a draw, as she didn't want to see her cousin grow more arrogant, to which Tyron agreed with a faint smile. And fulfilling her promise, Misa prepared to reveal her great secret art before the boy. She grabbed her special comb and ran it gently and smoothly through the locks of her silky hair, and began explaining how objects, when rubbing against each other, can generate a hidden force that makes them attract. But before she could finish her explanation, Tyron interrupted her with a deadly calm, simply identifying that phenomenon as static electricity, an answer that completely surprised her and destroyed the aura of the secret art. For a moment, the Arabian princess stood speechless, unable to hide her astonishment and shock at the breadth of this young man's comprehension. She regained her composure with difficulty and acknowledged the depth of the technique, but confessed that she never expected him actually to understand it. This put her in a difficult position, unsure of what she could teach him that he didn't already know. After quick thinking to save her pride, she suggested a different solution until she could return the favor. "We will train together." She explained in a gentle, condescending manner that this was only to pay her debt and not because she personally needed his help. Tyron accepted the agreement without hesitation, and they agreed to meet in the garden every evening starting the next day, birthing a new partnership under the shadows of the palace. That night, the charged atmosphere shifted again, but this time under the lights of a luxurious dining table. An extravagant royal feast was prepared that exceeded all expectations, as the Burke family insisted on honoring their guest until everyone was satiated with delicacies of food and drink. This scene left Assis sitting next to Tyron in evident bewilderment. He couldn't understand the reason for the sudden extravagance from his mother, to the point he hadn't seen such generosity even on his birthdays, as if a great lord from the Alba clan had attended in person. But Tyron, with his piercing intuition, felt that behind this heavy meal lay deeper political implications and hidden intentions. As the conversation began, the matriarch skillfully steered the dialogue towards a previous promise, reminding everyone that her son had pledged to offer a powerful magical item as the price for saving his life. She turned towards Tyron and asked him in a generous tone what kind of peace he wished for. And after a moment of deep thought, Tyron answered honestly and practically, saying using magic to harm others is easy, but protecting oneself is the real challenge. So he requested a reliable defensive tool that protects him from surprise attacks in critical moments. The mother admitted that she had crafted similar items in the past, but didn't have one ready now, and when Assis enthusiastically volunteered to make it, his mother immediately refused, cutting him off for fear that his unrefined work would tarnish the family's reputation. At that moment, another person raised his hand calmly and confidently across the table, offering to take on this sensitive task, explaining that he had just finished his obligations with the main family and had enough time. When asked about his vision, he suggested crafting the item as a ring or a necklace worn constantly to activate a shield immediately, noting that the only obstacle was his need for a full month of diligent work to complete it. The matriarch praised the initiative of the mage Milo, proudly noting that he is highly skilled, almost rivaling her own expertise, which means the item will be crafted by the hands of an exceptional expert from a lineage that masters the creation of magical artifacts. Tyron expressed his gratitude mixed with concern, wondering if it was worth all this trouble and time, but the mother firmly ignored his hesitation, asserting that the value of this tool is negligible compared to the value of her son's life that he saved. Then, with a calm firmness that accepted no refusal, she ordered Tyron to stay as an honored guest with the family for the entire next month until the item is completed, demanding that he cast aside any worry. The next morning, Assis leaned towards Tyron with a wide smile, revealing that his mother was deeply impressed with him, revealing that she spent the night praising his talent that rivals Misa's and his personal traits that go beyond mere brute force. Assis leaned back with a sly tone combining seriousness and joking, revealing his mother's true intentions. She plans to bring you into the Burke family permanently. He explained that her usual method starts with excessive generosity and luxurious gifts to surround the victim with a sense of obligation. Then, at the crucial moment, she introduces him to a charming young woman from the family to tie him down forever, a trap many powerful mages have fallen into. Tyron sighed in annoyance, realizing that this situation would unnecessarily complicate his life. But Assis laughingly reassured him not to worry, for the magical item is his right, and no one will force him to marry if he refuses, affirming that his mother is not stingy enough to take back her gift. Changing the subject, Assis asked about his plans for the rest of the day, so Tyron answered that he had committed to a training appointment with Princess Misa in the evening. As soon as Assis realized the training was in the evening, his eyes lit up, and he threw his arm around Tyron's shoulder, announcing that the entire day is available, insisting on taking him on a tour to explore the secrets of the city of Zavalin. Tyron tried to wriggle out of it, explaining that he prefers to spend the day in quiet to practice his magical rituals alone. But Assis gave him no room. He grabbed him by his collar and dragged him along, laughing. "Life is short, my friend, and we must enjoy it before battles consume us." A short while later, they stopped in front of the facade of a noisy casino buzzing with life and gamblers. Features of indifference and boredom were clear on Tyron's face, and as soon as Assis noticed that, he hurried to change the destination, pointing enthusiastically to other landmarks. He continued to show one place after another in a desperate attempt to pique his icy friend's curiosity. And during this lively explanation, Tyron froze in place, and his attention was suddenly drawn towards a specific point.
He focused his piercing gaze on a large, ornate poster carefully mounted on a nearby wall. The drawn figure on it bore a strange and suspicious resemblance to Knight Cain, but something in the expression drawn on his face was different and contradictory to his reality. This mysterious expression remained stuck in Tyron's mind, knocking at the doors of his thoughts and leaving him in a state of unjustified anxiety. To dispel this anxiety, Assis quickly led him towards a massive and crowded theater where an epic play was being performed, taking place in the barren desert of demons, depicting fierce battles of Albion warriors against dark forces outnumbering and outgunning them. And at the heart of that heroic tale was a knight named Cain, who after a desperate battle succeeded in repelling hordes of invaders with a legendary power, almost described as divine. And as the curtain fell, Assis stood to applaud warmly and in fascination, expressing his intense admiration for the heroism and sacrifice. He turned towards Tyron, asking him eagerly about his impression, and the latter answered with sincere and unusual admiration, praising the plot and calling it wonderful. But what truly occupied Tyron's thoughts was the stark contradiction, for Cain had previously claimed before him that he was just an ordinary knight. This suspicious modesty increased his curiosity, and he resolved to confront him in their next meeting to ask him directly about the truth of this legend. And the next morning, and with the first threads of dawn that snuck into the room, Tyron slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a familiar but unexpected sight at this early hour. Lamb was already present inside his room, crouching next to the bed with that unwavering and stern look as usual. His sudden presence was enough to leave Tyron momentarily stunned, before Lamb quietly asked him, "Did you rest well?" Lamb explained that he had spent the night thinking about Tyron's physical potential since their meeting yesterday, and convinced of the boy's latent abilities, he made a decision to train him personally. He firmly asserted that the body doesn't gain strength through rest and ease, but is honed under the hammer of continuous training. And realizing this guidance would benefit him more than loitering aimlessly, Tyron accepted the offer without an ounce of hesitation, his eyes burning with defiance. At that very moment, Assis burst into the room with childish enthusiasm, eager to share news about an exciting show taking place in the city that day. But his enthusiasm evaporated into the air as soon as his eyes fell upon Lamb. The man's majestic and terrifying presence was enough to send a shiver of terror through the young noble's veins. Lamb turned towards him with a piercing look and suggested he join their training, hinting with veiled sarcasm that it might benefit his weak body. So Assis immediately refused while stuttering his words. He claimed with a shaky voice that he hadn't yet recovered from the exhaustion of yesterday's outing, and without waiting for any further discussion, he backed away with stumbling steps and fled the room in a state of near total panic. When he left, Tyron was left bewildered by his friend's exaggerated reaction. But this bewilderment did not last long. The moment Tyron experienced the hell of Lamb's training himself, he fully understood the reason of Assis's escape. His body trembled violently under the weight of crushing fatigue, and every cell and muscle in him screamed in protest against this pain. Lamb watched him closely like a falcon watching its prey, then spoke in a steady, merciless voice. "Can't you hear your body screaming?"
He added strictly, if you cannot endure this trivial amount of pain, you will inevitably be condemned to weakness and death. He ordered him to continue, ignoring his suffering, finally announcing that this exercise would be the last for that session. But as soon as Tyron finished the final repetition with extreme difficulty, he collapsed onto the cold floor like a lifeless corpse, utterly exhausted and sapped of strength. And when coldly asked if he was tired, Tyron admitted between panting breaths that he was indeed completely drained. But Lamb settled for a faint, provocative smile, pointing out that he should be grateful. As a mage, this harsh level of training was barely considered a warm-up. Confused, Tyron wondered if it would be different if he didn't possess mana. So Lamb explained that ordinary people, no matter how harsh their training, will weaken over time if they stop, for they are captives to continuous effort.
As for mages, they are completely different. The latent power of magic keeps their bodies strong and acts as an internal shield, maintaining their fitness at its peak. And once they achieve physical progress, mana prevents its deterioration. Upon hearing this, Tyron grasped the deeper meaning and the secret behind the power of this training. And before he could catch his breath or fully recover, Lamb suddenly announced that he had rested enough and ordered him to get up to start learning weapon techniques. Tyron wanted to object and scream that his body could no longer bear it, but Lamb's decisive look left him no room for argument. He forced himself to push past his body's collapsed limits, and his body responded with sharp pain with every movement as his muscles strained and nearly tore under the weight of the relentless, merciless exercises. Day after day, this deadly routine continued, turning Tyron's suffering into a shield, and this discipline filled his life with a clear purpose and renewed vitality. Mornings were entirely dedicated to tearing muscles in physical training and weapon arts under the strict, flawless supervision of Lamb, while the evenings were devoted to honing the mind and spirit and developing complex magic techniques in the company of Princess Misa. And without feeling the passing of time, 3 full weeks passed in this grueling yet fulfilling cycle, and one evening, while Tyron was training with high focus, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, but it veered off and struck the edge of the target instead of the center. A muffled sigh, laden with deep frustration, escaped him. This was another mistake added to his record of failures in this specific magic. Misa noticed from afar that he seemed to be wrestling with himself, struggling much more than expected for a genius like him. Tyron admitted with a sense of helplessness and a frustrated tone that he is not of Albion blood, hinting that this lightning technique was not innate to his magical makeup, making taming it nearly impossible. Misa genuinely wanted to help, but she stood powerless to provide an explanation. To her, lightning magic was an instinct she breathed, hitting the target the moment she thought of it, and teaching something innate like that to someone who lacks it was a matter of extreme difficulty and complexity.
At that moment, a hoarse voice interrupted the rhythm of their training, calling Misa's name. The speaker approached with confident steps, and his presence carried a certain unmistakable prestige. After casting a fleeting dismissive glance at Tyron, he asked coldly about the identity of this stranger. Misa immediately stepped forward like a human shield, standing in front of Tyron with a cold, protective tone. She told the man it was none of his business and demanded the reason for his presence here, reminding him of her strict orders to the main house not to disturb her during her rest. The man maintained his aristocratic calmness as he delivered his decisive message. "The head of the family has summoned you personally for a matter of utmost importance." He explained that the reason brooks no delay. The Dark Elves have begun to invade the southern regions intensively. They have already seized 3 major cities, and now they are gathering a massive expeditionary force to advance. And as soon as he uttered these words, Tyron's features froze. The weight of the situation was unmistakable, and the quiet rhythm of their lives seemed on the verge of collapsing under the burden of a new war. After Misa listened to the report with her usual coldness, she said, "I see. Tell them I will return immediately." Then she turned to Tyron and added in a tone carrying a veiled farewell, "I believe I have to go now. Oh, by the way," she caught herself saying, "I must pay the fee for the disgusting decay magic you taught me." Right after that, she clasped her hands together, looked directly into Tyron's eyes, and asked him seriously, "Do you know that electricity flows inside the human body as well?" Upon hearing this, Tyron asked in obvious confusion, "Electricity?" He clearly didn't understand the intent behind her strange words. Misa answered with the calm of a victor, "You didn't know then? Well, you could never discover that on your own, for this is one of the deepest secrets of the Arabian family. What if we consider your debt paid if I explain this concept properly to you? That will certainly be a great help to you in combat." Tyron thought for a moment before answering with interest, "I suppose so."
Then Misa began to explain in a steady tone. When a human sees or feels something, that organ sends a tiny electrical signal to the brain. If it's through the eyes, the signal travels from them to the brain, and if it's a smell, it travels from the nose. She continued describing the process accurately, revealing knowledge that seemed mysterious and deep at the same time, while Tyron listened with absolute focus to every letter. As if trying to grasp the concept more deeply, he slowly closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to simulate the idea inside his body. He kept repeating in his mind, a tiny electrical signal, this hidden electrical flow, trying to decipher the code. What happens if I accelerate the electrical signals traveling through those neural pathways all over the body? And as this question kept echoing in his mind, the physical change became visible. Electricity seemed to flow across his face, faintly at first, then intensifying with frightening speed. In the very next moment, his eyes began to glow with a deadly blue light, shooting sparks of energy resembling pure lightning. An unnatural silence prevailed in the atmosphere around him, as if nature itself had stilled due to this sudden and terrifying flow of energy. Tyron found himself standing there, facing Misa with an appearance overflowing with a power he had never known before. She looked at him with a calmness not devoid of admiration and asked him, "So, how do you feel now?" Tyron stood there, almost dazed, as if pulled into another dimension or a completely strange state of consciousness, and inside him a single thought echoed in bewilderment. What is this mighty feeling? Suddenly, a sharp, sudden pain pierced his head. He immediately grabbed it with both hands, struggling fiercely to endure the headache that nearly tore his skull apart as the toll for this overwhelming sensation. Yet Misa spoke in a calm and almost casual tone. "It seems you succeeded in activating it on the first try. This pain is because you poured your mana too recklessly into your neural pathways. It might be difficult to cope with this headache now, but once your body gets used to it, you will be able to maintain this state for a long time." Upon hearing this, and barely able to comprehend what he was going through, Tyrone muttered with difficulty, "No matter how I think about it, this secret seems of immensely great value compared to the simple spell I gave you." At that, a faint, playful smile drew on Misa's face, while she slowly began to rise into the air surrounded by an aura of mana. She said confidently, "This is merely an investment since you seem talented." And Tyrone followed her with his gaze from below as she continued, "If you learn a more wonderful spell in the future, I will collect this debt with interest." And with those confident words, Misa flew away with lightning speed and disappeared from the scene in an instant, leaving him with his headache and his terrifying new weapon. Then the scene shifted completely. A clear sky stretched above them, calm and vast in contrast to the storm of events and training that had just swept them. And beneath the dome of the sky, a massive crowd of people gathered in a single vast square, creating a majestic mix of a sense of relief and charged anticipation. As the vision cleared, it became apparent that this place is the city of Morgan, the beating heart of the Daylight Plains, where thousands gathered chanting unified slogans, the echoes of their throats resonating in the heavens. The overwhelming impression of the scene was stunning, for although it was merely a farewell ceremony for an army heading to hump the Dark Elves, the atmosphere suggested it was a triumphant victory parade. "Just look at their burning enthusiasm," Assus exclaimed in fascination as he watched the crashing waves of people before him. Then he shifted his gaze towards the front of the crowd and suddenly spotted a majestic knight riding his steed, his face lighting up with excitement as he shouted, "It's Mason!" At that moment, the announcement of the head of the family's entrance echoed throughout the place. A majestic silence suddenly prevailed, and thousands of soldiers stood at attention, as still as statues, with terrifying discipline and precision. Tyrone observed the entire scene with piercing eyes and thought to himself in silence, contemplating the center of power. So this is the man standing at the top of the pyramid, the current head of the great Arabian family, Lord Petal Arabian.
The Lord directed his sharp gaze forward, his blue eyes glowing with striking power, visible as two flames even from that far distance. But something in his appearance seemed unnatural. Tyron noticed this with his expert eye and whispered quietly, "Assis, the head of the family doesn't look well at all. He is as pale as the dead. Has his health deteriorated?" Assis answered him in a faint voice, "I heard rumors that he received a severe injury in his legendary fight with the leader of the Zaha clan in the past, but since that happened a long time ago, perhaps his paleness is due to the weight of the years."
From his elevated position, the patriarch raised his hand very slowly and with a dignity that commands absolute obedience. In response to that simple signal, tens of thousands of soldiers moved as a single body in flawless unity and harmony. Then, as if driven by a hidden magical force, the entire crowd's gazes turned towards the sky, waiting for the miracle. There, a terrifying scene unfolded. The clear sky was swallowed by a sweeping blackness in seconds, and the atmosphere grew more terrifying and heavy with a stifling magical tension. From the womb of those dark clouds, a massive golden thunderbolt split open, emitting a violent, deafening crackle, illuminating the sky's darkness with a blindingly bright flash. Everyone witnessed this manifestation in absolute awe, and soon their throats roared louder than before, chanting with unbreakable devotion and faith, "Long live Arabian, master of thunder, protect your descendants." While those earth-shattering chants echoed across the square, Tyron stood frozen in his spot, watching this majestic scene before him. He thought to himself in fascination, "This, then, is the absolute power of the Arabian family. Even with his failing body, he could easily cover the entire area with his magic. This is the pinnacle of magic a human can reach, and it is the pinnacle I will reach too one day." Then the scene shifted inside the palace, where the mage tasked with the crafting stepped forward holding an intricate bracelet, extending it towards Tyron, saying proudly, "Here you go, the work is complete."
He began explaining its properties meticulously, saying, "Wearing it will permanently enhance your physical abilities slightly, and if you pump mana into it, this level will multiply exponentially, and at its maximum output, it will grant you a strength rivaling the descendants of the honorable Guard's lineage." But he paused for a moment to warn and continued, "The downside is that it consumes massive amounts of mana as fuel, so it is best not to activate it at maximum power for long periods so it doesn't drain you." Tyron looked at the bracelet in obvious amazement and said sincerely, "This is truly an incredible treasure. It's impossible for something like this to be common even among grand nobles. It is a magical piece crafted with exceptional mastery." At that moment, the matriarch of the Burke family broke the silence and spoke in a meaningful tone. She fixed her gaze at him and asked directly, "Tyron, do you have any desire to officially join our family? I have hinted at this offer to you before." However, Tyron answered without any hesitation and with decisive politeness, "I am deeply grateful for this generous offer, my lady, but I believe stability and commitment would be extremely difficult for me." Upon hearing his polite refusal, the aunt said with calm understanding, "I see. I have heard the stories from Acis, and he told me you have a long path to walk and goals to achieve. Consider my offer merely the attachments and endeavors of an old woman wanting to secure her family's future." Tyron was touched by her words and spoke sincerely, "I will never forget your hospitality and protection of me. Acis and the Burke family will remain my friends and allies forever." The aunt smiled gently and said, "Very well then, this promise is enough for us." Shortly afterwards, Tyron packed his belongings and began leaving the palace walls to start a new chapter of his journey. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was surprised to find both his stern teacher Harim and Acis waiting to bid him farewell. At that moment, Harim approached and tossed a weapon toward him with the fluid skill of a knight. He said in his usual serious tone, "Keep this with you. It is a magical device. It has no complex functions, but it is extremely durable, and its blade is sharp enough to cut the air." Tyron caught the weapon masterfully and replied with sincere gratitude, "Thank you." Then he carefully secured it to his belt. Then he turned toward Harim, and for the first time since they met, he addressed him with solemnity, saying, "Farewell, master," in a tone dripping with respect. A simple and rare smile appeared on the stern teacher's face in appreciation of this pure acknowledgement. Moments later, Harim turned and left the place quietly, without uttering another word, letting his actions speak for him. As for Acis, he was still there. He took a step forward and handed his friend a carefully folded bundle, saying, "This is for you." Tyron looked at it with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" Assis explained with a smile, "Didn't you say you were jealous of my clothes? These garments do not get dirty easily, and if they are torn, they repair themselves magically. Here, a shirt and trousers." He had brought him a complete set specifically tailored to his size. Tyron looked at him with slight surprise, not accustomed to receiving gifts with no strings attached. Seeing his reaction, Assis smiled sincerely and said, "You're a good friend, Tyron, not just because you saved my life, but because spending time with you and seeing your way of life made me rethink many things." After a short and comfortable silence, he asked, "So, where do you intend to go now?" Tyron answered simply and briefly, "To the east first." Assis released a deep sigh, carrying a warning. "The east, then you'll cross Carmine. My advice to you, avoid riding ships there if you can. The waves there are the worst ever. Even wine glasses dance on tables from the intensity of the storms." Tyron thought to himself in silence, "I have no choice. I must challenge those treacherous waves to reach the land of Zahar in the heart of the Ilriel desert." But he kept his true destination a secret. Then he remembered Assis's final words ringing in his mind. "A stubborn person like you won't starve anywhere. Return safely and pay me back for this robe. Understood?" Yes, that was his answer then.
And now Tyron left the farewell memories behind and continued his walk without stopping. His long journey carried him through many cities and villages, and every step brought him closer to his mysterious goal. While walking alone in the wilderness, a wild idea occurred to him, and he smiled, saying to himself, "Shall we run a little?" In the next moment, he exploded his energy and took off with a staggering speed that surpassed human limits. He cut his way through the crowds of people in scattered villages, surpassing them with extreme speed like a storm. His speed was so terrifying that passers-by could only turn toward him in bewilderment, trying to comprehend what had just passed them. They watched him pass like a fleeting shadow, and with that same extraordinary speed, he crossed entire cities and bypassed vast expanses of barren land. And he continued running tirelessly, until finally he stopped in a remote place, completely isolated from the bustle of civilization. There he stood still, catching his breath for the first time in a long while. He raised his gaze toward the horizon, and saw a massive mountain and rugged terrain rising before him like a wall repelling invaders. He took a deep breath to focus his senses, then wondered and surprised, the smell of a campfire? But he soon corrected his conclusion with chilling coldness. No, it is something more disgusting. It is the smell of burning human flesh. He steadied himself and summoned mana into his limbs in preparation for the worst. Then he began walking directly toward the source of the smell, pushing forward without any hesitation. As he advanced cautiously, a tragic scene loomed on the horizon caught his attention. He stopped for a moment to analyze the scene. As he drew closer, the horrific truth was revealed. He had reached a village completely destroyed, its houses burned to the ground until nothing remained but charred ash floating in the air. Lifeless bodies were scattered in every corner, witnesses to a merciless massacre. A heavy silence prevailed over the place, the silence of death and destruction that stifles one's breath. At the sight of this hell, Tyron's thoughts grew darker, and he wondered, could it be they were attacked by brutal bandits? But the Dark Elf army should never reach this deep. As he continued walking through the ruins, his eyes roamed the destroyed houses looking for survivors. The sight left him in a state of deep disturbance, and he felt a quiet, cold sadness flood his heart as he realized the magnitude of the disaster. At that moment, he entered one of the damaged houses, half of which was still standing. While inspecting the dark interior, he discovered a hidden wooden door leading to a secret cellar. Without any hesitation, he tried to open the tightly closed door. After some effort and directing a little mana, the lock broke, and the heavy door finally opened. In the dark interior, under a dim light, he found a little girl, a small child huddled in the corner, trembling with indescribable terror. As soon as the door opened and the light was revealed, the child collapsed into hysterical crying. Tyron was slightly confused by the sudden intrusion into her peace, so he immediately leaned towards her slowly, raising his open hands to show her he was unarmed and had no intention of harming her, saying in a calm and reassuring voice, "Wait, calm down please, I'm not an enemy," he continued. "I have come to help you." The girl raised her head and looked at him with eyes still trembling with fear and tears. She asked with hesitation mixed with hope. "Really?" Tyron answered her with great kindness. "Yes, can you tell me what happened here?" The girl, struggling against the lump of fear in her throat, managed to utter horrific words. "Everyone here was killed. That mage!" Tyron repeated the word mage in shock, appearing completely stunned. For mages do not usually commit such senseless massacres. But before she could add any further details, the girl suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness from the intensity of terror and exhaustion. Tyron rushed to catch her before she hit the ground and lost her pulse. He thought to himself with relief, "Fortunately, there are no serious injuries. She must be just exhausted from hunger and being trapped in this dark cellar for a long time. First, I must move this child to a safe place." He carried her very carefully in his arms and ascended the cellar steps towards the outside. had. But the moment he stepped outside the burning house, a sharp and deadly tension filled the air. Someone was lurking and had already aimed their weapon at him. A girl stood a short distance away, pulling her bowstring tightly, her arrow aimed directly at his heart. She said with a coldness dripping with hatred, "I found you." In her appearance, she seemed to carry the contradiction of fire and ice together, and her presence exuded a lethal danger that should not be underestimated. Her voice rose suddenly as she screamed in blind anger, "Get on your knees, you murdering scoundrel!" It was clear she had seen the scene and completely misunderstood the situation, thinking he was the perpetrator of the massacre. However, despite the explicit accusation and the direct threat of the arrow, Tyron remained calm and steady as a statue of ice, showing not the slightest sign of panic or tension as he faced her burning rage. On the opposite side, the archer shouted again, her tone charged with blind anger and disbelief. "Haven't you had enough of the blood from this massacre, and now you're even trying to kidnap an innocent child?" At the same time, the fire mage standing next to her issued a sharp warning. "Do not take a single step from your place. If you do, you will not like what happens next." Tron, maintaining his icy composure, tried to rectify the situation, saying in a convincing tone, "Wait a moment, this is just a misunderstanding." But before his words could reach them, the fire mage suddenly lost control of his nerves. Out of sheer tension, he accidentally unleashed his attack, sending a fiery spell flying at insane speed directly towards Tron and the little girl. In the next moment, a massive fiery explosion erupted, swallowing the area, causing the archer's eyes to widen in shock mixed with overwhelming anger. She immediately turned towards the mage and screamed in his face, "Gil, you idiot fool, there was a child there." The mage stammered in panic, saying, "Oh no, it was an accident. I was so nervous that I—" But when the archer turned her gaze back to the site of the explosion, her blood froze in her veins. What she saw left her in a state of absolute disbelief. There was someone standing amidst the smoke, having completely blocked and stopped the fiery attack, using only one hand. It was Tron. He stood there tall, having activated his artifact in a fraction of a second, emerging from the explosion completely unharmed without a single scratch on his body. With a terrifying calmness, as if nothing had happened, Tron muttered, "I didn't really think I would have to use this so soon." The archer's team stared at him in disbelief, while one of them whispered in pure shock, "Impossible! He blocked that devastating magic with just his body." Meanwhile, thoughts raced through the archer's mind. What kind of terrifying defensive magic is this? Could it be a bloodline ability? Confusion and amazement covered her features, while all eyes were fixated on him. Tron spoke again in a steady and firm voice. "I am not the one who attacked this village. I will say it one last time. This is all a misunderstanding." Then his tone dropped to become as cold as frost, carrying a deadly warning. "But if you attack me again, I will not merely defend myself." Upon hearing his declaration, fear crept into the archer's heart. None of them knew the true limits of Tron's power, and this mystery made him a terrifying monster in their eyes. Her gaze shifted slowly and thoughtfully toward the little girl resting safely in Tron's arms. After taking a moment to process the situation, she finally spoke, dropping her aggressive tone. "Your words make sense. There would be no reason to commit such a tragedy and then stay at the crime scene just to save a child." Then she slowly lowered her bow and introduced herself. "My name is Bison, and what about you?" Tron answered simply and briefly by stating his name. Bison stared at him carefully and said with lingering doubt, "Even if the circumstantial evidence is in your favor, how can I completely believe you?" Tron answered her with his usual calmness and without a hint of hesitation. "Ask her when she wakes up. It seems she saw the face of the real culprit." Bison's eyes widened in disbelieving shock as she cried out, "What? Do you mean she saw the arsonist?" Tron repeated the title slowly as if testing its sound. Bison noticed his surprise and frowned, saying, "Don't tell me you don't know who that is." Tron coldly admitted his ignorance of the identity. Bison explained, her tone becoming serious and dark. "He is the mad mage who committed this atrocity. For the past few months, he's been periodically attacking isolated villages, tying up defenseless residents, and burning them alive. And given that there are no survivors from his inferno, we don't even know if it is a man or a woman. All we know about this nightmare is the title they gave him, the arsonist." At that defining moment, the little girl opened her eyes and spoke slowly with a weak voice that broke the silence. He was wearing a red cloak and had a thick beard. He looked very scary, like a lumberjack." All of Bison's companions listened very carefully to the child's words, eagerly absorbing every small detail about the culprit's appearance. The archer, Bison herself, looked toward Tron, and her harsh facial expression softened after realizing the gravity of her mistake. After a short pause, she approached him with quiet steps alongside her team and said sincerely, "I am sorry, we were rude due to our lack of patience. It was clearly my fatal mistake to aim my weapon at you." The fire mage also lowered his head in shame, adding, "And I also apologize for my recklessness." While watching the sincere apology, Tron thought to himself, even among the ranks of arrogant nobles there are those who let their sense of duty overcome their rationality. "You truly were an honest and good leader," he thought, then spoke to them with a calmness that erased the tension. "Since you were primarily concerned about the safety of the child, that is all that matters now."
He asked them with interest. So, did you come here specifically to catch the arsonist? Bison nodded, answering yes, and since we found someone standing at the site of a new fire, I thought we had finally caught the culprit. But it turns out we were wrong. She added with a confident tone. However, now that we have an accurate description of his appearance, we will catch him soon, for we have a natural tracker among us. Tron raised his eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and asked skeptically, "A tracker? Don't tell me, are you from the famous Zahar family? Then what brought you to such an isolated place?" Bison immediately raised her hand in denial and answered proudly, "No, I am Bison Carmine, from the noble Carmine family. I came from Abia, and these companions are my friends from our subordinate families." She continued explaining, "Usha here is the descendant of someone whose ancestors' blood mixed long ago with a noble from the Zahar family. This bloodline appeared weakly in her. She is adept at tracking traces of magic, but lacks the talent for concealment. In our family, we call it a primitive bloodline." Bison paused for a moment, then looked directly into Tron's eyes with a serious and responsible expression, saying, "And most importantly of all, Mr. Tron, I have a request for you. Can you help us track down and eliminate the arsonist?" She presented an irresistible offer. "You can take the entire financial bounty for catching him, and I will even give you my share of the mana stones. All I need is to earn the merit of this mission to prove myself." After listening to her offer, Tron asks calmly with practical thinking, "This arsonist, do you know his true power level?" Bison nodded, answering gravely, "He's definitely a noble tier mage."
She clarified, saying some of the villages he turned to ash were protected by several experienced knights, yet they were all slaughtered without exception. Hearing this, Tron sank into a sea of internal thought. Killed several knights all by himself? Tron smiled coldly to himself, realizing his goal. Perhaps this mad mage is exactly the kind of opponent I need right now. The weak demonic monsters I crushed along the way no longer increase my strength or grant me any noteworthy experience. After a short and deliberate pause, Tron made up his mind and gave his decisive answer. "All right, I agree." A faint smile of relief formed on Bison's face. Tron added in a practical tone, "But first, let's take this child to safety." After a short journey, they arrived at a safe neighboring village to seek shelter for her. There, they handed a heavy bag of silver coins to a trusted man, saying strictly, "Take this. It is enough to raise this child and provide her with a decent life until she grows up." The man assured him with a quick bow, "Of course, you can rely on me for that." But Tron shot him a dark look and said in a terrifyingly threatening tone, "I will return personally to visit her in a few years to see how she is doing." Upon hearing this threat and the crushing pressure in his voice, the man's body suddenly began to tremble strangely, realizing the bloody fate that awaited him if he betrayed their trust. Directly after securing the child, the scene shifted back to square one, to that burned village which was completely destroyed and turned into a graveyard of ash. Usha, the team's tracker, stepped forward and began to activate her latent ability. As she bent down to scan the surroundings with extreme care and inhaled the remnants of magic in the scorched air. She directed her gaze forward, saying, "We still need to search and delve a little further. All right, let's move." Bison immediately asked her in a state of readiness, "Which way exactly?" Without an ounce of hesitation, the tracker set off, confidently leading them down a specific path. Her focus was sharp and unwavering, her eyes observing every speck of dust in her way. Tron's curiosity grew, and he asked her with interest, "How exactly do you track his footsteps amidst this destruction?" She answered him calmly and confidently, "First, I looked for any human footprints that were anomalous to the village people, and when we reached the main road, I began tracking the clinging scent of ash. If this madman hasn't changed his clothes yet, his body will still be covered in the thick ash residue emitted from his crime." Upon hearing this precise explanation, Tron thought to himself in admiration, "She is a complete professional, so the reason she failed to find him is that she didn't even have a preliminary description of his appearance or gender to start from." At that crucial moment, the tracker suddenly stopped, as if struck by an electric current, and whispered with shining eyes, "Found him!" Everyone immediately started running after her enthusiastically, to the point that Bison called out to her from behind, warning, "Wait, Usha, slow down a bit so we don't fall into a deadly trap." The path soon led them upwards towards a desolate mountainous area where the rocky terrain was rugged and a dead, suspicious silence prevailed. And there, the group finally stopped in front of a massive rocky entrance. Bison turned around and issued her orders with the strictness of a leader. "Mr. Tron, come to the front with me. As for the rest, stay back to secure our rear." Then they both slowly stepped into the depths of a dark mountain cave. They advanced forward with extreme caution, holding glowing magical orbs, whose pale rays illuminated the unknown path ahead of them toward the arsonist's lair. During their cautious advance in the dark, Bison asked the tracker in a low, tight voice, "Is there anyone inside?" Usha hesitated slightly, her voice trembling as if sensing an unsettling aura lurking in the depths, then replied in a whisper, "There is only one person." Upon hearing this confirmation, they tightened their grips on their weapons, and all began to move forward again with even greater caution. After a short while of walking down this suffocating corridor, they finally reached their dark destination, to stand face to face with the mad mage they had been searching for all this time, as all eyes filled with hatred turned towards him. The man looked at them with a provocative calmness and spoke in almost indifferent tone. "What brings you gentlemen to such an isolated place?" But here Tron did not remain silent at all. Without an ounce of hesitation, he coldly asked the team behind him, "Is this the arsonist?" The tracker girl closed her eyes in concentration for a moment before answering with a tremble, "I am clearly picking up the scent of ash and death. Yes, it is him." Bison immediately readied her bow, drew the string, and said with decisive firmness, "I will verify that myself." Then she took a small step forward and called out in a booming voice, "Are you the one who kidnapped and burned the defenseless villagers nearby?" The man tilted his head, feigning innocent confusion, and answered with a frightening calmness, "I am not entirely sure what you mean, my lady." But in the very next moment, his mask fell, and he suddenly activated his destructive magic. Waves of raging fire erupted forward like a furious dragon, and a violent, sudden explosion shook the entire cave. The brute force of the explosion swept away several team members, pushing them and throwing them to the ground in the back. Nevertheless, Tron and Bison remained standing exactly in their place like a mountain, for Tron had been faster, activating his artifact once more in a fraction of a second, resulting in the creation of a transparent protective force field around them, which absorbed the flames of the explosion and completely dissipated them. Upon seeing his deadly attack thwarted so easily, the Mad Mage's eyes widened and he looked surprised for the first time. Taking advantage of that brief moment of his astonishment, Bison fired her mana-charged arrow directly at him like a flashing beam. The shot was precise and lethal, piercing the mage's body to land a direct hit on his leg. The impact of the arrow and the sharp pain forced him to lose his balance and fall heavily onto one knee, but a monster like him would never stop or surrender at this point. Almost instantly, with a look dripping with blood and malice, he activated his latent bloodline ability, causing the rocky floor of the cave to tremble violently in response to his terrifying earth manipulation magic. Shaping the terrain itself like dough in his hands, giant rocky hands rose from the depths of the earth, forming like stone monsters around him. Upon seeing this terrifying manifestation, Tron thought with concentration, "Earth manipulation? Based on his crimes, I thought he exclusively possessed the flame bloodline." Then the massive rocky hands rushed toward Tron, attacking him relentlessly like hammers. He moved with lightning speed, trying to evade their crushing blows, but the dark mage continued his frantic assault without stopping. In response to this sweeping attack, Tron acted immediately and with deadly coldness, gathering his magical power to turn the tides. And while the criminal was maliciously preparing to cast another fire spell with his extended left hand, Tron fired an intense, piercing rock projectile directly at the enemy, completely severing and shattering the criminal's extended left hand. The attack hit his target with brutal precision, shattering one of the criminal's limbs and paralyzing him from casting any magic with his hand. After that, without wasting a fraction of a second, Tron activated another offensive spell. This time, it was lightning magic. Blue electrical sparks began to violently crackle around his hands, becoming brighter and more intense with every passing moment. And when he unleashed his attack, the lightning bolt struck the dark mage with massive force like the wrath of heaven. The man screamed loudly, writhing in pain, letting his tearing scream echo throughout the dark cave, before his charred body collapsed directly, hitting the cold ground motionless. Upon seeing this fall, Bison asked quickly and eagerly, "Did you finally take him down?" Tron, who was still at the peak of his concentration, answered calmly, "Most likely. I will deal with this scum. Please check on the condition of the others." Without any delay, Tron extended his hand and scattered several small magical seeds to surround the fallen mage's body from all sides like a tight ring. In the blink of an eye, those seeds sprouted at an unnatural speed, growing into thick, twisted plants that coiled tightly around the man like snakes, completely binding him to paralyze his movement. Tron stepped forward with heavy steps, weapon in hand, standing directly in front of him like a grim reaper. He had completely sealed his vision and movement and said in a cold, tightly controlled tone, "It is over." Then he added with a sharp command that brooked no disobedience, "Get up now." But in the next moment, before the criminal could even respond, Tron sensed a desperate attempt from the trapped dark mage to cast a second suicidal spell. Tron moved like a ghost behind him, pressing the cold blade of his weapon against his neck, warning him in a tone dripping with death, "Do not move an inch, release a single additional speck of mana, and I will sever your head from your body immediately." The dark mage, who seemed to be visibly trembling from the terrifying aura, asked in a shaky voice, "Who are you, and how did you find this secret place?" Tron answered him without hesitation, "We have our own ways. Now answer me, you are the arsonist, aren't you?" At first, the man swallowed his tongue and maintained a stubborn silence. But, without any warning, Tron brutally plunged his blade into the man's knee, eliciting a piercing, ear-shattering scream as searing pain overwhelmed every inch of his body. "Answer me immediately," Tron demanded with icy coldness. "Why is a rogue noble like you burning innocent villagers alive?" Deep down, Tron had already issued his final judgment. A bloodthirsty killer does not deserve an ounce of mercy. Trembling from a mix of fear and excruciating pain, the Dark Mage finally spoke with a desperate stutter. God is the one who ordered me to do so. If I burn the bodies and souls of these sinners and offer them as a sacrifice, I can reach him." Upon hearing this delusion, Bison's entire group was stunned, shouting in unison filled with disbelief. "What are you raving about?" But the Dark Mage continued his confession in an unstable voice filled with fanatic desperation. "God taught me the greatest secret, the secret to acquiring other bloodlines and gaining their powers. If I burn just a few more of these weak humans, I will finally obtain the flame bloodline I aspire to." Bison turned her face away, her features filled with shock and absolute disgust, and said angrily, "Isn't this just absolute madness? How can anyone steal an innate bloodline like this? To commit bloody massacres for such absurd reasons and hallucinations?" On the other side, Tron's quiet anger had reached a completely different, terrifying level. As he listened to the mage's delusions, a dark memory from his past floated up to invade his mind. A memory of someone who once told him, "Even weak commoners can gain power by killing demonic monsters and absorbing them. I've seen many mages do this with my own eyes." Back in the present, the Dark Mage continued muttering in his sick obsession, "I just need to burn a few more, and then I will gain the absolute power of fire." Tron's expression darkened completely as a terrifying realization began to form within him. He thought, this is not just the delusion of a madman. The atmosphere around him began to change, becoming heavier and more suffocating as his black anger deepened. Muttering to himself, "Perhaps I have just discovered the bloodiest secret in this world." Then, without wasting a single moment or uttering another word, Tron brought down his blade and decapitated the Dark Mage instantly in a lightning-fast lethal motion. Immediately after, the headless body collapsed heavily, splashing into a pool of its own blood on the ground before everyone's shocked eyes. Seeing this cold, brutal execution, some team members began to feel extreme unease and fear of Tron's cruelty. One man among them even became visibly ill and began trembling in terror at the sight. The companions of the man whose condition deteriorated began questioning him in shock about what happened to him. He struggled to explain while trembling. "This is bad, very bad, Arabian. The way he killed him in cold blood, it looked like he was slaughtering cattle, not a human being." Hearing this, the archer Bison turned and scolded him sharply. "Do not say such ridiculous things. We could have all died here if not for his intervention. And now you feel sympathy for a monster?" She added angrily, "Besides, when I think of how many innocent people that bastard burned alive, dragging him alive and making him suffer the worst torment would not have been enough." After this discussion, Tron turned around with absolute calmness and began heading toward the cave exit. As he moved away from the corpse, his eyes fell upon a strange book lying on the blood-stained ground. Tron bent down to pick it up and began looking at its details and symbols with extreme care. Thinking to himself, this book should be sufficient physical evidence that he's the real arsonist. As he flipped through its old pages, he muttered in hidden amazement, "What is this? These are complex magical fusion formulas I've never seen before in my life. Could it be that the mysterious voice claiming to be God is the one who taught him all this cursed knowledge as well?" He was still lost in the whirlpool of his thoughts when Bison suddenly called out to him from behind, snapping him out of his reverie. She was calling him to begin the next most important step after taking down any rogue mage. They soon all sat down and began absorbing mana from the mage's remains and his surroundings, each according to their own method of spiritual cultivation. At that moment, the scene shifts geographically, where a nobleman stands speaking with exaggerated admiration. "Warm congratulations, Miss Bison, to think that you actually managed to catch the arsonist. A glorious new star has shined in the sky of the Carmine family." Bison replied with a calmness and humility that hid her pride. "You flatter me too much, sir." Then she turned to Tron and said in a friendly tone, "We plan to travel and wander around these parts a little more to hunt some monsters and raise our levels. What about you, Tron?" She had already handed him his agreed-upon full share of the money as a reward for catching the mage. Tron answered without a hint of hesitation, his eyes looking at the horizon. "I plan to head straight to the city of Abaja." Bison approached and spoke in a low, cautious voice. "As we agreed yesterday, regarding what that mad mage told us," Tron replied with a decisive calmness. "Yes, I will not go and babble about this dark matter anywhere, because whether his claim was true or merely a delusion, revealing a secret like this would cause massive chaos and endless massacres in the world." Bison nodded with a faint smile and bid him farewell with her team, saying, "All right, Tron, see you next time then." With these words, they parted ways for each to go their own path. While Tron watched their backs recede and fade into the horizon, he thought with a cold calmness to himself, There is no need to tell them now that there is no conclusive evidence up to this moment for that mage's claims.
Then he turned his back and continued moving forward on his solitary path. And the further he advanced, the heat around him began to intensify and become suffocating. It was absolutely clear that he was now stepping through the borders of a harsh and merciless desert region. However, he muttered in surprise as he wiped his sweat, "This is strange. The air is getting noticeably more humid and heavy despite this heat." And to test his surroundings, he snapped his fingers with a light motion, only to immediately notice the radical change in his abilities. The power of the fire element dropped sharply, and mana consumption multiplied frighteningly. He watched the small, weak flame flickering with difficulty in his palm, before adding, "It will be very difficult and costly to deal with fire magic in this environment." But he suddenly stopped complaining and smiled cunningly as he raised his other hand, forming a massive, pure water sphere above it with complete ease and fluidity, as if drawing its energy from the surrounding air. He stared at it deeply and intelligently concluded, "Does this magical contradiction mean one thing? Have I finally reached the city of Abaja?" The scene shifts away from the desert, opening to a bustling coastal city teeming with life, where dozens of massive ships are docked in its port. Inside one of the city's dark taverns, a tension-filled conversation was taking place between a group of seasoned sailors. One of the men asked with veiled fear while gripping his mug, "Are you really setting sail tomorrow at dawn, guys?" A grim captain wearing a black eye patch sighed bitterly and answered, "That's right. We have to go back and cross that horrifying water desert again. Those cursed morphic monsters don't stop throwing deadly spears at us the whole way. Last time, the bottom of my ship ended up smashed looking like a honeycomb from so many holes." Another man asked, with eyes widened in surprise, "Is it really that bad and bloody?" An old man sitting nearby added with frustration and despair, "As if the monsters aren't enough, there are also those cursed pirates lurking for us in the dark." The one-eyed captain slammed his table hard and continued complaining angrily, "At this lethal rate, we'll be paying funeral expenses instead of sailors' wages. Damn this hell. We desperately need a skilled knight and a powerful awakened to protect this cursed voyage." At that crucial moment, an unknown person pushed his way through the crowd of the gloomy tavern to approach their table. It is Tron. He stopped with confident steps directly in front of the group and asked in a decisive tone that brooks no argument, "Excuse me, are you heading to the Emerald Desert tomorrow?" The one-eyed captain looked up at him with boredom and suspicion, and answered him rudely and sarcastically, "Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow, but our dilapidated ship is no cruise ship for nobles. We don't even have enough space for extra cargo right now, and taking one passenger means leaving behind a barrel of drinks, which completely goes against my principles as a captain." Tron ignored the captain's sarcasm, and with a calm and cold movement, placed his open hand over the wooden drink cup placed on the table. The captain was confused by this mysterious behavior, and asked cautiously, "What exactly are you trying to do, you?" But before anyone could process what was happening, dense magical energy materialized, and the cup was suddenly completely unsealed in a strange, overwhelming manner under the pressure of Tron's terrifying power. Witnessing this unnatural display of brute force, the arrogant captain was visibly shaken, and a cold fear crept up to occupy his harsh facial expressions. At the same time, a nearby sailor quickly jumped up and bowed with utmost respect, saying in a trembling voice, "What is a great knight like you doing in such a humble place? Please, you can speak completely comfortably." Tron looked directly into their eyes and answered without hesitation, "I am not here to rest. I am here to request to be hired onto your crew." Upon hearing this unexpected request, the one-eyed captain's attitude immediately softened, and his rudeness turned into utmost politeness, saying, "So, what brings Sir Knight to this infested place?" Tron answered him directly, "I would like you to allow me to board your ship heading to the Emerald Desert." He added in a firm, practical voice, "I am here as a combat employee, not as a spoiled passenger. If pirates or morphic monsters attack you at sea, I will fend off their attack and crush them, and I will consider my protection of you as payment for my voyage ticket." After hearing this tempting offer, the one-eyed man sighed and explained with embarrassing honesty, "It seems you have just heard about our tragic situation, but our ship is very poor. Forget about a salary or meager rewards. We don't even have the financial means to provide a room or food befitting the status of a noble knight like yourself." Tron answered him coldly, completely indifferent to all these formalities. "I don't care about the pay or the miserable conditions. My goal is simply to reach the Emerald Desert at any cost." The one-eyed captain paused for a moment, absorbing what he had just heard from this mysterious knight. Then his eyes widened with a broad, greedy smile, and he said, "Really? Then it's a deal, boy! Join our crew immediately." Shortly after, the scene transitions to where Tron is welcomed to board their dilapidated ship to begin his mysterious journey towards the unknown. But, suddenly, and without prior warning, the focus of events changes to transport us to a completely different and dark place.
a place drowning in a sea of absolute chaos, where houses burn and collapse, and crimson flames rise high, illuminating the dark night sky like hell. It was a brutal and sudden attack launched by hordes of bloodthirsty and ruin-hungry dark dwarves. People and knights were desperately trying to fight and defend their lives, but they were clearly struggling against this overwhelming multitude. There was a young master named Sheets in particular, retreating in terror, unable to fight properly after being overwhelmed by the terrifying situation, paralyzing his movement. At that deadly moment, a savage dark dwarf dashed with lightning speed towards Sheets, closing the distance between them in a fraction of a second to devour him. But Sheets gathered his courage at the last moment and swung his sword to cut the first monster and kill it. Then he turned with desperate agility and delivered a lethal stab that brought down the second dwarf directly. But his joy did not last long. Soon, dozens of dark dwarves swarmed him all at once, surrounding him from all sides like a tight ring of death. And exactly when things seemed hopeless and death inevitable, suddenly a flash of bright golden lightning blinked, tearing the sky of the battle like a destructive divine punishment. And in the blink of an eye, the hordes of darkness evaporated, and every monster present in the surrounding area was struck down and electrocuted to turn into scattered ash. Then, from the heart of that fading faint light, the great knight Misa made her legendary and dazzling entrance. Seeing her standing before him like an impenetrable shield, the young man Sheets breathed a sigh of relief and gratitude, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, my lady." Misa looked at him with cold eyes and absolute calmness, and answered him with decisive military strictness, "Return to your unit immediately." To which he replied immediately with discipline, "Yes, my lady," and dashed forward without wasting a single second, returning to the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Misa remained standing in her place, surrounded by a calm yet majestic and dominant presence. And at that moment, a man approached her with hurried steps from behind, and asked her with clear concern, "Were you hurt anywhere?" This man is introduced as the vice commander, Kadramian. When Misa shook her head calmly, indicating she was fine, Kadramian continued seriously, "Please do not push yourself too hard. You are far more precious than just the life of one or two knights." Nevertheless, Misa showed no sign of hesitation or concern for herself and answered firmly, "I am fine. This is nothing. More importantly, how is the battle going?" Kadramian replied, "The situation is not bad. At this rate, this area will be reclaimed soon, although we haven't found the secret tunnels yet." After hearing this directive, Misa gave a sharp reply, dripping with hidden sarcasm unbecoming of an obedient knight. As she started walking with confident steps past him, saying with decisive coldness, "Inform me as soon as they are found. I will go there to crush them myself." While watching her shadow leave with unyielding resolution, her uncle could not hide his deep frustration and concern for her. He muttered in bitter annoyance to himself, "My brother raised that child with savage recklessness and extreme stubbornness. At this reckless rate, she will end up a lifeless corpse, just as happened to her mother and her younger brother." Away from the blood of the land, the scene shifts to cut across the dark sea aboard that dilapidated ship, where Tron stands with icy calmness in one spot, staring with piercing eyes into the vast sea that stretches endlessly before him like a blue abyss swallowing secrets. While the salty wind caresses his face, he drowned in his dark thoughts. Even if I manage to reach the lands of Zahar alive, I am at a complete loss on how to find any real clues, especially without even knowing what my father's true status is in that family. Blindly storming the lands of Zahar like this is suicide with unpredictable consequences, for the only clues I have in my hands are nothing but a few old heirlooms and a faded picture of my mother's face. I wonder bitterly how much time and blood will it take to find information about her with only these crumbs. Amid those stormy thoughts, his solitude was interrupted by someone patting his shoulder from behind. It is the one-eyed captain again, who initiated with a light and joking tone. "Sir Knight, if you keep staring this intensely, you'll burn a hole in the bottom of the sea. What makes you drown in the sea of your thoughts like this?" Tron tore himself from his memories and answered with a calmness that does not reflect the storms raging inside him. "Nothing worth mentioning. I was just thinking about how vast and savage this ocean is." The eyed captain nodded with a faint smile carrying the experience of years and said, "It is vast indeed, very vast and dark." He continued in an informal and curious tone, "I have heard that people of the land get nauseous and crazy just looking at this terrifying expanse. Are you handling seasickness well? Oh, and by the way, I heard you were learning the arts of seamanship from our chief mate, a noble knight like you learning everything starting from tying dirty ropes to handling the sails. The chief mate seemed very excited that a monster like you is learning all this with humility." Upon hearing this, Tron answered simply and calmly, I just thought it would be useful for me to possess such knowledge. In fact, it is much more interesting than I expected." And at that moment, the voice of one of the crew members cut through the roar of the waves, calling out loudly to everyone, "It is meal time!" At that, the one-eyed captain clapped his rough hands and said enthusiastically, "Now, men, let's fill our stomachs before we return to hard work. Everyone head to the dining hall." Soon, all the crew members gathered around the wooden tables and began to devour their food together in an atmosphere of clamor and noise. And while Tron was sitting among them, a decrepit old sailor approached him and said with a faint smile, "Of course, this junk is not as good as the food on land, but fortunately they didn't neglect to bring this pickled cabbage. If not for this disgusting dish, we all would have died from gum disease a long time ago." Tron looked at him scientifically and asked, "Gum disease?" The old man nodded, explaining, "Yes, it is a malicious disease that makes your gums bleed until they rot and eventually die, but you recover like magic if you eat sour food, and since fresh fruit spoils quickly at sea, this pickled cabbage is our best option for survival, although it tastes exactly like crap."
While listening to this explanation, Tron said with genuine interest, "This is truly fascinating. How did you come to know such a medical fact?" The old man shrugged his drooping shoulders and answered, "Well, I'm sure some desperate person discovered that by chance in the dark past, and then the secret simply spread among sailors." The old man added with a shiver, "I heard that before the secret of this cabbage was discovered, sailors resorted to eating raw meat of morphic monsters to survive." Upon hearing that disgusting fact, Tron reacted with quiet surprise, muttering, "Oh, really?" And in that quiet moment, the scream of the guard standing high in the observation tower tore through the stillness of the ship with an urgent announcement. "An unknown ship at 2 o'clock directly ahead of us. It is a medium-sized ship." One of the sailors immediately asked in a state of alarm and panic, "What the hell is this? Are they pirates?" The observer stared into the unknown distance through his telescope and answered in a tense voice, "I don't know, but there is no noble crest or family flag flying on its mast." Upon hearing that ominous reply, the old man muttered with a gloomy and desperate feeling, "I have a very bad feeling about this. They are probably pirates indeed. It has been a very beautiful and calm day without any storms, and things were going far too smoothly to bode well." And without wasting a single second, the captain's voice rang out with a commanding military sharpness, "First and foremost, prepare for battle." Immediately, the entire crew went off like a furious beehive, rushing to arm themselves and take their combat positions. Then, the old man turned towards the captain and asked with extreme concern, "What should we do, Captain? Do we try to flee and shake them off? Their ship is slightly faster than ours, and if they chase us for a long time in these open waters, we will inevitably be caught. However, if the wind is in our favor today, we might miraculously be able to dock at a nearby rocky island to take cover before they catch us." However, instead of answering these desperate plans immediately, the one-eyed captain slowly turned towards the mercenary knight Tron and asked him with a meaningful look, "Is this bloody situation suitable for you to intervene?" Tron answered with deadly coldness and eyes devoid of emotion, "As long as there are no trained knights or noble mages among them, then there is no problem at all." Upon hearing this terrifying assurance, the captain's expression hardened, and he gave his suicidal order with confidence. "Very well then, turn the ship's helm towards them. We engage." The panicked crew erupted with insane energy, cheering and shouting Tron's name, their dead fear replaced with a fierce determination to crush the enemy. At the same time, the scene transitions to the deck of the opposing ship approaching at the speed of death, where the bloodthirsty pirates were completely ready, gripping their weapons with evil smiles and waiting for the moment of collision as they watched their prey approach from afar. Aboard the cargo ship, Tron asked the captain a final calm question. "Will they really leave us alone if we raise the white flag of surrender?" The captain let out a bitter, desperate laugh and replied, "Do you consider throwing us as bait for the sharks in the sea after cutting off our legs, mercy, and surrender?" Tron nodded slightly, confirming, "That is exactly what I thought." Nevertheless, as soon as the bows of the two ships touched, Tron stepped forward without an ounce of hesitation and jumped with terrifying agility to board the pirate ship alone, like a grim reaper descending into hell. The pirates took a step back, stunned by his sudden and suicidal appearance in their own territory, and began shouting in confusion and blind anger, "Who the hell is this madman? Tear him to pieces! Kill him immediately!" But before they could even raise their swords or react properly, Tron extended his hand towards the ocean and extracted massive amounts of seawater in the blink of an eye, freezing it in a fraction of a second to form sharp ice shards and spears like blades. They launched like an endless, deadly storm to pierce through their ranks. In a single moment, a crushing, bloody chaos erupted as the pirates were brutally pierced and brought down one by one in pools of their own blood. And while watching their bodies fall like autumn leaves, Tron spoke with icy coldness. "If they truly are this scum type of people, then
There is no moral reason to go easy on them, and in that moment his facial expression completely changed to become sharp and without an ounce of mercy, and a terrifying, dark amount of magical energy began pouring from his body like a hurricane, overwhelming the entire ship around him as he unleashed his full power to crush them. At the same time, icy terror had begun to creep into the hearts of some of the pirates, sensing the smell of death spreading among them, prompting one of their leaders to step forward with desperate courage and shout at the top of his voice, "Do not be afraid, you cowardly fools! If we don't kill him now, then it's us who will inevitably die."
Upon hearing these words, hesitation instantly evaporated from the pirates' eyes. Driven by despair and survival instinct, they all launched like a pack of rabid wolves at once, raising their rusty weapons and rushing toward Tron to tear him to pieces. However, Tron stood in his place like an unwavering iceberg, watching their desperate attack with a terrifyingly calm and cold expression, as if their collective anger did not even arouse an ounce of his interest. And at that moment, out of nowhere, a thin, shining thread of pure ice materialized in the air before him and began to intertwine and shoot forward like a deadly snake. And before the pirates could even close the distance or reach him, that icy thread swelled and condensed, forming at lightning speed into a terrifying, jagged ice sword, which settled directly into his steady grip. Without wasting a fraction of a second, Tron coldly swung his icy blade, and with just this single lightning-fast attack, dozens of pirates were instantly torn apart and brought down, their blood splashing like red rain. Seeing this massacre, another voice from the back shouted desperately, "Don't ever stop! Finish him off right here and now!" And spurred by blind encouragement once again, a second wave of pirates rushed toward their doom to attack him. But, exactly like those who preceded them, their lives were wreathed and killed in the blink of an eye, without any noteworthy effort. They fell as lifeless corpses, unable to land even a single proper strike or scratch his clothes. From amidst the blood, a massive pirate carrying a heavy spear dashed forward, aiming his treacherous thrust straight towards Tron's heart, but the latter blocked the lethal blow with the back of his icy sword with extreme precision. Then, in one fluid and swift motion like rushing water, Tron redirected the force aimed at him and harshly thrust the same spear to pierce its owner's throat and kill him instantly.
Despite this annihilation, there was still a torrent of pirates flooding in to surround him from all sides, and dealing with this massive number all at once was not entirely devoid of physical and mana exertion. Realizing the danger of slow depletion, Tron gathered his cold energy and unleashed a crushing magical attack in a direct, straight line before him. The brute force of the icy explosion eradicated an entire row of pirates in a single blow, wiping them from existence. And as their shattered bodies fell, strange and terrifying ice crystals began to sprout from their wounds, spreading rapidly to engulf the ship. Suddenly, amidst this bloody chaos, a cunning pirate managed to sneak up like a ghost from behind and grab Tron tightly like a pincer. In a desperate attempt to restrain him, he raised a poisoned knife high, ready to plunge it into Tron's neck. But, at the decisive moment when he was about to deliver the fatal blow, malicious ice crystals began to form from the pirate's own body with a silent magical touch from Tron, spreading like wildfire, uncontrollably, freezing his veins and making it impossible for him to move his arm properly. Although he was struggling against this deadly frost, the man shouted to the others with desperate valor, "I got him! Hurry and attack him! Kill him now!" Hearing their dying comrades' call, a new wave of pirates surged forward like starving beasts, gripping their weapons tightly as they prepared to deliver their fatal blows. Tron, who was still restrained from behind, turned his neck very slowly toward the man holding him. His eyes were burning with a demonic anger, cold and terrifying like a bottomless abyss. The pirate, who was desperately holding him in place, despite the freezing ice creeping up to devour him, spoke in a tense and panicked voice. My knife won't pierce his flesh." But this trembling fool had absolutely no idea about the hell that was about to unleash its gates upon him next, and at that exact moment, Tron moved in the blink of an eye like a bloody ghost. He didn't merely crush and freeze the man holding him from behind, but slashed his way to also kill the two pirates charging toward him from the front in a single strike. It all happened with such insane speed that none of them could even muster a reaction. His movements were sharp, precise, and almost impossible for the human eye to track, and with the one-sided battle continuing, Tron began bringing down and tearing through more and more pirates without pause or mercy. Hot blood splattered across his body like rain, staining his clothes and face crimson from head to toe, and yet, in a terrifying way, that blood made him look even colder and more intimidating. A dead, eerie calmness covered his facial expressions, and the overwhelming presence radiating from him made him seem like an almost untouchable divine entity. And before long, the silence of graveyards prevailed, for every pirate aboard the ship had been killed, with not a single one left standing, and from amidst the corpses, an overwhelming killing intent emanated from Tron's body, heavy and suffocating enough for anyone approaching to feel nauseous and uneasy. At that moment, the sailors of the cargo ship began throwing thick ropes across the two ships so they could cross over and support their knight. But when they arrived and witnessed the sea of blood and the aftermath of this one-man massacre, their feet froze, and one of them couldn't help but mutter in amazement, You completely cleaned the place out here." Shortly after, the one-eyed ship captain approached with his crew, advancing cautiously as he observed the bloody scene. Looking at Tron, he spoke in a half-joking tone that nonetheless carried deep admiration. "Do you work as a professional cleaner in your spare time? If you tidy up and clean this perfectly, there won't be anything left for my lazy sailors to do." "This is unbelievable! Long live the knight!" Hearing this cheer, the rest of the crew erupted in shouting the same words over and over, their voices trembling with awe and excitement. Then the captain looked with disgust at the pirates' corpses and added with contempt, "You scummy bastards, this is exactly what you deserve." After that, a crew member stepped forward with hesitant steps and addressed Tron with utmost respect. "Sir Knight, you are bleeding heavily. Why don't you go see the ship's doctor first?" Tron answered him with his usual calmness, wiping the blood from his face. "Don't worry, I am not injured at all. This is all just dirty pirate blood." After a few moments of quiet, some crew members ran up to him with their urgent report, explaining what they had discovered below. One of them said eagerly, "Sir Tron, we thoroughly searched every inch of these bastards' ship, and we found—" After the massacre, the scene shifts to the quiet of the captain's cabin, illuminated by dim lanterns, where the one-eyed captain began seriously explaining the details of their spoils. "Well, Sir Tron, after examining the logs, it turns out that this cursed ship was originally a luxurious merchant vessel that mysteriously vanished from Abia's waters a few years ago." The captain then continued his speech, clarifying the situation in a practical and experienced tone. "It seems these pirates seized it back then, repainted it to hide its identity, and used it for their heinous crimes, which is very typical of these unscrupulous scum. Now, what do you plan to do with it, since you took on the entire fight alone and took down its crew? The property rights and spoils belong entirely to you alone, Tron. Congratulations, you are now the new owner and master of this valuable ship." However, even after hearing this tempting announcement, Tron showed no ounce of true enthusiasm. He did not seem particularly pleased or fascinated by the idea of suddenly acquiring such massive wealth. Instead, he simply looked at the smiling captain and asked in a direct, almost indifferent tone, "And what exactly am I supposed to do with it? I am just a lone traveler." Upon hearing that cold reply, the captain began rubbing his chin, laying out the possible options before him like a seasoned merchant. "Well, you have a few options available. First, you could return it to the city of Abia, look for its original noble owner, and request a handsome reward after a polite bow to him. But of course, between the horrific paperwork and dealing with corrupt bureaucrats, a month or two of your precious time will pass in the blink of an eye. Or you could simply tow it with us to the Emerald Desert and sell it there." He paused briefly before continuing, presenting what he believed to be the shrewdest and most profitable option. "But in my humble opinion, the best and quickest move is to sell it at the ports of the North Sea archipelago. It is perfectly on our way. That place, teeming with merchants, is always in desperate need of good ships, and naturally, goods are sold at the highest and most expensive price to those who need them most desperately." The captain concluded his speech in a cautious tone. "However, to transport and sail that massive ship, I must use a portion of my sailors to man it." Tron listened very carefully to every detail. Then he replied calmly, analyzing the situation practically and logically. "In any case, it's not like I can sail that massive ship all by myself, right? And if I use your men to do the heavy lifting, it is only fair that I should pay them for it." Hearing this response, the captain let out a booming, resonant laugh. He was clearly pleased with Tron's direct, ungreedy logic. "Ha ha, as expected, you truly are a rational man and know how things work." Then, with a faint, sly smile, he added, "In that case, it would be wonderful if you could allocate a portion of the sale profits as a service fee for the crew, just enough to cover their trouble and risk." Tron, maintaining his formal and cold tone, made a direct, irresistible business proposal. "May I then leave everything to you to handle completely, including the sale and negotiation process, in exchange for you receiving a 20% share of the total profits?" The captain's smile widened until it almost reached his ears when he heard this generous offer, and he replied without hesitation, "How could I refuse an offer like that? Since I know a lot of greedy merchants there, I will personally make sure we get a legendary and fantastic price." Right after the captain sealed his deal, the quiet of the cabin was suddenly cut short as a crew member came running in panting, pushing the door open and shouting in a loud, panicked voice, "Captain, there's a mermaid here!" A mermaid? Hearing this, the captain was completely taken aback, and his smiling facial expression immediately changed to anger and tension as he exclaimed indignantly, "What the hell now? Are even mermaids starting to attack our ship?" The panicked sailor quickly shook his head in denial, explaining as he caught his breath, "No, that's not it, Captain. The pirates captured a mermaid, and they were keeping her as a hidden prisoner in the dark hold of their ship." Both the captain and Tron were surprised to hear this entirely unexpected and strange news. Without wasting any more time on questions, they immediately headed outside to see this living treasure for themselves. At that moment, the pirate ship was still being cleaned, and as the crew members were busy wiping away the blood and cleaning up the traces of the fierce battle, the old sailor stepped forward and began guiding the captain and Tron toward the dark lower deck. As they walked down the dilapidated wooden stairs, the captain asked in a low voice, "So, you're saying this precious little thing is held inside?" The old man answered cautiously, "Yes, sir, but I haven't gone in to see for myself. I just received the report from the men searching the hold." The captain said seriously, "Good work," before turning his face towards Tron, and with a curious smile gleaming in his good eye, he added, "Sir Tron, would you like to go down and take a look at this precious little thing the pirates left us?" Tron agreed immediately without uttering a word and walked with him into the dark depths of the ship. As they moved forward in the dark corridor, Tron asked a practical question. "But tell me, are mermaids usually sold at a high price?" The captain answered him with the expert tone of a seasoned merchant. "If it is a beautiful, fully grown female, those wealthy nobles on the mainland who have more money than sense completely lose their minds and pay vast fortunes to acquire anything mysterious and rare. They find it fascinating and interesting that way." Soon they finally reached the heavy door leading to the ship's lower hold. Since it was already broken and open, Tron cautiously stepped inside first. However, what they saw before them in the midst of darkness was not at all what they expected. There, in a filthy corner, sat a small, bound, childlike figure before them. It was a young, male merman. Upon seeing him, the captain sighed with deep disappointment and said, "It is truly a pity, but it is just a male. This boy won't be worth many coins at all. Those idiotic rich people have no interest in buying a male merman."
Well, unless he is of an exceptional bloodline, like the royal family mentioned in ancient legends, who possess the magical ability to completely transform into giant fish. Hearing this, the little mermaid jolted and immediately responded with sweeping anger and pride filling his voice. "How dare you call me just a male? I am Armani, the 47th prince of the northern province. Show some respect, you filthy human scum." Upon hearing this bold and arrogant claim, Tron turned to the captain and asked coldly, "Did that annoying brat just claim to belong to the royal family?" The captain observed the wet boy for a moment and answered, "From his outward appearance and scales, it seems so." Then he narrowed his eyes slightly with suspicion and added, "But he might be bluffing to save his life. I was thinking we might keep him alive to sell him for a few pennies instead of killing him. So, can you turn into a fish as you claim, Prince Triton?" Armani immediately and emotionally answered, "I cannot do that right now." The captain frowned and asked suspiciously, "And why not?" Armani, clearly annoyed by their stupidity, shouted in response, "Because I am bound in chains and out of the water. That is magically impossible. I can never transform unless I am free in the seawater and in excellent physical condition." At that, the captain turned slightly toward Tron and said in a very low, skeptical tone, "He's a liar. He's just trying to trick us into throwing him into the water so he can escape." At that decisive moment, Tron began to slowly step forward, and his presence grew heavier and more oppressive in the space.
Speaking with a deadly, lifeless coldness. "What are you going to do with him? They say morphic monsters eat humans voraciously, don't they?" The captain nodded, confirming, "Yes, they do." Upon hearing that confirmation, Tron answered without an ounce of hesitation, "Then I will kill him right here and right now." He added, justifying his decision in cold blood, "Since you just said he is a male and not worth any money anyway, it would be pointless to keep him alive. And if we believe what this cunning creature says and release him into the sea, and then he simply escapes, we'll be left standing here looking like gullible fools." As he pronounced this death sentence, a dark, overwhelming killing intent began radiating from Tron's body once again. The air itself seemed to grow heavier and suffocating as he reached his hand out with terrifying slowness toward Prince Armani's neck. Seeing this deadly approach, Armani panicked and lost every ounce of his royal pride and screamed in a voice trembling with terror, "Stop that! How dare you touch me!" But as Tron's hand continued to approach with merciless slowness like the shadow of death, Armani's voice began to falter and choke. Genuine fear crept in to occupy his facial expressions, and he added with desperate speed, I never even thought of escaping, I swear to you." Armani looked directly into Tron's eyes, and what he saw deep within them terrified him to the core. Those eyes were completely cold and dead, devoid of any ounce of hesitation, as if taking the life of a prince meant absolutely nothing. Pure terror of inevitable doom consumed him, and in a moment of absolute despair he screamed, "Wait, if you let me live, I will give you a treasure. A treasure belonging to the gods." Tron paused slightly at that word and slowly lowered his hand. "A treasure?" Armani nodded his head with insane speed like a drowning man who found a lifeline. He eagerly continued, "Yes, a legendary treasure, something left by the goddess Freya, the goddess you humans worship and revere." With this tempting promise, the scene transitions, folding the days to show us a bustling port where everyone had finally disembarked from the ship.
The exhausted sailors who had come ashore were busy talking cheerfully among themselves, discussing cheap drinks and other plans to celebrate after surviving that long and deadly ordeal. Amid this clamor, the one-eyed captain approached Tron and asked curiously, "So, did you reach a conclusion with that little brat?" Tron answered with his usual calmness, "Yes, and fortunately the location doesn't seem to be very far from here. I will go there to check it out and return by tonight." The scene then shifts to the pitch-black darkness of the night, and under the dim light of the moon we see Tron heading out in a small boat amidst the waves, having brought Armani with him. Armani was still bound in heavy iron chains. The prince seemed annoyed and confused as he grumbled, "Hey, what's with these chains? Do you really think I'm going to run away? I am a noble prince, and I always keep my promises." But there was no response from Tron other than cold silence.
This deadly silence made Armani uncomfortable and afraid of potential treachery. After a moment of tension, he spoke again, but this time with greater seriousness and veiled fear. "I am serious. If there is actually a real treasure down there, you will let me go, right?" Tron gave him a simple and brief reply in an emotionless tone. "Yes." Armani soon guided him accurately to the correct location. Then he said with extreme caution, "We have arrived, but if you go down there and feel disappointed, don't blame me or kill me. It is a treasure of the goddess Freya, so according to your standards as humans, it should be amazing." But Tron interrupted him with decisive calmness. "I understand. Just show me the way." After that, once they had settled over the specified spot, and without an ounce of hesitation or fear of the unknown, Tron dove straight into the freezing waters, heading downwards like a spear to search for the god's treasure. As he descended and dived deeper into the ocean's belly, the surroundings began to become more dark, more mysterious, and colder. After descending further toward the dark bottom, something extraordinary and massive appeared before him in the darkness of the depths. What looked like giant ancient statues and majestic stone fragments whose engravings resembled savage serpent-like creatures. However, it was unclear exactly what they were or to whom they belonged. They looked like the shattered remains of something much older than known history, as if they were part of some sacred infrastructure or the forgotten ruins of a sunken city, but their true, terrifying nature had not yet been fully revealed.